All right, so we have some entertainment stories to run by today. We'll start with this one, a follow-up to The Bachelor. Ashley Iconetti, who has been on multiple shows in The Bachelor universe, just waded into the drama coming from the most recent season of The Bachelorette. In case you missed it, Jen Tran, we talked about this, picked Devin Strader in the finale and asked him to marry her.
First time ever.
He said yes. And then during the live portion of the finale, Jen revealed that Strader had called off the engagement.
I had some doubt.
Well, now Ashley has added a new twist saying that Strader has slid into one of her good friend's DMs.
So he's a cad.
And she says that her friend isn't even someone from the Bachelor universe, which makes it even worse.
Just a regular civilian, a plebe.
Yep.
Just a hometown girl. Yeah.
She says that her friend followed him just because she's been a fan of him from the show, and then he DM'd her. So I don't know if there's any more
scoundrel
or not, but, there's a little bit of...
Well, she's now, her second chapter is beginning because of the Dancing with the Stars thing. She's now part of that.
Yeah.
So her, the funny thing is she's got a voice that doesn't match the way she looks. It's like,
is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I really like you.
Well, she'll be on Dancing with the Stars, so we'll get to hear more of that wonderful voice. Yeah.
Are you excited?
Michael Keaton may not be Michael Keaton much longer. He is considering going by his legal name now.
Is it Mellencamp?
A little late in the game. No, but it's one you'll recognize. It's actually Michael Douglas.
What?
Yes, that's right. I heard that story.
So now
yes.
it's going to be Michael Douglas, too?
Michael John Douglas. Which he couldn't use per the Screen Actors Guild rules because fellow actor Michael Douglas already used it professionally.
I wonder, so with the Screen Actors Guild, I think of the Halle Berry stuff.
Yeah.
So, in other words, is it merely a suggestion, or when you're part of the Screen Actors Guild, is it an enforceable?
I think it must be enforceable. I'm sorry to interrupt, Nick, because we knew I forgot the actor's last name, but his name was Sam, and he used two S's at the beginning.
Right.
There was already a Sam
Levine.
Yeah, Sam Levine.
Yeah.
And so that's why his name is spelled SSAM, and so therefore technically can use it. So.
And Steve, wasn't there an issue with Adam Goldberg of Goldberg's fame
Yes.
and Adam Goldberg, I think
The
the
actor.
Hebrew Hammer or whatever?
Yeah.
He was in, I think that Adam Goldberg of Goldberg's fame had to insert his middle initial or something like that.
I think so. Adam A or F. Goldberg.
I believe so, yeah.
So here is a little tidbit. It says the Screen Actors Guild rule prohibits members from using another member's professional name. So Keaton did plan on being credited in his 2023 movie Knox Goes Away as Michael Keaton Douglas, but he forgot to make
Don't
the
change it.
Well, he forgot to make the change in time. But for whatever reason, I guess it's kind of important to him. So
okay.
I don't know. We told you, I think we reported on this, Pax Jolie Pitt was hospitalized after an e-bike accident.
Yes.
Oh, no. Angelina Jolie and Brad Pitt's 20-year-old son was spotted for the first time post-crash. He was seen on Wednesday in Beverly Hills, out to lunch with his mom. Pictures were obtained by the Daily Mail and show them together. He has a purple cast on his right forearm, but seemed healthy otherwise. So we've had a few bike crash stories that have resulted in people getting hurt pretty damn bad.
We had the Bono one a while ago. Who else was recently?
There was one not that long ago. It was an actor, and he it was somebody we weren't all that familiar with, but he got messed up pretty bad.
So on those e-bikes, I guess it's the same thing like with a Tesla or any of the other, anything that has that immediate response, and maybe it gets away from you. We drove assisted e-bikes. I guess I don't know. Are there any ones that are just straight up where you're not pedaling like a motorcycle?
Like a moped almost?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe.
It feels like, because when I see people on the road, I'm like, that dude is barely pedaling and he's booking.
Dude, I got to tell you, we did a 20-mile ride with those bikes when we were on our vacation. The first time I was ever on one. I loved them.
So much fun.
And I kept it really light. Like I was pedaling really for most of the way. But when you encountered something that was a little more formidable, it helped.
Well, I mean, listen, the better the bike, the more assistance you're going to get, The
bigger the cushion, the better the push.
And I was anti-e-bike, not like, I hate them, but, just as a cyclist, I was like, that's cheating. And then I was at Zippy's in Wildwood, and I tried one of their e-bikes. I was like, oh, this is not what I thought it was.
No, yeah.
You are actually still putting in effort, and it's just I think it would be way more beneficial for like hills and stuff.
Right? Did you decide to spend the $2,000 and
I
get a
did
bike?
not.
Okay.
No. Well,
is that what they run?
I mean,
they're expensive.
My
They're definitely really expensive.
e-bike was $2,000. So
Good Lord. Yeah, well, you're a serious road bike guy, so. All right, so moving on, Lady Gaga, and Joaquin Phoenix received an 11-minute standing ovation at the Venice Film Festival for the premiere of Joker: Folie à Deux. Phoenix left the theater after 9 minutes of clapping, while Gaga hugged her fiancé twice during the celebration. The sequel to The Joker adds Lady Gaga to the cast and is more of a musical, so reviews on the film are a bit mixed. A few critics are calling it dull and having a weak plot. But another reviewer said that Gaga is underused, but Phoenix is powerful in the film. So we'll have to determine that ourselves.
So from what I understand, the musical numbers occur as fantasy things. So, they're not actually happening in real time in the movie.
Yeah, but it still is going to play.
Yeah, I know, like a musical.
You're gonna have a musical, so that might be a little off-putting if there's too much of it. We'll have to see for ourselves.
I bet you I'm going to love it.
I've seen the original once.
Okay.
That's all I needed to see.
I mean, and I see movies many times.
Yeah.
It was really like a downer,
It was.
and I thought it was really well done. But I'll be curious to see this one.
There are a few movies, I'm sorry to interrupt,
No,
Casey,
you're good.
that are really great, but their tone is so dark that it's like, I liked that for what it is, but I don't know if I want to. I got to be in a real specific mood if I want to watch that again. You know what I mean?
I think Michael Jackson said it best when he said,
I don't think I want to see it.
Actually forget what I was going to say.
I'm sorry.
Isn't 11 minutes a little too long for a standing ovation?
It's a little.
By minute 5, I think you've made your point.
You talk about feeling uncomfortable after a while.
Yeah.
Well, what as you're soaking in that adulation, what do you start doing?
And honestly, Steve, while you're still clapping and you're on the 7th minute, aren't you tired of clapping?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What if your hands start to chafe?
Yeah, it's a lot.
What kind of moisturizer do you use, Preston?
CeraVe.
They probably have those dispensers all around the film festival.
Yeah.
By the way, Joker 2 is set to premiere on October 4th. Disney has paused production on its movie adaptation of The Graveyard Book. The pause follows abuse allegations being brought against the author of the book, Neil Gaiman. The story follows a young boy after his family has been murdered, and he is then raised by graveyard ghosts. The movie was in early stages and did not have any confirmed casting. It wasn't even in pre-production yet. Gaiman reportedly had no involvement with the film. The author was accused of by multiple women of sexual assault. He has denied the allegations, but they have decided to pause on that until things clear up a little bit. Congratulations go out to actor Ben Platt and Noah Galvin, who are now married. The two tied the knot in New York City on Sunday, September 1st, surrounded by family and friends. Their wedding was a 3-day affair. It started on Friday, August 30th with a Shabbat dinner. Both Ben and Noah wore complimentary but not matching cream suits. Celeb pals in attendance included Beanie Feldstein, Caitlin Dever, and Zoe Deutsch.
Was Shabbat one of the members of Sha Na Na?
No, that was Bowser.
Oh.
But I saw Ben Platt on Broadway. He was the lead in
Dear Evan Hansen?
No, it was Book of Mormon.
Book of Mormon.
Yeah.
And I didn't know who he was at first, and then I saw like the Pitch Perfect film that he was in. I'm like, oh, that's the dude I saw on
I know that
stage.
dude.
So that Dear Evan Hansen movie, I know, was excoriated by a lot of people. I've kept that thing on my recorder, DVR, forever. I really like it. There are a number of moments in that movie, especially when his mother's singing to him about when the father moved out of the house and all this. I mean, I don't know. It hits me on a number of different levels.
Listen, that soundtrack, I listened to that soundtrack for, at least a year before going and seeing it on Broadway. Unfortunately, the run that I saw, Ben Platt was not Evan Hansen at that point. He had already moved on.
John Madden.
I love, and have you guys ever heard the Ben Platt and Hamilton guy? The dude who created Lin-Manuel Miranda. So Ben Platt and Lin-Manuel Miranda did a duet where they mixed songs from Dear Evan Hansen and Hamilton together.
No, I didn't hear that. That sounds cool.
You Will Be Found, and then Tonight they mixed together. You got to hear this. It's really, I mean, if you are familiar with both.
I don't know the Evan Hansen stuff, but I know the Hamilton stuff, so maybe I'll get familiar with that and then check that out.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, well, he got married, so good for him. Netflix has released a trailer for a film called Will and Harper. It's a road trip documentary featuring Will Ferrell and his longtime friend Harper Steele, who recently came out as a trans woman. And the film follows the duo as they travel across the U.S., reflecting on their relationship and Harper's new journey. It's directed by Josh Greenbaum, premiered at the 2024 Sundance Film Festival, and will be streaming on Netflix starting September 27th after a limited theatrical release. The filmmakers describe Will and Harper as a movie about the power of friendship and acceptance, and that we hope that we can shift the culture. I watched the trailer. It looks good. It looks heartwarming and funny.
And it looks like it's, what I like is that it takes the acceptance on both sides. Like she, at this point, is trying to make it comfortable, and there's an exchange in the front seat of the car, Preston, where she's driving now.
Yes.
And Will says, are you now a worse driver?
Yeah, as a woman, are you now a worse driver? And she's just like, F you. And she goes, yes, I am. But there's another really funny moment in the trailer, Steve, where they're at a gas station and they've got an attendant that comes up to the window. And she goes, hey, do you know him? He's a really famous celebrity. Yeah. And the guy's looking at him, he goes, no. And Will Ferrell's just like, roll up the window. Just roll up the window. I feel like that when my mom would come and we'd go out to dinner and say, do you listen to the radio, to the server? Mom, stop it. Stop it. You don't worry. It's okay that you don't know who I am. It's all right. It's fine. I like this. ESPN has greenlit a new 30 for 30 documentary, and this time focusing on somebody I think we consider a friend, Billie Jean King.
Yes.
The film.
Yes. Yes.
Jeez.
Yes.
The film,
I would say she's a friend of the show.
Will focus on a big year in her life, which was 1973, and detail her impact on sports and society as a whole. 73 was the year that she beat Bobby Riggs in the Battle of the Sexes. Billie Jean said, at 12 years old, I dedicated my life to achieving equality for all. That promise to myself has taken me on a journey of a lifetime full of joy, heartbreak, grit, and guts. Today, girls and women athletes are living my dream. We hope to tell a story that will inspire future generations and make positive impact on the lives of others.
We used to have her on fairly frequently, Billie Jean King, and her contact that I was in touch with moved out of the country. And but Billie Jean King, Steve, does some work with QVC. So maybe next time she's in town, our friends at QVC could point us in that direction, and we could get her in to just promote whatever she's talking.
The cool thing is that she's very fun.
She's
like
awesome.
she's joking around.
Oh, she's so cool.
Yeah,
And she
I remember
likes us.
she does like us, which is a rarity. No, I'm kidding. But I remember years ago at the U.S. Open, and I had to get my mother to go over and get her autograph. And you were like, that's friggin' Billie Jean King.
Yeah. There was a time where she was the biggest thing in the country for a while in sports. Let's see. This is interesting. Keke Palmer's starring in a new dark comedy series on Peacock, and the show is a TV adaptation of the 80s dark comedy The Burbs, which starred Tom Hanks and Carrie Fisher.
It's one of my junk food movie faves.
The show will film on the backlot of Universal Studios, just like the movie did back in 1989. And the logline says, set in present-day suburbia, The Burbs follows a young couple returning to the husband's childhood home. Their world is upended when new neighbors move in next door, bringing old secrets of the cul-de-sac to light, and new deadly threats shatter the illusion of their quiet little neighborhood.
So they need to get Corey Feldman back, right?
Oh, my God, I forgot he's
in
that.
the movie. Yeah.
Right. Oh, that would be perfect. Hey, he needs something. To distract him.
I mean, those
Hey, look over here.
Those incredible shredding guitar solos are very taxing.
God mighty. Then one last thing. Donna Kelsey, Travis Kelsey's mom, is now a movie star. She appears in the Hallmark Channel movie Holiday Touchdown, A Chief's Love Story.
Did you watch the trailer?
I did not.
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, and man, they're going hardcore on the Taylor Swift stuff, but she's there, and I knew her instantly. She's there, and she's looking at the camera and go, that's the mom.
So it debuted during the Chiefs' world's largest tailgate event at Arrowhead Stadium with Donna and the main movie actors Tyler Hines and Hunter King on hand. The movie is about Alana, a big Chiefs fan who enters a Fan of the Year contest. She unexpectedly falls for Derek, the team's fan engagement director, and they share a romantic moment at an empty Arrowhead Stadium. Donna plays the manager of a barbecue restaurant and wears her son's jersey number 87 in the film. The movie, filled with star appearances from Andy Reid and Jenna Bush Hager and other cameos, will premiere on November 30th as part of Hallmark's Countdown to Christmas. So it is coming. All right, we are going to tell you about movies opening this weekend. It's a Friday. So we got Beetlejuice opening. Comedy, fantasy, starring Jenna Ortega, Winona Ryder, Michael Keaton, and others. So Beetlejuice is back. After an unexpected family tragedy, 3 generations of the Dietz family return home to Winter River. Still haunted by Beetlejuice, Lydia's life is turned upside down when her rebellious teenage daughter, Astrid, discovers the mysterious model of the town in the attic, and the portal to the afterlife is accidentally opened. It is an hour and 44 minutes long. It's rated PG-13, a wide theater release. So far, Rotten Tomatoes score is at 76%. That's not too bad. Then we also have The Front Room opening. Horror, mystery, thriller. Stars Brandy Norwood, Andrew Burnap, Neil Huff, and the plot is everything goes to hell for newly pregnant Belinda after her mother-in-law moves in. As the diabolical guest tries to get her claws on the child, Belinda must draw the line somewhere. It's an hour and 34 minutes long. Rated R, wide theater release, Rotten Tomatoes score at a 44%. Yeah. All right, we got some clips to play for you. Blue Ribbon Baking Championship is the first show to bring in winning bakers from state fairs across the U.S. to compete. And here, host Sandra Lee talks about making TV history 20 years ago with semi-homemade.
I was the first one that did cocktails on national television, and especially on cable, and that was a huge argument. So we negotiated for 9 months, and they said no cocktail time on the show, and I said no cocktail time. Why? And they're like, nobody's going to enjoy cocktail time. And I go, you don't know Colleen Schmidt from Fredonia, Wisconsin. It's Sunday. She's watching the Packers. She's having a Bloody Mary. We got to make some cocktails.
Oh, shut up, woman.
Blue Ribbon Baking Championship is streaming on Netflix. All right, here's our next clip. Tim Burton pulled a little bait and switch on Jenna Ortega when he originally told her about Beetlejuice. And here, the Wednesday star tells us how it went down.
Thought we were talking about Wednesday. Gives me the Beetlejuice script. I went, oh, okay, right, cool. Thank you very much. Left, got in my car, pulled over 10 minutes into the drive on the side of PCH. And you know, like on PCH, there's all these rocks. Like, It's not a sitting area. There's homes and like the ocean. And I just climbed over the rocks and I just read the entire thing. And then I called my team and I was like, Tim just gave me this thing and I think I should do it.
Beetlejuice opens today, as we said earlier.
And he's also the force behind Wednesday.
Yes. Yeah, so it's perfect synergy. All right, and that is what we have in the entertainment report this morning. We are doing the Back to School A to Z. We are going to play the last song in the category of I.
It's an honor.
It's a good one, too. So I'm looking forward to playing that this morning. It'll be a sing-along for you for sure. We're also going to have our friend Adam Ferrara on the program. Our buddy Michael Barkann is stopping by today as well. And we will check in with Marisa Magnata. Wait, what's she's
Mocha.
Mocha, thank you.
Mocha Magnata.
Checking in this time from Sao Paulo as she traveled from Rio yesterday to Sao Paulo.
I had 3 testicles.
And she's got 3 testicles, and we can't wait to see them.
It's a delicacy down there in Sao Paulo.
We will check in via Zoom with Marisa as the game is tonight, folks.
Yeah, baby!
It's very exciting.
Football season, Eagle season gets underway. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a moment as the sun is shining brightly on this Friday morning. Stay with us.
Preston.
My crack was showing, and you were like,
Wow. Okay.
Do we have it over the audio?
No, I don't. Are you editing it?
It might have.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We don't need to hear all of it. I want to get the tone of this guy that is doing the narration for it. That is actually the the instruction. It's like he's being as serious as you can possibly be about it.
I love that.
And talking about this stuff that's just like
it's like these things, and we never play these fully, but
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
yeah.
there's a much longer piece of that. But I love and
What is the exact product?
I don't
It's like
even
a pleasure
know.
device. It's something you buy for, and
It's got to be extremely expensive because it's super
I
complicated.
was curious as to what the cost was, but it's for the front and the back and the underneath.
simultaneously.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
And
is
the
it
thing
like
that goes in the
a
back-
Sibian?
The thing that goes in the back, no, it's like nothing you've ever seen before.
Is it a revolution in home entertainment?
Like I can't even explain it.
Okay, so remember when we were talking about packing a flounder before?
Yes,
Okay. So there's essentially this thing that packs a flounder for you, but it's there to stimulate things.
Oh.
So it,
Okay.
But it's just wild that, like, Press, you talk about the narration, but like somebody also had to animate this.
yes,
Like,
there's a professional animator with it too. Here, I'll play some of it.
Before using the Shinfly full coverage men's massager, all body parts in contact with the massager and the massager itself shall be fully cleaned.
music.
After assembling the massager, lock the rear massage bar in the initial position, adjust the front massage bar to the maximum angle away from the body, and tie the belt at the waist.
There's a belt.
Smear
Okay.
the orange lubricant on the anus and surround.
Whoa, you got to watch that one.
She missed that.
She missed that one.
It's okay.
I would say
The anus sensor. Yeah.
So
It is funny what we can and can't say because like it's all technical terms.
it is.
You
But
know,
there are some. We get away with murder in so much.
And
that
I
guess-
it's-
skin.
Yeah.
The surrounding skin of the perineum, thigh, inside, and all surfaces of massage head in contact with the skin uniformly.
Okay, that's all we're gonna play.
So initially when I saw the picture of it, I thought it was one of those office chairs that you sit in that doesn't have a back to it, but it's actually a device that you wear. You can wear standing up. There's a pin on it like a grenade.
I would need the instructions for this device. What the hell?
You have seen nothing like this. I want to get one of these in the studio.
telling you,
Do they have a price?
No, but I'll bet you it's a few $1,000s. Look at this.
So
Wait, I'm sorry.
See, that wraps around.
is that supposed to go over your Johnson?
There you
yeah.
And then it goes up and
There
down.
you go.
Watching the animation. But what I can't figure out is the seat part of it.
The seat looks like a ski boot.
It does. It looks like a ski boot.
So you sit on a ski boot.
Hey,
while it.
without looking behind you, Steve, who do you think is in the studio now?
Bill?
Yes. He just came into the studio. He's shaking his head. He's
He
not
has
happy.
one of these.
It was his birthday on Sunday.
To clarify.
he's going to let us know the price.
What do those things cost, Bill?
You should get one that instead of a motorcycle seat.
Bill, honestly, have you ever seen anything like this in your life?
You know, I'm in my office last night, long after you've gone.
Right.
I listened to the Kathy Menstrual Cup segment because I missed it live.
Right.
What'd you think? It's pretty straight ahead, right?
No,
There was look. It's like, well, I actually looked up. It's been so long since we've talked about FCC and the liability of obscenity and all of that stuff. It hasn't been a conversation. I looked up the definition again, and I think you guys are dancing on that line because it has something to do with sexual or excretory activities and organs, which is what
There's nothing sexual about it. I mean, it's all
it deals with
biological, if anything.
It deals with a sexual organ.
Right. Yeah, like a Wurlitzer.
By my by Kathy's very apt description of what that does. Anyway, and you're doing this today. I'm like, I dumped the lubricant on the thing.
Yes, which we would
Okay, I
only.
gotcha.
Our agreement with you is always we'll swing for the fences and you excise what you think is appropriate.
People are wondering what the name of it was. Again, I'll play the beginning. Just it says the name of this.
Before using the Shinfly full coverage men's massager,
Shinfly full coverage men's massager.
full
So I need
coverage.
to imagine because so much of this is written and appears to be in Mandarin, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely an Asian product, I believe. But it's got subtitles, which
Says
brings us full circle to the conversation we started.
Says
on.
great for dads and grads.
Oh, God.
Okay. All right. So today's discussion just kind of brought me back to those good old days where we're really working the dump buttons. But
good.
Yeah. So
By the
maybe
way,
a
Bill,
Preston,
yes, go
a
ahead.
Preston and Steve logo in the merch shop, in the rock shop. We could make some money on this.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Slap on there.
Again,
and
this-
you could be the narrator. Bill's a great narrator, by the way.
Yeah.
He does wonderful narration.
I get all.
Wait, hang on. Let me
All
sell.
body parts in contact with the massager and the massager itself shall be fully cleaned.
I think you're better than this guy.
Yeah.
You'd be
I
perfect.
don't know what you want from me. Santa's got to go.
All right, I'm gonna go.
Santa's got to go. All right, so you need to see this thing. You need to do a search on the. Hold on, what was the name of it?
I mean, it'd be easier to go out and get a girlfrin. than
Yes,
set this up.
By
just putting this thing on, just all the straps and hooks and various things you need to put together to put this thing on your body is more work than going out and trying to get an actual relationship.
And what do you think? It's like, you're at the office. Can I come in? No!
Before using the Shinfly full coverage men's massager,
Shinfly full coverage men's massager, Marisa.
We're sharing it on all of our social media
Okay,
accounts,
all right.
so
You
can
got to
find the
see
link
this
there.
thing. There's nothing full on graphic
No.
about
Everything
the
is,
animation, but I mean
is
it's
suggested.
It's certainly suggested, but I've never seen anything like this product before.
I mean, there has to come a point about 3 minutes into using it where you just feel like the lowest scum on earth.
Or you finally found the
euphoric.
greatest thing
Yeah.
that's been created by man.
Honey, I want a divorce.
Wow. Okay. All right. Eddie Vedder is heading out on the road tomorrow night in support of his new solo set, Earthling. Vedder kicks off a 9-date run at New York City's Beacon Theater, although he played a surprise show last night, right, Nick?
He did, yeah. He was in a place just outside of New York City, and the Earthlings were with him, and that's Chad Smith and Josh Klinghoffer and a few other guys. And so there's a whole bunch of songs that I've never heard of that he did last night. And then, tomorrow night at the Beacon Theater, and then Friday night at the Beacon Theater. And I will be attending Friday night show.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
While chatting with the New York Times, the Pearl Jam frontman recalled discussing his and the band's career with U2's Bono, who had very specific opinions and advice for Vedder.
What do you think about baloney?
He does.
I like it.
He recalled saying, I've had a conversation with Bono back in the day. He was suggesting that we needed to work harder and that you didn't want rock and roll to become a niche. And he said that when U2 makes a record, it's like they've got a racehorse and they don't want the horse to in the race. They want to win the race. And I said, we race the horse and then we let the horse run free. He said, I wasn't trying to be
honest, I don't know what you're talking about.
He said, I wasn't trying to be clever. That was the truth. And he was frustrated with me.
Do me a favor and put this device on. I think you're going to. What is it? This part here goes over your manhood. This thing that looks like a ski boot rests just behind your nutsack. Now do a deep knee bend. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh my God.
I see what you mean. Isn't that great?
Yeah.
His voice gets even shakier. There you go.
Wow. That's unbelievable. Isn't that something? It's crazy.
You had to have heard our earlier discussion in order to understand exactly what we're referring to. But the video is now on our social media if you want to see.
And call this part the everlasting bum stopper.
Oh, my God. Hang on. I can't see the copy here.
And the video's back up again.
It's just such a clunky looking thing.
It is. There's no way to describe it.
Okay. No, you may not want to eat for this next segment that we're going to talk about.
Oh, man. Okay.
Kathy told us last night on a little phone call, and she prefaced this by saying, I want to share something with you guys. And she says, because we're family and we can talk about these things.
By the way, Casey was not on the call at this point, so this is going to be a surprise for
called the end of
Casey.
it.
I go, what did I just walk into? And you guys said, You just wait till tomorrow.
Yeah.
I said, okay.
Yeah. So you want to try something out, I believe?
Do. Yeah, okay. I want to try something out. And when I say we're family, I mean us in the room and everyone that listens to the show.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes.
So I'm going to try a menstrual cup.
Oh,
a menstrual cup.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm so surprised.
A cup.
Me too.
And in no small part, because your reaction anytime Preston has ever brought this up is just complete revulsion. And
That's
so,
what
like,
we thought.
The fact that you're coming around on it, and I've heard a lot of people rave about it, I'm proud of you. I think that's like a step in the right direction.
Yeah.
I didn't even know they still existed. I thought that this was a thing from years ago. Now, listen, I don't know nothing about menstrual
yes.
and all that. But it seems antiquated to me.
Well, so I think it's becoming a little more popular because they're saying that there's benefits to it. It's safer than wearing a tampon. It holds more, so you can go throughout the day, without having to change it. It's better for the environment, things like that.
Okay, so when you're saying it holds more, are we talking like a quart or what?
Well, Steve, I haven't used it yet, so I don't know, and that's part of my issue. I wanted to. I'm hoping that Mother Nature, the flow, kind of goes along, and I get it on the weekend because I'd love to try it, not having to come to work.
Well, isn't that a big? Well, you had mentioned in passing last night that was one of the things they mentioned. Don't take your first cup out for a spin while you're going into work.
Yeah, so apparently, yeah. So I'm on a group text with my girlfriends, and
the cuppers.
I think that 3 out of the 3 out of the 5 of us use it, and they were like raving about it. Go for it. No, you have to. Here's the one I use. Here's the one I use. There's different options out there. And so,
do they have Yetis?
So me and the one girl who don't use it, we were like, okay, well, give us the what should we do? And the suggestions were, don't try to take it out the first time, at least, or until you get used to it, anywhere but your own home and possibly even the shower.
Not at the mall.
Right. Well, that's what I'm worried about. I'm like,
not on all white Wednesdays.
Well, and so my other all white Wednesday. My other issue is, how much does it hold? Because
again. As Preston said, we don't know, nothing about this. And I too thought it was something like an antiquated, turn of the last century sort of thing. But so I do understand that it's probably very safe. The purpose is will it stop any flow? Will it?
Well, yes.
So it basically dams it up, correct?
Yeah, it holds it. So when you take it out, it's still there, and you have to clean your cup and stuff like that. But
I never see. You don't see ads for these.
No.
You know what I mean? Like tampon commercials are a regular thing.
The cup might be too much for like a television commercial.
I know why we were talking about this. I had a bizarre file story of a guy who was drinking tequila out of it. He thought it was a shot glass. And it was a menstrual cup, and his girlfriend or wife had posted it online, and that's how we got talking about it.
Okay, so I don't know, Kathy, listen, we don't know nothing about menstrual cycles here, but how many pints will you, on a heavy flow day?
How many pints?
How many gallons?
I'm not measuring them.
Okay.
Case, I don't know. That's the problem, because these menstrual cups they're not huge.
No.
So, I mean, I'm guessing they're made for to hold the average woman's.
Okay, so in the demonstration we're looking at here, Kathy, the woman dips a tampon down into some, which we assume is actual.
I don't think it's
actual blood.
I think it's probably water.
It obviously then it becomes larger, and so it basically serves as a plug.
I mean,
you would do this every. For how many days during your normal cycle?
Like the tampons,
yeah, like 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Excuse me, it depends.
And do you pour that into a larger jug that you keep by the front door?
But it's so...
It's like my belly button lint collection.
Ew.
I haven't started.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Please talk.
The other thing is, and I've watched videos, and not graphic videos, like the videos that we're watching here, of how to put it in place.
Right. Mm-hmm. And how many guys do you need to have?
I know.
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kat. So we have a little bit later on this morning... Marisa and Adam Ferrara are both going to call us in the 8 o'clock hour. They're going to get in touch with us in the 8 o'clock hour. In the 9 o'clock hour, our friend Michael Barkann is stopping by. This is a Friday, and that means that if we're going to do the Connoisseur, we got to do it. We got to do it right now.
Yeah.
So let us do it.
It's time for the Connoisseur, the weekend edition.
All
I guess we always do it on the weekend now, right?
We do it.
It's every Friday. I mean, we can move it around if we want to, but Friday seems about right.
Yep. So we're going into the weekend with the Connoisseur. We'll do the food clips and all that good stuff and tell you about all things restaurants and grub and whatnot. I may add something new to the Connoisseur today. I'm considering it. But let me start with something else. We'll order up. Here we go. These days, people seem to dress more casually than ever before, so it's not
That's
uncommon.
ridiculous.
No, not
You
that.
have no respect for the workplace if you show up in casual gear.
Dude, okay, so I was leaving yesterday from work, and I forgot what shirt I was wearing, but I was... I know it was the day before yesterday. I was wearing my Hellfire Club shirt and shorts, and I come walking out, and I look at other people that I'm walking by in the lobby, and
Business
I'm like,
attire.
they're wearing their real
Done to
business
the
attire.
nines. Yes.
And I have to wonder if there are people looking at me who have no idea what I do for a living and just come walking out of this building going, who is this guy?
Yeah.
You know what? You're okay because there's a bunch of like doctor's offices and stuff in here, so you might as well just be a patient at this point.
True.
I feel like they know us in this building too, and like a lot of people.
You cannot
dress
help, though,
casually
when you
here.
pass by people, a whole cluster of people in suits and, dressed to the nine, and, they got their briefcases and the whole thing. And again, I'm going out with some dumb shirt on and shorts. It's like, I guess I'm a loser.
Well, anyhow, so it's not uncommon to see people wearing, pajama pants and clothing that's ripped and stuff like that. But one North Carolina restaurant, I know the pajama pants thing. One North Carolina restaurant is taking a stand by enforcing a dress code, and some folks aren't happy about it. Over the weekend, a place called Kim's Cafe in Greensboro posted their rules about clothing on their Facebook page, noting that they've been in effect all summer. The post asks people to respect their dress code and points out that people are not leaving anything for the imagination, and they admit that their dress code is strict. So here are the rules.
All right.
No shorts. No crop tops.
Wait, are they a beach town?
I don't know.
Wait, what town is
But it doesn't matter. I mean, shorts, come on, it's summertime. This is in Greensboro, North Carolina.
Let's see where that is.
So no shorts, no crop tops, no leggings. Who wears leggings? Do people wear leggings?
Yeah,
I do
those
all
are
the
like
time.
the tight black pants. I had a pair on yesterday.
Oh, I was thinking like 80s flash dance leggings.
Right.
Or
I will wear those.
Leg warmers.
You're thinking of
Leg
like
warmers.
Wrong thing. All right, so no leggings.
And then I wear...
Women wear leggings all the time.
Well, and leggings, people can make them look nice. You throw heels on with them, and
no T-straps. I don't know what that is.
Is that
for your tees, Preston?
Wait,
for your tees, for your boobies. No T-straps, no white T-shirts.
They're almost like flip-flops for women, Kathy.
well, I don't think that's what they're talking. Oh,
T-straps?
for shoes.
All right.
In the restaurant. Okay, yeah.
Okay. No short skirts, no quote skimpy clothes, and no cleavage showing.
Oh,
either.
okay.
It's an outrage.
Yeah. So
This town, by the way, is nowhere near the beach.
okay. The Facebook post has gotten more than 10,000 comments in the last few days, including some from people outraged by rules. Some commenters are even comparing them to the dystopian world in the book The Handmaid's Tale.
Also,
This might be a stretch.
here's the thing. I disagree with all of that, but all right, I'm not going to go to your restaurant.
They have absolutely every right to make their rules.
Yeah,
right?
they can do whatever they want.
Sure.
And, I wore a uniform for 13 years, and so this, it doesn't bother me.
Thank you for your service, by the way.
The dress attire, it just doesn't bother me. But, okay, I just won't go to your stupid restaurant.
Steve,
I want to look at cleavage.
It wasn't military. It went to a Catholic school.
School. It's like
He said he wore a military
Yeah.
with a uniform for days.
Thank you for your service.
We've all been to places where you're required to, wear a jacket or a tie or, any of those things.
Very rarely, though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But if there was a place you were to recently, weren't you? That was a steakhouse that had a bit of a more arch dress code.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Right. And so, but you were there because it was kind of the thing. Listen, we'd love to, I think they're looking to put forward, it happened here in the city too. There was another restaurant that had, maybe it was rules against not having kids come in, or whatever the story is. It's
the no kids.
Right.
Yeah, I remember
so they
that.
hyper cater to their, what they believe their core audience is.
So I'm looking at the restaurant, and by the way, on their front door, it's written. It says, if you have shorts on, do not enter.
Wow.
This is an extremely casual restaurant. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking they're trying to curb their clientele.
Okay, probably. Yeah.
There was a restaurateur that I spoke with a while ago was talking about purchasing a restaurant where the past restaurant had an incredibly lax everything. And he was trying to make it a bit better so that it attracted a different clientele.
Right.
And one of the things used to do that was to implement a dress code.
Okay.
So
Rochelle is very big on if we're going to make a reservation somewhere, she's always like, see if they have a dress code.
Yeah.
I'm like, I never check because I'm like, they don't really have dress codes
you know what,
anymore.
though? Haven't you found that if you're presentable and you're clean and you have a nice shirt on and you even have nice shorts or whatever, and your Hellfire shirt has been neatly pressed, you're fine.
If we're going out to dinner, I will always dress at least smart casual.
Right, smart casual.
And that should get it done.
That's not oppressive.
I would never care about being overdressed. I would very much care if I showed up to a restaurant and I was underdressed.
Okay.
Yeah, well, yes. But smart casual can be.
Yeah, I mean that can go. You can get even.
I can handle things. I'm smart.
Even if it's a little dressier, like at least you won't look ridiculously.
Right, you don't want to stand out.
Like if you showed up in your
like,
pajama
hey, goober.
pants.
Right.
Who's the goober on the table?
When I was serving, I was a server and at an Italian restaurant, and there was a gentleman who came in wearing, like an undershirt, but like tank top undershirt.
Oh, like a wife beater?
Yeah,
shirt?
yeah.
Okay.
I tried not to say wife beater, but and what they did is they didn't kick him out. They went and got him a chef's jacket, and so he sat there and he ate in a chef's jacket.
The white, really?
The white chef's jacket, yeah.
Some of the
this
finer
clown also brought his own drinks in with him, and they're like, no, leave your Pepsi in the in the bag.
some of the finer places they have ties, they have jackets, they have everything at the ready just in case.
But this guy had the chef jacket.
Yeah,
this place
I know,
had the chef jacket. But yeah, sometimes it will
give him
have
the C-3PO costume.
They'll give you a jacket that you can borrow. But these guys are being for a casual restaurant. They're laying it down. So
I wonder what. I would love to talk to them and ask why suddenly they're implementing this.
Yeah, they may have
the
had
story has had some issues.
They may have had a bunch of people coming in regularly that were
so your balls are in your soup.
Way underdressed. Your balls are in your soup.
And maybe more than just a little cleavage hanging out.
Yeah.
All right, let's play a food clip, see if you know what movie it's from, and identify it. And we have prizes over here. So here is our first one.
Is this made from real lemons? Yes. I only like all natural fruits and beverages, organically grown, with no preservatives. Are you sure they're real lemons? Yes. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll buy a cup if you buy a box of my delicious Girl Scout cookies. Do we have a deal? Are they made from real Girl Scouts?
All right, 215-263 WMMR. Order up. All right, let's move on to salads.
Salads.
I'll just have a salad. If you need vegetables, adding some zing to a salad helps. And a Bright Farms and One Poll survey shows Americans like some odd things added to their salads. So the most popular toppings are typical. So cheese, tomatoes, bacon, croutons, cucumbers. I eat a salad every day. I'm a salad fan, most definitely, and I usually put
your bento box.
I have my bento box. I usually put onion, cucumber, tomato, some feta cheese, and that's usually kind of my standard.
Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't know there was feta cheese on there because I was going to say I feel like your salad is more of a side salad. Like you don't put much on it.
I put a fair amount on it.
But I didn't realize
I
there
don't
was-
add like a bunch of protein. Sometimes I'll have
Yeah.
like half a boiled egg in there too.
Oh, you do? Okay, I don't.
Or some carrots.
I should stand over your shoulder more and see what you're eating.
Please do.
Just breathe on this food. Mediterranean salad. You got your olives, arugula,
Greek salad.
Feta, terrific.
Yep.
My protein with that kind of salad is going to be salmon.
So some strange toppings though, and these are what people said they actually put on a salad from time to time.
All right.
Banana,
No.
What? No.
What?
Doesn't belong on a salad.
peanut butter,
No.
peppermint,
What?
marshmallows, popcorn,
This
Wow.
is stupid.
I'm okay with popcorn.
and how about this? Hot dogs.
Well,
It's like a salad
it's
anymore.
like a protein, yeah.
Yeah.
You kind of evolved away from the salad.
You could do hot dogs on a instead of like chicken on a salad. I mean, it wouldn't be all that healthy for you, but it wouldn't be I don't know how that would taste.
There was that Bud Light commercial where they're talking about taco salad, and then they ended up being 14,000 calories.
Yeah.
And it's like, is it healthy? Of course it is. It's a salad, isn't it? It's really not good for you at that
when
point.
Taco Bell came out with their taco salad in the edible bowl, God, did I love that thing.
But it's not salad.
I know, but it was. I wasn't looking for salad at the time. It was like an open faced burrito with crispiness that you could eat. I loved that.
What'd you get when you went to Plaza Azteca? Because they have a good taco salad.
Oh, I didn't have that. I didn't get a
Okay.
salad. I got enchiladas, which were wonderful, by the way. I got like a trio of 3 different sauces on them. It was excellent.
Like a flight? The mole?
Yeah, like a flight of enchiladas. What's that?
You got the mole sauce.
Mole was one of them.
Mole.
But they had, Kathy, like a white, creamy, cheesy sauce
I know
on one
that
of them. Oh, my God.
Yeah, what is that?
I don't know.
That was the chef.
I'm going to shoot.
That's just the chef's special.
Yes.
He can only make it
Give me a second.
a couple times a day, and that's about it.
Going to take your plate into the bathroom. I'll be right back.
So,
Chef's kiss.
but they said in this poll, as long as the lettuce is crisp, according to this poll, that we'll put almost anything on a good salad. So,
Yeah. You know what?
I like beets.
I'm a balsamic vinaigrette guy.
That's kind of my go-to.
And if I can add that to the salad, I'm going to be pretty good.
Yeah.
And as I said before, the revelation was the Star-Kissed, the buffalo chicken tuna in the packets. You add that to any salad as a protein, it rocks.
In my opinion, here's an underrated salad. Nick, you like sushi, and if you go to a Japanese restaurant, sometimes they'll give you a little side salad with that ginger.
All right.
Or ginger.
Marianne.
I thought you were going to go seaweed salad, which I'm a fan of.
I like it. It's pretty good, but usually there's like a ginger salad dressing, and I'm like, why am I not eating this all the time?
Yeah.
I don't think overall like sushi is that healthy for you. I mean, if you just went like a tuna and rice and whatever, you'd be okay. But I feel like I'm eating healthy whenever I eat sushi.
Yes.
Like,
Wait, hold on.
it's Japanese. It's got to be good for you.
Wait, so I don't eat sushi. Why is sushi? I always thought it was like rice, the raw fish, and some vegetables.
It can be, but like it can also be some deep fried, shrimp or whatever.
Okay.
Like it can end up being really calorically high.
Okay.
Not too, and you can do that. You can have that happen pretty fast.
Plus, I don't know about you. When we go to eat sushi, I feel like I'm going to explode when I'm done.
Absolutely.
My stomach is just full.
Yes.
Deep fried fish can end up on a sushi menu?
Absolutely.
Yeah, like tempura.
Yeah, it's tempura. So it's like shrimp tempura.
I thought that would have been a wholly other.
No, so the term sushi is actually the rice. That's what sushi means. Now, sashimi is raw fish. So that's the difference. So there are sushi rolls, which means there's that rice involved. And
sashimi is the more traditional, what we would perceive sushi as being.
Yeah, just like a raw piece of salmon is sashimi.
All right. Then what is Shaka Khan?
She's a singer. Okay. Yeah. No, she's not an dancer.
I was at Whole Foods yesterday. You guys know my diet is pretty limited.
Yeah.
And Jace was like, I want sushi. Is that okay? I was like, sure.
Yeah.
And we walked over and he's like, what should I get? I'm like, I don't even know what we're looking at. You can get whatever you want. So he picked out his sushi roll and
do you like it?
Oh yeah, he eats sushi all the time. He loves
Awesome.
sushi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good for him.
I'm glad he's not like me in that way.
I have a standing promise from Dr. Mike. He swears he's going to be able to indoctrinate me into sushi. And I trust that man.
He'll
So I'm gonna try
find
it.
some stuff you like. There,
All right.
like the tempuras and things like that. And you can get just vegetable sushi as well. It doesn't have to be raw fish.
Yeah.
I tried it one time. Do you remember we had that guy out here in our green room before we had our nice green room, and he whipped up sushi. He brought like some cutting board and these stands, and it was like a beautiful display of sushi. And I was like, this looks amazing. And I had whatever it was that didn't contain any fish in it, but I still felt like it kind of had a fishy taste. But I did try it.
I'm bummed out because my favorite restaurant is this place called Ozzy. It's in Villanova and it's closing. And yeah.
What about the one in Media?
The Media one is staying open.
Okay,
but here's the thing, Casey. The Ozzy on Main, which is right off of Route 30 in Villanova, they're closing it because they're adding some like a rental space, business space or whatever in that complex. There's already like 3 empty buildings in that complex. So I don't understand why they're doing that at all. But it's been my favorite restaurant for a number of years.
Well,
and they're closing shop.
And they don't want to leave.
I know.
So it's not
bitch.
It's not because it was underperforming. They're actually looking for another spot.
Yeah,
okay.
They had great sushi. I think it's only open for like 2 more weeks or something like that.
All right, we need to see if we can get a winner. Let's find out if you know what movie this clip is from.
Is this made from real lemons? Yes. I only like all natural fruits and beverages, organically grown, with no preservatives. Are you sure they're real lemons? Yes. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll buy a cup if you buy a box of my delicious Girl Scout cookies. Do we have a deal? Are they made from real Girl Scouts?
All right, let's see if you know the answer to that. I will go to Aaron. Hi, Aaron. Good morning. Wait. Hold on. Hi, Aaron.
To you.
Oh, my God. All right, Aaron. What movie is it from, please?
Addams Family Values.
Yes, that is absolutely correct. Yep, hang on just a second, and we have a prize for you.
Aaron, you've won a Transformers 1 prize pack, including Hasbro Optimus Prime and Bumblebee 2-in-1s, a Power Flip Optimus Prime, a movie poster, a $25 Fandango gift card to see Transformers 1 in the movie theaters, and Transformers 1 back-to-school supplies. You can witness the origin. Transformers 1 only in theaters starting September 20th, rated PG.
I have to apologize to Dr. Mike. He was calling in on our Xfinity mobile guest line, and I had to wave him off because of time, but I'm sure he was going to go on about sushi for a little bit.
Yeah,
so,
he's my man.
We will do it another time, Dr. Mike. I apologize. All right, here is the next movie clip. What is this from?
Would you like a smoke and a pancake? A what? A smoke and a pancake. You know, flapjack and a cigarette? All right. Cigar and a waffle? No. Pipe and a crepe? No. Bong and a blintz?
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Call now if you know the answer. Order up. All right, I'm going to do this now. I might do this if I can come up with enough of them, but I was thinking about adding to the Connoisseur the food hack of the week.
The food hack of the week. This amazing feature just keeps growing.
Some kind of a cooking or preparation tip for you.
Well, you know, Casey actually started the ball rolling with the pig.
Yeah.
His pancake cake.
Oh, yeah.
That was a hack.
All right, well, here is one for you. When you are storing brown sugar at your home, so if you're going to use it, and sometimes you go back into the pantry, you haven't used the brown sugar in a while.
And it's a rock.
And it's an absolute brick.
A very lickable brick.
Yeah. What do you do? Well, this is a hack apparently that works like magic. I have not done this myself, but I have read about this. It involves marshmallows. What you do is you place a few marshmallows into the container of brown sugar, tightly seal it, and it takes about a day, and this should soften the sugar up.
Really?
That's what this hack says.
Okay.
Also, it's $2.89 for a giant pack at Target. I'll just go buy another one.
That's true.
Yeah.
It's pretty cheap. But you can keep the marshmallows in the container for up to a few weeks. It's just one of the genius ways to keep brown sugar soft if you need to.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Like when I've encountered it in its brick-like state, you just kind of break it up.
You can break it up,
Well,
but there's sometimes it's really solidified.
Okay, yeah.
Like usually, if I bake during the holiday season and then next year rolls around, it's
Wait a second.
It's a solid.
When are
brick.
you baking?
I bake. I've always said this. I can't cook, but I can bake because you follow instructions, and it has to be the perfect amount of each. And so
I just remember you
like
trying
the precision.
Well, that's what I need. I can't. Some like Preston's like,
bit
you
of
just
this,
put a little of this and a little. I'm like, no, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, you saute and brown it for a little while till it looks
I don't
done.
know what that
No, this you put it in at this temperature for this amount of time and mix these together and boom, you get
a little bit of peat moss.
All right, so that's you like the hacks?
Yes.
If I can come up with one every week, I will do that and throw that in.
You know what we'll do though? That should be the theme to like a taxi because they call taxi cabs hacks.
Hacks?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, like that, my mom always put a piece of bread in with the fresh baked cookies that she would make, and it would keep them soft and moist. And so it would take a little while longer for them to harden.
Look at Kathy.
Yeah.
Contributing with a cooking hack.
Unbelievable.
With something that happens in the kitchen.
Amazing.
Standing next to Julia Child.
All right, let's see if you know what movie this is from.
Would you like a smoke and a pancake?
A what?
A smoke and a pancake. You know, flapjack and a cigarette? All right. Cigar and a waffle? No. Pipe and a crepe? No. Bong and a blintz?
Bong and a blintz. All right, we'll go to Patrick. Patrick, morning.
Good morning.
All right, Patrick, what movie is that from, please?
Austin Powers, Goldmember.
Goldmember, yes. Correct. And here's what we have for you, Patrick.
Patrick,
Patrick, we have a $50 gift card for Sweet Lucy's Smokehouse. Sweet Lucy's Smokehouse makes game day delicious with Philly's best authentic hickory smoked American barbecue, cooked low and slow in a wood-burning pit. And you can order pickup online at sweetlucy's.com or delivery on DoorDash.
By the way, glancing out into the Acme Lounge, Sweet Lucy's is here.
There you go. You're a very happy man. In fact, when the name was uttered last night, I could feel your arousal through the phone.
Yeah, they've been here before, we know how wonderful they are, so I'm excited. And I'm hungry. All right, let's see if you know what movie this clip is from.
You know how Rambo 1, he was big with little puffy, and then Rambo 2, he got all shredded up? Yeah. That's kind of how you look right now. Oh. You know, not Rambo 1, but 2. Really? Yeah, when he was cut up.
Well, I'm not that. I mean, that's what I'm going for. But
Come on, dude. You more shredded than a Julian salad, man.
215-263-WMMR. Call if you know the salad was the food part of that. All right, order up.
Wait.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. It's time for the Fast Food Roundup. I got a couple
insane thing that we do.
Fast food stories for you here that I've packaged together. So, in an effort to become more sustainable and improve customer experience, McDonald's, and I think this looks really cool, is replacing the cups that they use for the McFlurry, and they're adding a new size option as well. So they are switching out its traditional McFlurry cup with the plastic lid for a more environmentally friendly paper cup with a built-in 4-flap closure design. So it's almost like the Chinese takeout box, which I've had a couple of times. I've gotten ice cream that have come in that. I really like it that way.
Interesting. I don't know if I've ever had that. So but the McFlurry is a sundae, basically, right?
Yeah, it's basically like a Blizzard.
Yeah, like a
okay.
Yeah,
All right.
so it's that's pretty much the same thing. A whipped up concrete of
so
sorts.
you're drinking. You're eating it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you
suck on it.
Yeah. So it's a little 4-flap thing.
Yeah.
It opens up on the top, and it's like, it's an easy way to get rid of some plastic waste. So and still be as functional as you need it to be. So this will starting September 10th. Participating McDonald's locations will offer a mini McFlurry, a smaller version of the popular dessert. These changes are part of McDonald's broader goal to source all its primary consumer packaging from renewable, recycled, or certified materials by the end of next year.
I remember when they first debuted the soft ice cream, the ice cream cones they offered for the first time. I was like, oh my God.
So
burgers and ice cream.
I love the fact that they're adding the mini as well because Dairy Queen, Casey had mentioned the Blizzards, they have a mini version too. So if you just
want on the go,
just a little bit,
shot before a big business meeting.
Yeah, or if you just want to stay calorically in the ballpark, you can get one of those. All right. Also from the world of fast food, after teasing the idea of Chipotle-themed Halloween costumes on social media over the years, the fast casual burrito chain has partnered with Spirit Halloween to make the costumes a reality.
I love Spirit.
So starting today, Chipotle fans can go to spirithalloween.com and choose from 5 head-to-toe bodysuits, a.k.a. morph suits, it says, designed to represent Chipotle's forks, napkins, water cups, burritos, and to-go bags. The costumes were sold for $40 each.
How iconic are those things?
I don't know.
Like, I wouldn't know.
Neither would I.
Wouldn't be able to identify a Chipotle bag.
Yep.
I would, but these costumes are silly.
Yeah, we're looking
They're
at
just
them.
like the
It's like the Green Man costume.
Yeah.
And the burrito one is just a silver one with a burrito sticker on it. That you would get when you order a burrito.
I would be ashamed of that costume.
At Chipotle.
Target is doing this. They have their own costume. So, like, you can go as, like, a Target cart. Or the Target, the Bullseye. They have kid costumes. I believe they also have animal costumes.
We should have Preston and Steve costumes. Right? Why not?
I would love to see
But
that.
theirs are a little better than just, like, Green Man suited. They're actual costumes.
Okay. Yeah, because those are just basically leotards.
So these will be at select Spirit Halloween stores in major cities while the supplies last. All right, let's see if you know what movie this particular clip is from.
You know how Rambo 1, he was big with little puffy, and then Rambo 2, he got all shredded up? Yeah. That's kind of how you look right now.
Oh.
You know, not Rambo 1, but 2.
Really?
Yeah, when he was cut up.
Well, I'm not that. I mean, that's what I'm going for. But
Come on, dude. You more shredded than a Julian salad, man.
All right, let's go to Tim and see if he knows. Hey, Tim, good morning.
Good morning.
Tim, what movie is that from?
That is from Tropic Thunder.
Yes. Well done. You are a winner, sir. And here is what we have for you.
Tim, you have a $50 gift card to Sweet Lucy's. If you're tailgating at the stadiums, you can visit Sweet Lucy's Smokehouse off at the Cottman Avenue exit of I-95. You can order their hickory smoked wings for pickup by the dozen or small or large catering trays at sweetlucy's.com.
All right, we have one more clip to play, and that is it. Let's see if you can identify this food clip. What movie is this from?
You don't remember, do you?
Excuse me. Got some Jell-O for you today.
Do I like Jell-O? Yum.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Call if you know the answer. Order up. So after a food blogger posted about Capri Sun's new plastic bottles aimed at adult markets, fans jumped to conclusions and panicked, assuming that the iconic pouches were being phased out. But the company was quick to set the record straight, certifying that the pouches are here to stay.
Can they do something about sticking the straw where it belongs?
There are times when it is difficult to get that straw.
It's almost
in there.
impossible sometimes. And why sometimes
You're talking about penetrating that little Reynolds wrap thing.
And then it ruins the straw, and then you got to take a straw from another one, and now you're one straw less.
So one of my favorite memories of my kids is I actually, because of our schedule, I was able to be a lunch dad a lot. And my primary job as a lunch dad was putting straws in Capri Sun pouches, because these
is there a trick?
thing sucks. Yeah, what's that?
Is there a trick?
It's like threading a needle. You know what I mean?
Hold it
like
towards the base.
Yeah. I
think that's the issue.
No, I hold the top, and I kind of like stretch the top back a little bit to essentially create tension where the hole is.
Right.
And then I think it makes that little thing easier to penetrate.
Okay.
I think we need to put Tim on hold. He's still,
I like listening to him.
All right, sorry, Tim, hang on. I didn't realize I didn't hit the hold button.
He's playing his jug band.
So, to further put to rest any fears that pouches are on the way out, Capri Sun posted on social media, writing that they are shipping whole pallets of pouches that will be available at Walmart's starting this week. So don't worry if you prefer the aluminum pouch with the straw that's hard to insert over a bottle that anyone can open and reseal. Capri Sun has got you covered, according to this article.
All right. Nick, you and I think were we were in grade school at the time where Capri Suns really hit the market.
Yeah, for sure.
We were never a Capri Sun family.
Why not?
Growing up, no, we were a Sunny D family, you know what I'm saying?
Oh.
Not the purple stuff?
Not the purple stuff. But when we had kids, Capri Sun was the thing.
We were a Capri Sun and also Minute Maid made a fruit punch. And so a Minute Maid, it was easier to use the straw in the Minute Maid because it was like a cardboard box.
Yes.
But the Capri Sun was always a pain in the ass.
And Kathy's right. If that straw snaps,
you're effed.
Forget it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Unless you're an anteater.
When you get a straw that has one of those little cracks in it, okay, you're already away from the restaurant.
Yeah.
And
I want to die. I've actually driven into an overpass. So we are describing something that I've recently been able to perfect. So I love when I go to Wawa and I'll get my machine cappuccino. I use the small red. They're straws.
Coffee
A lot
stirrer
of people
straw?
use them. Stir straw.
Yeah.
But it is now in a very thin sheath of plastic. So I used to be able to just hold the straw within the plastic and slide down the plastic and it would puncture and come out the other end. No, not anymore. Whatever the plastic they're using, it's a lot more resilient. But so now I have to sort of surgically tear the top and then I get it out.
Yeah.
But I that is my favorite sucking straw.
First try is turn it upside down. Sometimes it will work if you get that cracked spot into the liquid.
Correct.
But sometimes it's too large and it doesn't.
At some point, you're going to hit a part.
Yeah.
No matter what, where
Right.
there's liquid left and you just can't get it above, you can't get the crack above the water line.
Also, with the Capri Sun straws, they're two sides, right? And one side is basically like
Sharp.
an arrow, so you have to make sure that you're using the bottom.
It's pointier.
To penetrate.
Yes,
Sorry, put some lube on it.
Yeah.
And talk dirty to it.
And shove it in there.
Yeah,
Hard.
and if you tickle it, that opening increases.
You're a naughty straw.
Stick it in there.
Let's see.
Suck you dry.
Wow.
They make you feel so good. Why are you talking to your Capri Sun, sir? Trying to get it right.
Shut up.
Trying to get it wet.
I love it.
I'm losing it.
Let's see if you know what movie this is from.
You don't remember, do you?
Excuse me. Got some Jell-O for you today.
Do I like Jell-O? Yum.
All right, we will go to Kelly, see if she knows what movie this is from. Hi, Kelly. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
All right, Kelly, what movie is that from?
from While You Were Sleeping.
While you're sleeping.
That's a fun movie.
It is cute. All right, hang on. We got a prize for you.
You have a Transformers 1 prize pack, including Hasbro Optimus Prime and Bumblebee 2-in-1s, a Power Flip Optimus Prime, a movie poster, $25 Fandango gift card to see Transformers 1 in theaters, and Transformer 1 back-to-school supplies. You can witness the original. Witness the origin. Transformers 1 only in theaters starting September.
It looks pretty good. It's an animated movie, is it not?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
All right, you know what? That's all we have time for today. I know. I'm looking at the clock.
Yeah.
We got to move things along because we do have a number of guests that are going to be joining us throughout the course of the morning. So I want to go ahead and wrap so we can get to the B-file and then return with all of that good stuff. But thank you. Hopefully you got something out of the Connoisseur today. We'll break and we will return. As I said, Bizarre File is up next. And then after that, our buddy Adam Ferrara and Marisa Magnotta. And we enter the J's of the Back to School A to Z when we return after these messages. Hang out.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
Mom, come over and help.
For the video that we're watching, it's not... They don't have to use a blood red liquid. They could use like a blue liquid.
Well, I think they're trying to be accurate.
We don't bleed blue, just so you know.
Yeah. No, you're thinking of the Smurf cup.
But like when they do like diaper commercials, they don't like use brown water. You know, they use a blue water.
It's a little icky for Casey seeing the red.
Do you know what brand you're going to go for, Kath?
Well, so here's the thing. I purchased one. I just went to Target and I purchased the one at Target. It's called like a Himalayan salt menstrual cup. However, my girlfriend uses a site called Lola, and this is sort of like environmentally safe, chemical-free type of products for women. So I may order one from here, Nick, and try this one. Because here's the thing: there's different ones, and the one from Target has like
Lola.
Because what I've also heard is you might have to like dig around a little to get it out.
Bad choice of words.
Well, somebody texted in, and by the way, we're getting a lot of positive response from women listeners.
Yes,
male listeners,
not so much.
Not as much.
Sorry.
I don't think we understand it. But
so there's one of the female listeners recommended, Kathy, that there's one with a longer tip at the bottom of it.
So that's what I was worried about. That's going to be uncomfortable.
Yeah. Also, Casey, there's a great documentary that you should watch. It's called Period End of Sentence.
I feel like I watched it, or no, it won a bunch of I was going to say Grammys, Oscars and stuff, right?
Yeah, and I believe one of the producers is local.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it's about something that happens to half of the population on the planet.
Yeah.
And so it really just dives into.
I might want to watch it. Period. End of story.
Period. End of sentence.
A period. End of sentence.
Yeah.
Are you thinking of the sequel?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like. I read this book about this gentleman. No, I know. But this guy tried to live an Orthodox Jewish lifestyle for an entire year. He is Jewish, but he's not Orthodox. And so one of the traditions of Orthodox Jews is that when their spouse is on her period, they don't touch them.
Right.
And so for the longest time, they thought that it was a like kind of the sexist sort of like, oh, gross, get away from me. And it was more, what he found out was more of like a mourning, the loss of the possibility of having a child.
Okay.
So when you are shedding, yeah.
I don't judge it. I find that it would seem, because I know there have been issues with stuff like tampons and things of that nature. Toxic shock and all those sort of situations.
Although
this would seem to be, to me, it actually would seem fairly easy. I was watching the demo video. She sort of rolls it up, and which allows for you to place it where it needs to be. And then once you let go of it, it expands to what you need it to be.
Right. I'm still worried about putting it in place.
Right. By the way, so do they have different sizes of them? Do you know?
Well, so I didn't know this.
You said you're using the Joe Namath brand.
No, stop it. God, jeez, Steve.
Where did you come up with that?
Hi, I'm Joe Namath. I'm not a woman, and I don't even pretend I know what goes on down there.
Preston, I think there are sizes. I'm looking now here. It says mini, size 1, and size 2, and then you can click the size.
So for the ad campaign, this would be for the regular size.
Yeah, a couple.
And the mini would be
couple.
There you go.
Oh, it actually
a couplet.
It actually goes by the sizes are based on your age, because I guess your flow changes as you age. So if you're 30 or older, so that wouldn't be me. That's a size 2.
Oh, so
under 30 is size 1, and then the mini are for first time users.
We're watching the again. Couple. So this seems. So, Kathy, the little nubby at the end that one would use to extract would seem to be about kind of the similar purpose of the string.
Right. So what you're looking at right now, that's similar to what my friend uses, but the one that I got from Target, the little nubby is kind of long. So that's why I don't know if it feels comfortable.
To paint the picture, gentlemen, if I will. The cup itself looks like the front end of a World War II bomb that you would see dropped.
Right.
In exactly. Video footage of World War II. So anyhow, but it's also got a little spire that sticks out from it.
Sort of an extended nipple.
A little handle, a little extended nipple, like a very lengthy nipple, if you will.
Right.
And that is what, now we're looking at some that actually have a ring on them. I guess these are reusable ones, Kathy.
Oh,
Are
those
they
are
disposable?
No, they're reusable. You wash them.
Which is why it's environmentally better. Okay.
And it seems to be of a very malleable polyurethane sort of thing. I do see the merit in this on one level. I think it might be a way I would go. So let me ask you one thing, and again, not to be... and then
at this point, go ahead.
She's showing to me that they do have the Joe Namath brand on Amazon. That with the tampon, you are also... sort of cleaning the area when you extract. Can you extract this?
Oh, wait, what do you mean? Like cleaning as in you think taking the tampon out is cleaning?
It does it?
Cotton swab.
No.
Okay,
No.
I don't know.
No, because
I only wipe my butt.
No, think about it. It's like it's saturated, so not so much.
No,
You're not
okay,
really
all right, that makes sense.
By the way,
I was just curious if that served a purpose that I was unaware of.
On this cup, to describe that little tip again, if you were a guy and you have one of these hands, you would take your finger and flick it and go and make that noise.
Now I know you're okay.
I have to say, Kathy, I think this actually, as Nick started again, and I agreed with his perception, this seemed like something you'd be opposed to. Now that I hear it explained, it seems actually more cleanly.
Right?
Just the extraction process seems like it would be difficult because you're talking about something that's not plugged, it's not saturated into something. It's in a cup.
Exactly.
And you got to pull that cup out, and there could be spillage.
It's like playing a game of Operation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
But
like that.
Will your nose light up if you hit the edges of your...
But you want to do it in the shower, right, Kat?
I think
in the shower, of course.
I think the shower is a good idea.
You wouldn't do it while standing on the console here in the studio, right?
I think I'm not going to go that far.
Right. But if you were at work and you didn't obviously have the shower, would you then have two cups, like take one out, put the other one in? Because... I don't know how these things work, but like if you took it out and then you had to like clean it in the sink,
right?
You couldn't do that because you're still expelling things, right?
True. But I think also the point of this is you can go much longer than a tampon. So you're not going. You can go to work for the day and then come home and change.
And if you have three of them at work, you could set up like a little 3-card Monte game with a little ball underneath one of the cups. Ooh, watch the ball. Which one has the ball?
Two more and you have a flight.
That too. Yeah.
I have a flight of menstrual fluid. Hey, Kathy, what does an ablation do? Because I hear like some women after having babies will have an ablation to help with the flow.
Jerry Lewis invented that, right?
Ablation.
Case, I'm not exactly sure, but my guess is that it helps with because your flow gets heavier.
Okay.
I think a lot of times as you age.
All right. Calls from ladies who either approve or disapprove.
I want to hear.
Let's go to Rebecca. First of all, hi, Rebecca. Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, that was well done, Rebecca.
Hey, Rebecca, what's up?
So I have been a cup wearer for many years. I actually started with the disposable soft cups, which are really easy to use, and you can actually wear them during sex.
All right, so let me just ask again, as a completely ignorant to this. So they make them in both disposable and reusable.
Yeah, so the disposable ones I just kind of wanted to start out with to try them out, but they do also work for 12 hours, so like you get that long-term use out of them.
Okay.
Versus a tampon, you know?
Yeah, and you prefer it?
I absolutely do. So it's super easy to use. So the new one that I use, the Diva Cup, there is like a suction that forms to prevent it from leaking. So I typically change in the shower.
Now,
you have to,
am I reading correctly that it says here on what you were going to comment on that you can have sex while you have it in?
absolutely. So there's another one that I got. I haven't tried yet, but it's similar to the soft cup. So it doesn't have that little nub. So it's kind of more like a saucer. and it does not leak when you're having sex, and it doesn't poke anything that's poking in you.
Wow. Okay, and again, we're trying to slalom this because listen, there is so much.
Thank you, Rebecca.
We get away with as guys with not having to operate all this additional plumbing and concern and so on and so forth. So I would endeavor in every way to make it easier to to use. So I completely. My heart and my accolades go to anyone who's attempting to juggle that kind of stuff.
Rochelle has had difficulty with it her entire life.
Oh, my God.
Okay, so it's not easy for her.
No.
Every single time.
Yeah.
So she's got some above and beyond issues.
And it can be
it's very tough. And I feel horrible for her every time that it happens. And it's just, she's been going to doctors for years to try and figure out what's wrong.
Yeah.
And they can't figure it out.
And you know that here no pun. It's like the clock is ticking to your next encounter with it, and
it's coming no matter what. Yeah.
So my friend who uses it just texted me, and she said, "No way, I would not have sex with it."
Okay. Well, I guess she said there's a different kind that's like a saucer. So
what does it say as far as the under the Joe Namath specs there?
Stop. But wait, I read about putting it in place, but there's also you can read about removing it, and the first step is wash your hands. The second step is relax.
Okay,
it's a picture of Joe Namath holding a football guard with my cup, go deep.
Yeah, a couple. Hi, I'm Broadway Joe. Oh, my God.
Now, I'm not saying I know a lot about lady parts, but I do know.
All right, let me go to Kelly. Hey there, Kelly.
Good morning, it.
Good morning, Kelly. What's up?
I love this conversation so much. I've been encouraging my friends to switch for months now.
Okay, and are you being met with deaf ears, or are they opening up about it?
So I think they have the same concerns as Kathy with, inserting, removing, and then how much it holds, too.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's so much better than tampons.
Well,
many people say
it does
that,
make sense.
And once you go to it, you're never going to go back. Like when people who switch, they are committed to it.
Kelly, how long ago did you make the switch?
So I'm actually pretty new to it. I just switched over the summer.
Oh, okay.
And I'm actually pregnant now, so it's not like I need it.
Oh, so you don't need it right now.
Can I ask you also, so in the course of an average day, and Kathy, please feel free to chime in, I should say, how often would one normally replace a tampon during the course of a day?
Oh my God.
And Kelly, depending on, I assume, what you're used to emitting.
And which day.
Yeah.
I don't know, I would say at least 5 to 6.
So
right?
5 to 6. So you could get away with this for like 12 hours?
That's what they
say.
say.
Oh, yeah. I only use it 2 to 3. I probably switch it out 2 to 3 times a day.
Oh, I'd be in.
That would be
to avoid doing that 5-6 times a day to just doing one shot.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
Totally.
And Kelly,
I'm going to do it now.
Yeah.
Kelly, when you remove it, you wash it and then put the same one back in?
Yeah. So I just rinse it out. You boil it. You're supposed to boil it once.
Stick them in a stew.
Cycle. So it's usually
once during
exactly.
a cycle. Okay. Nice. And Kathy, we can buy you these as gifts and stuff, like different colors and things like that.
We can get you one that says "World's Best Boss."
Yeah.
I'm going to get a menstrual cup in the mail now.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh my God.
Listen, we have loads of people on the line that want to talk about this. But we have to take a break. Can I go to one more?
Yeah, I would like. Yeah, we need to
Let me go to Rachel.
This.
Hi, Rachel. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Rach?
Using the cup, Gadzooks. I've been using the cup for a while. I'm on my third one.
Okay.
You're supposed to throw them out about every 2 years, or a little less. But, there's a measuring tool on the inside. So, Kathy, you could actually measure how much you are letting go.
Okay.
Got it.
Oh, okay. So as you pull it out, it's got little notches on the side of it that tells you how much. Okay.
On the inside, it actually says quarter ounce, half ounce.
Wow. Okay. So it's
like a jigger. It's
exactly. Yeah. On the rocks, please.
Right.
I'm a big fan. Good luck. I love it.
All right, Rachel. Thanks for the heads up.
That's what anybody who uses them, that's what they say. You're never going to go back once you get it down.
Reducing the amount of times you have to swap it out.
Yep.
It appears to be less detrimental to the environment. Also, it appears to be just in general more hygienic.
Nick, did you see any negatives on the text board? Because I didn't see any, and I didn't see any negative calls.
And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Very quickly, before we do the bizarre file, I got this cute little message I wanted to pass along. This was from a woman named Bonnie, who emailed me, and she said, Gadzooks, I've been listening to your show for over 10 years, man. 10. And she says, well, actually, it's more like 18 years. My daughter, Riley, has grown up listening to the show since she was in the womb. She just turned 4 in August, on August 12th. She knows all the members on the show, and she thinks of all of you as friends. We were in the car, and I had caught up on listening to your podcast, so I turned on a different show, and she immediately told me, this isn't Preston and Steve. She requested I put your show on again immediately, and it gave me a good chuckle. I'm so proud that I've created a huge PNS fan. We love you guys, and a day doesn't go by that we don't listen to you. I hope to attend one of your events one day. The main reason why I'm emailing is because we walked past a street that we always pass in Manasquan, New Jersey.
Oh, yeah.
Where we live, and I always point out the name. It's Preston Way. And Riley has always said that I need to share this with you. So I'm finally getting around to sending you an email with a photo of Riley showing off your street. She's really cute. She's standing by this little signpost, and it says Preston Way on it.
That's awesome.
I'm surprised they get us in Manasquan, unless they're listening on the app.
Yeah, I'm not. How is that far up north?
It's kind of, I mean, yeah, like I have friends that live there that I went
Like
to
Red
college.
Bank?
Yeah.
So she just wanted to send that, and she sent me a picture I thought was really, really cute. So thank you, Bonnie and Riley, for that. That was
you want a
nice.
chart?
Yeah, a chart would be good.
Jigsaw.
Or a Nell.
I don't know what happened.
That would work too. Thank you.
Thank you. When my nails start becoming farts.
Before we do our Friday song, do you want to mention your event?
Oh, yes.
You wanted to plug
sure.
that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I don't want to jam you up, man. Because
No,
I know
dude.
we have a big day here. So, it's the Kegs for Cats. It is next Friday from that's September 13th. Very cool, from 5:30 to 8:30 p.m. Benefits the Max Fund and Morris Animal Refuge. Help to support community cats in Philadelphia. Philadelphia Brewing Company is awesome, and they have an area in the back there that is perfectly suited. They have tables out there, and kind of the loading dock is the stage. But the event is benefiting, again, these cats that are homeless and in need of care. Morris Animal does a great job, and Max Fund steps in. But you buy a ticket, you're going to enjoy complimentary beer and cider, kitten cuddling, adoptable kittens from Morris Animal Refuge, live music from a great band. These dudes are insane. They dress up as cats, but they do some heavy rock. Kitty Rotten is the name. Food from Mashava, one of the absolute best food trucks in the city, featuring me, a guy named Steve Morrison, raffles, prizes, and more. And all the money raised, as I said before, will go to benefit cats in the area, the Philadelphia area, through Max Fund and Morris Animal Refuge. You can learn everything you need to know by going to PrestonSteve.com. All the information is there, and you can buy your tickets, and we'd love to see you next Friday for our first happy hour, Kegs for Cats.
Love it.
Yeah.
All right, let us bring in a Friday with our friends Froggy.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Philly Sports Trips. Join us in Clearwater Beach next March for the spring training trip of a lifetime. You can go to phillysportstrips.com and place a small deposit to reserve your spot. And we're going to have a blast again with you this time. All right, we'll start with this story. A guest at a Las Vegas strip resort is accused of using a homemade flamethrower device to trigger the building's sprinkler system in an incident that prompted a counterterrorism response.
Homemade flamethrower, huh?
Yeah, Gavin Hamilton faces
Sounds
charges.
like you.
I know, including assault with a deadly weapon, arson, and drug possession. And on Sunday, a person at the Fontainebleau, Las Vegas, called 911 about an incident inside the hotel involving maintenance workers and the building's fire protection system. Officers learned a person triggered a water flow alarm in a stairwell, leading to a worker encountering Hamilton. And when police And when maintenance workers attempted to approach Hamilton in the stairwell, he allegedly lit an unknown liquid through a hose toward them.
Jeez.
Police described the device in Hamilton's backpack as a flammable liquid connected with a 3-foot-long metal hose. While speaking with officers, Hamilton, who was covered in a black oily substance, reportedly said that he was running from 2 people in the stairwell. He said his backpack had several items inside, including bongs, butane, and a meth pipe.
So he was ready.
Which he used to create a flamethrower device.
We're looking at the mugshot. Sweet Jesus.
Yeah, Hamilton said he activated the sprinkler to...
Guy looks crazy.
He activated the sprinkler to open a locked door. Instead, only black water was released and the door did not unlock. That's why he's covered in that oily substance. It was from the water and the fire suppression
I'm not
systems.
really good with this yet.
Hamilton was a guest at the property, and he is in custody at the county detention center. A man this is in Michigan, won free wings until next year after chugging 24 ounces of ranch.
Ew!
The quickest at a restaurant on Sunday. Zach Orvis won the contest at the Harmful Rooster after chugging the ranch in 13 seconds. He was one of 12 contestants.
The Harmful Rooster?
Or Roaster.
Oh, no, I love that name, though. The Harmful Rooster would be great.
Roester. Maybe it's Roaster.
Oh.
Orvis said he is not any sort of competitive eater, but the prizes were too good to turn down. He said, I set my mind on the prize, and I just went into with an attitude like, I had this. This is going to be easy. When they said go, I started, and I didn't stop until it was gone.
We're watching the footage. Listen, it doesn't look like eating 70 hot dogs, but it's certainly disgusting.
It's ranch dressing. Yeah. He won free wings every Wednesday until the spring, a $100 gift card to the restaurant, and a wing buffet with 3 friends the night of the competition.
Tell me what wingy.
So he's pretty happy about it.
I think you could do it. The after effects might linger for way too damn long.
You're going to be burping up some gnarly flavors for a little bit.
And just think about your crap.
Law enforcement descended on a Monmouth, New Jersey and County, New Jersey recycling facility after employees reported seeing a dead body on a conveyor belt Wednesday afternoon. Workers at the Republic Services recycling facility were sorting materials on a conveyor belt around 2:40 when they saw the dead body.
Man, that's a real shame when folks be throwing away a perfectly good white boy like that.
State police were called to the building. The body of a man was found by troopers, but has not yet been identified. They don't know. I don't know.
My question is, are you supposed to put dead bodies in the recycle bin now?
Yeah, maybe that's, well, they're organic.
Right?
Yeah,
no, you can't recycle
you would
those.
compost that.
Yeah, you would compost. Agreed. All right, in California, the Monterey County Sheriff's Office has arrested a man after he allegedly began to this is terrible, fire multiple weapons and killed 81 animals during an approximate 3-hour period. This is a really weird story. The sheriff's office said that they booked Vincent Joseph Arroyo into the Monterey County Jail on suspicion of discharging a gun with gross negligence, illegally possessing an assault weapon, animal cruelty, vandalism, making threats, and being a felon in possession of a firearm. His bail is now set at $1 million, by the way. The sheriff's department said these animals varied from miniature horses to goats and chickens and ducks and guinea pigs.
So was it like at a petting zoo or what?
He said we had cockatoos, all different kinds of animals. You know what, Steve? It doesn't say in the article.
It sounds like a wide variety of animals.
He said these were all people's pets, and they were being cared for, and they were all shot and killed.
That's horrific.
Must have been some kind of refuge for maybe sick pets or something like that, or a kennel of sorts. 8 firearms were discovered at the scene, and during a search warrant served at his home, investigators found 7 more, bringing the total number of firearms seized at 15.
Any explanation as to what motivated him to do this?
Nope. Within those firearms, they said we had at least 1 assault rifle and 2 unserialized firearms, commonly referred to as ghost guns. So here's how it went. The sheriff's office explained they began getting several calls on Tuesday about 3:30 in the morning. Someone firing a gun. When deputies got to the scene, it was essentially a vineyard. It was covered in thick vegetation. Deputies said the gunfire didn't stop. They ordered a shelter in place for those living nearby. Deputies said they could hear various calibers of weapons being fired. And since it was dark that early in the morning, it made it very hard for them to immediately find who was behind the trigger. The sheriff called for help, including the Monterey County SWAT team, drones from the fire department as well. Authorities were finally able to spot Arroyo from a drone, and the SWAT team moved in with an armored vehicle commanding him to stand down.
Jeez.
They were able to arrest him without incident. When they were finally able to secure the scene, deputies found about 80 miniature horses, goats, rabbits, guinea pigs, chickens, ducks, and other types of birds had been killed.
It's so sad.
The sheriff's office said some animals had survived, but they were taking the SPCA to be euthanized due to the severity of their injuries.
So do people they were caring for people's pets, I guess?
That's my guess.
Oh, my God.
They recovered multiple long rifles, shotguns, and handguns, including an illegal assault weapon. A motivate for the shooting is part of the investigation. I've never heard of anything like that.
No, it's horrible.
Before. All right, we got to wrap up there, unfortunately, because we've got a bunch of guests joining us when we return, and the back to school A to Z. Obviously, we're in the J's, I said, and we're going to be sucking on chili dogs.
Oh, yeah.
Speaking of chili dogs and food and all that, Sweet Lucy's is here this morning, and we love Sweet Lucy. Hang on, I have a little clip to play. So, Sweet Lucy's is an awesome barbecue joint. I just had some of the pulled pork.
Mashed potatoes?
Or maybe, I'm sorry, yeah, pulled pork. The mashed potatoes are out of this world.
I love mashed potatoes.
Super garlicky. Yum. And the baked mac and cheese, it is through the roof. So I have a $50 gift card for caller number 20 at 215-263-WMMR. We will take care of you right now.
Do you need me?
No, you're good. Thank you. So you can make game day easy with catering from Sweet Lucy Smokehouse, from slow cooked ribs, brisket, pulled pork, chicken, homemade sliders, desserts, salads, and more. Sweet Lucy's been serving up happiness for over 20 years. Visit sweetlucy's.com. Caller 20. You get it. When we come back, we're going to talk to Adam Ferrara and Marisa Magnata. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Just people who are eating their breakfast.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's, yes.
Right.
Yeah, of course.
But I'd say, for half the audience, this is a really relatable topic.
All right.
Most definitely.
Nice.
Okay. And those of us who are married are probably concerned about our ladies as well about that whole thing. So,
yes.
I would like to applaud Kathy Romano for being so forthcoming.
No pun intended.
No pun intended with her personal life.
I will let you know how it goes.
Please keep us updated. Let's start posting your flow chart.
Okay.
And let's add Joe Namath and see if you can get an endorsement.
Yeah.
Sometimes when I play golf, I will get something stuck in my head. Either it's a song or something somebody said. And because you're spending a lot of time, walking and your mind is free to just think. And these things pop in my head and they will play for 4 hours over in my head. Yesterday, I had the weirdest one.
Yeah.
And it made me realize that I think I would have been a good husband to Kathy.
To Kathy?
No, you would not have.
I'll explain.
All right.
So all that was going through my head yesterday was, Baba Ganoush! Say it, Kathleen.
Baba Ganoush!
And what I realized is that's how she calls our wolf, Boltar, by screaming Baba Ganoush. But I realized that I actually like the sound of Kathy's voice when she's yelling at you.
Really?
Hence, I would have made a good husband.
I have not developed
to
it like
Kathy
yet.
Romano. I know.
That doesn't mean you would be a good husband. That means that you would just enjoy a lot of the anger.
Yeah, which means I'd be a good husband.
Yeah,
You're angry most of the
angry.
time. So, no, but I realized I like the sound of her voice when she gets mad or when she starts yelling. And I know some.
You find it amusing.
I do.
You would, though, to be in close proximity to it constantly would not be as enjoyable.
I see some of the text sometime that it drives people crazy when Kathy gets all fired up about something. I like it. I mean, I think just the sound of her voice, whatever it is, the resonance of your voice when you yell.
Here's the difference, though.
I like it.
You hop in your car and you go home.
I go home. I don't have to live with it.
Right.
Trust me.
So
like
you're like, wow, that seems great.
Yeah.
That's I just.
What does that mean,
people,
Steve?
With my wife, they say you must laugh and laugh and laugh all the time.
Right.
And then say, yeah, I laugh and laugh all the time.
But I find it entertaining when Kathy gets fired up and starts yelling about something. And I've realized it's the actual sound of her voice, not necessarily what she's saying.
Let's cut to the real chase here.
Yeah.
Marisa or Kathy, if you had to marry one.
Marry one?
And as you said, you could, be in close proximity.
Yeah.
Which one?
I love the tones of your yelling voice, Kathy, but I would marry Marisa in a heartbeat.
Are you sure
over
Kathy
you.
can cook?
She can?
No.
She can't. Are you crazy?
Cooks.
Marisa can't cook. I know that.
Preston would be doing the cooking. That's not even on the table.
I don't know, man. Marissa's pretty controlling.
Not as controlling as her.
I don't know.
All right,
wait.
All right, Kathy. on the show here of the guys.
Oh God.
Oh.
It's you started it, Preston, with this realization that you're madly in love with Kathy. Who on the show would you pick as the best husband? Not lover or, into your crazy S&M stuff.
Okay, all right. Just husband-wise?
Just husband-wise.
Marisa.
Now you have to pick one of the guys.
I thought it might be Steve because Steve is in schmoopy doopy cool.
She doesn't like that, though.
Oh,
Do
really?
you really think that I would
Okay.
be like
She's not going to answer. You want to know why?
I love you.
She's not going to answer because
well, let me
it's
think about
me.
it.
It's not. See, I knew you'd think that. Just on a basic level.
No. Here,
Think about it.
Don't answer for me.
There she goes.
Will you marry me?
Yeah.
I love it.
It would have to be, honestly, I'm not joking, the most organized person. And I think, Casey, that's definitely not you because I've seen your closet. I think it's going to have to be Steve.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're pretty organized, aren't
He's
you?
very organized.
I am pretty organized.
He puts things in
On
right
some
angles.
level. Though I would say this, I am bizarrely, I will do like this. I will keep things at angles.
Yeah.
I'm not as clean as you are, Like
we could get a cleaning lady.
all right. I thought Nick might be that if you're talking organizational.
Are you serious?
I mean, not with his post-war Berlin look at a station here.
This is the only space I have.
Yeah.
It is.
By design.
Yeah, I know. But I allow you, Kathy, to throw my stuff away. I don't care. Like if there's accumulation of crap, it's fine with me if you grab it and toss it.
Okay. Okay, good.
All right, Marisa. Who would you? Because Marisa, you don't want to get married at all, though.
No, I would never want to settle down. Just kidding, Mom. I don't know. I don't want to choose.
You have to.
It's not an insult.
See, but she's got 4 to choose from, and we just have 2, so it's pretty easy for us.
It's okay.
Well, technically, Steve lives in the city.
That's important to you.
Because I'm paying city taxes, I'm much more attractive. Yes.
No, I don't know. You guys all have your own good qualities.
I would pick you for Preston. We can make it happen.
He does play instruments. I do like guys that play instruments.
There we go. You would call them musicians,
He
right?
has a beard, kind of, a little bit.
Facial
He
hair.
has a beard.
He likes cheese.
He loves cheese.
I love cheese.
There you go.
Well,
He's a good cook.
We are meant to be.
It's a
Preston.
match made in
Swimming in
heaven.
brie. What's that?
Because you do these things as you start when you're in the dating. There's the check columns.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Cheese? Hair?
Beard. His beard is made of cheese.
Kathy, do you think I'm attractive?
Wow. All the Buckle Bunnies laughed.
Now I have to reveal it.
We're excited to have our next guest on, and outside of acting, he has a whole world of music and is bringing that here to the Philadelphia area. It was just announced he's going to be playing Ardmore Music Hall on March 12th.
It's a great venue.
Tickets will go on sale tomorrow for the show, so please welcome Kiefer, William Frederick, Dempsey, George, Rufus, Sutherland this morning.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
That's what the Wikipedia page calls you, Kiefer, but I had no idea you had so many middle names.
Yeah, I think my father was in a lot of debt when I was born, and I think he just kept telling people that I'll name my son after you if you forgive the bill.
Wow. Well, that's the way to approach it.
Kiefer, so question about the show at Ardmore Music Hall. Is this a full band? Is this you and a guitar, acoustic? What kind of show is it going to be?
It's going to be acoustic. So part of the show is just going to be me, and then I have 2 fantastic special guests: Mark Copley, who's an extraordinary guitar player, and Rocco DeLuca, who's going to be playing pedal steel and lap steel.
Ooh, it's a cool sound.
I beg your pardon?
That's a cool sound. The pedal steel.
Yeah, it is, and he's a phenomenal player as well. And but what I really enjoy about the show is it's so intimate, and we get to kind of tell some stories about why I think these songs are worth you listening to in the first place, and have a drink and play some songs, and it's just a really nice night to kind of come together, especially after the last 2 years. Yeah. So really, really looking forward to it.
As a performer, as a guy who I'm sure, since you're musically inclined, has probably played with bands and so on, you and a guitar, that's pretty naked up on stage. Did it take a little while to get to that point and feel comfortable doing shows like that?
I'm still not comfortable. I mean, I think one of the funny things, as an actor, if you get a little nervous, and I do, I use that nervous energy. You put your hands in your pocket if they start to shake a little. Doesn't work as well for a guitar player.
Yeah.
And look, if it does, I've always believed very strongly, if it doesn't make you a little nervous, you should probably doing something else.
Okay.
And so. Yeah, for me now, it just kind of goes away after the first or second chord. But certainly waiting in the wings to go on stage, either as an actor or as a player. It gets my adrenaline going. And,
cool.
And I hope it will feel like that till the day I die.
Well, the album is called Bloor Street, and it's your third. And and it's funny. I know that when you have somebody who's known for what you're known for, and you take the foray into music, of course you're obviously going to be met with the initial, okay, what's this guy doing? And the truth of the matter is, as I was listening to a lot of the music, it's very good, and it's and also reading about your approach to it and your love of it and how visceral it is to you. You love your acting world as well, and in fact, during the lockdown and pandemic, most of the hardcore stuff, you were still busy. I think you did 2 movies and a limited series. And the question I have for you is, prior to that all happening, you wrote a couple of songs, and then you wrote the bulk of it during the pandemic. Would we be able to discern the songs that were written prior? Do you think?
That's a great question. I think you would. I had such a profound kind of reaction to the lockdown. I've been moving at a mile a minute for the last 20 years. I don't think I've been home for more than 3 weeks for the last 10 years. And so all of a sudden, I'm actually sitting in my house, and it's like, oh, wow, I actually like my house. And, oh, cool, I actually like my dog. And I like my girlfriend. And, wow, this is pretty cool. And so I became profoundly grateful. I've been fortunate enough to have a career that people can only really dream of. I've been allowed to do things that I'm interested in, and I know that's not what everybody gets. So a lot of the songs, whether it was songs like So Full of Love, if you had told me 4 years ago that I was going to write that song and write a song that was so positive, I'd have stabbed you in the heart with a pencil. I just wouldn't have believed you.
It would be hard. It's hard to wrap your mind around it, yeah.
And there I am sitting in the shower going, so full of love, I can't hold it down. I'm like, who the is this guy? So that was kind of my reaction to the pandemic. And I don't want to minimize how difficult a time this has been for so many people. But I couldn't help but be really grateful for my family and my friends who I wasn't allowed to see like everybody else. And it afforded me time to take stock in my own life and how lucky I have been.
Well, I wanted to ask about the title track, Bloor Street, because I don't know at what point that song was written, but, it seems to be a nostalgic look back at a hometown. I get this kind of... Bruce Springsteen, My Hometown, lyrically, Main Street from Bob Seger, something.
Bob Seger, one of my favorite songs. Yeah.
And I've always loved that type of song. It could be talking about an existence, a place that I have no connection with growing up, but I still get an emotional connection to it. Is this indeed about Toronto, your hometown? Or?
It is. Bloor Street is the main thoroughfare through Toronto, going east and west. And we were shooting a television show there called Designated Survivor, and I hadn't been home. We were there for 3 years, and I hadn't been home for that long a period of time since I was maybe 16 years old. And I came upon this kind of main intersection in Toronto, Bloor Street and Yonge Street, and I realized all of my firsts had happened there. My first job at the food court in the Hudson Bay Center, my first meaningful kiss with a girl in front of the Bloor Street subway.
Wow.
I think the first fight I ever got in and lost was on that corner. So I just got very nostalgic and just started writing really about how grateful I was that I could grow up in that town, which afforded us a kind of...
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kath. Our next guest is going to be performing at Soul Joel's Comedy Club, and I think it's no secret he's one of our most favoritist peoples in the world. Love having him on anytime at all. Please give some love to Mr. Adam Ferrara.
They are.
What's up,
How
bud?
is everybody?
We're wonderful, man. We're doing great. Happy to be talking to you. How are you? How are things in your world?
Things are very good, except, first of all, I was listening to the show while I was making my coffee this morning, and all I heard was Casey say, "You have to tighten the hole before you penetrate." Capri Sun band.
Yeah.
Many euphemisms were flying out accidentally there.
Were you a Capri Sun fan?
No, I was not a Capri Sun. It was always like an IV bag, you know.
Yeah.
And I was a little too. I was at the point where I was old enough to know what an IV bag was, and I'm like, I'm not.
It was too medical for you to enjoy it as a kid. Yeah.
You know what we had? Yoo-hoo. That's the kind of. Remember Yoo-hoo?
Oh, yeah. Yoo-hoo has been the subject of an ongoing battle for many. Nick, you contend it's not chocolate milk at all. It is, and in fact, it is not called a
drink.
Chocolate. It is a chocolate drink.
Yeah.
I don't believe there's actually any milk findable in Yoo-hoo.
I have a can of it here, Adam, and the main ingredient, I bet you can guess, is high fructose corn syrup. And I love chocolate milk. I do not like Yoo-hoo, and that's just a personal taste thing. But do you like it? Are you a fan?
I was when I was a kid. Then I realized I'm killing myself. Why don't I just drink McDonald's fry grease? We had Quick. Did you guys have Quick?
Quick. Nestle, Ovaltine. I was an Ovaltine fan. I was traumatized by Yoo-hoo. Obviously you go up in New York and you go to the Bronx Zoo a couple thousand times for field trips, and my mother packed my lunch. Guys, I'm going to have to relive it again for you right now. But she figured that if she froze my Yoo-hoo by the time I had lunch, and no, it was frozen solid, and I became known school-wide as the kid with the frozen Yoo-hoo. Try coming back from that.
That's not all right. That's pretty rough.
Yeah. So,
Adam, by the way, you had mentioned Quick. I actually still have the cup. That I don't know if you remember the cup. Where was
rabbit on it?
The rabbit,
yes,
and the ears were the handles for the cup. Yeah, I still have it.
Yeah, they have that, and they had strawberry Quick too.
Yes, strawberry Quick.
I was a fan of that for sure.
I love all that stuff.
And then you get older and you realize, what the hell were you feeding me?
It wasn't good.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I mean,
my mother, I was probably breastfeed while she was smoking a cigarette.
We would eat. The cereals were ridiculous. Sugar Smacks were one of my favorite. It's as sweet as you could possibly get. And then we went on a kick in my family where we would eat grapefruit, but we would put a half a cup of sugar on top of it when we would eat it. So,
oh God, we used to do it with Rice Krispies because Rice Krispies didn't have any sugar on it. So it was snap, crackle, diabetes.
And then at the bottom, Adam, when you would drink the milk, it would be like drinking insulin.
Yep.
It was because it was all the sugar had descended in the bowl, but that's what you played for. And I remember they just abandoned all pretense. Well, they really didn't cultivate it earlier on. Later on, you started to get the, the sort of granola stuff, but like Cookie Crisp and things that look like, it was cookies for breakfast.
This was the worst one is when they had this sugar cereal named King Vitamin, like it was good for you.
I don't remember
King Vitamin, and then same company did Quisp and Quake. Remember Quisp and Quake?
Yes.
There were two schools of thought. You were either, again, they tried it. If you can set up sort of a division in your consumer base, it's kind of fun. So you were either Quisp or Quake, right? Yeah. That was the big ad campaign at the time. And which did you favor? Do you remember?
I remember Quisp because I liked the little guy with the hat.
He was an alien.
Yep.
Yeah.
There was an alien. But the best way to eat cereal was out of the box watching Saturday morning cartoons in your pajamas.
Absolutely. These days, Seinfeld's well known for his love of cereal. And will you occasionally break out the cereal for a breakfast?
If I'm on the road somewhere, to be honest with you, because I don't know what it is if I'm on the road. Well, I can eat this because I'm on the road. I'll get the variety packs. Variety.
Yes. Yeah.
And you cut open the box, and you actually use that as the bowl.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you're in a hotel. Yeah, I'll do that.
Hey,
I found, and then sometimes if Saturday mornings I'll do it. I'll eat the cereal out of the box, watching cartoons. Now I'm eating sugar, and when I was a kid, watching racist cartoons.
Yeah, that's right. It's part of the deal. Part of the deal.
Adam, I brought this in.
Hong Kong Phooey.
I remember Hong Kong Phooey. And there was
one super guy.
That's right.
Yeah. God Almighty! There was also a series. You remember the Amazing Chan and the Chan Clan?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. How insulting is that to Asian people?
It was horrible.
Yeah. By the way, I brought this in, Adam. I had this on my desk. I have a little. I was a huge fan of Quisp, so I have a Quisp bobblehead, and his little pinwheel or his little thing spins on the top of his head. Isn't that awesome?
That you got the rabbit cup from Quet. And you're grown men.
We're grown men.
Oh wait, no, it gets worse. Hang on 1 second.
Oh yeah, Casey's got this.
You remember this guy?
Yes, Alf.
This is Alf doll.
Yeah, we're giant children.
You've been here. You've seen my office, Adam. It's a bunch of toys, but I contend this notion here is that the nostalgia eventually takes hold, and all these things just make you giddy, and you hit that point in life where, like, look at Quisp, and you freak out, and it just happens. I don't remember being this way years ago, but now I'm solidly in the pocket.
Yes, I'm the same way.
Yeah.
Even like the cereal. I mean, it still makes me. I can't eat anything anymore. I got a toe cramp in the middle of the night last night, and I thought that was it for me. With his second toe, just goes over. Oh, the big toe needs a hug. That's what happened. My wife.
Why does that happen?
Magnesium deficiency. My wife knew it. She goes, "You need more magnesium."
Wow.
Really?
Yeah. So now this morning for breakfast, I had a laptop battery.
That's lithium.
Is that it?
Yeah.
It's lithium, not magnesium.
That's
But
funny.
yeah, no, I'm firmly in the pocket, and I do it on the. I find it manifesting on my podcast because I'm getting old. I'm getting rock and roll stars when I was a kid that I could actually talk to.
Right.
That was great. I mean, I had Ann Wilson on. I had Billy Gibbons on. I had Steve Vai. You know, it's like it brings me so much joy to make those people laugh. Stevie Van Zandt, I actually got to make him laugh a lot.
That's
great.
Phenomenal. Wow.
Yeah.
Bruce just came through town not that long ago. I didn't go to the show. Kathy went to it, said it was incredible. And that guy's a legend. So when you sit down, and you're a musician yourself as well, when you sit down,
band guitar. Let's using the word musician lightly.
Yeah.
I've seen you play. You're more talented than you're leading on. But when you sit down with these guys, and you're going to interview them, you got to walk the line between fanboy and interviewer. And so, do you walk that line pretty well?
I like to think I do because I actually genuinely want to ask questions that I want to know about. And I do a lot of research, so I'm not as giddy because I have like a structure. Like I just had Lee Sklar on, who's any bass player knows he's a legend. He toured with Phil Collins. Right. He was James Taylor's band. He's in the documentary Immediate Family. So I got to talk to him, and there was a story where they went down in a plane. That James Taylor went down. They had to land in a field. And the pilots, once they landed, the pilots ran away. It was in the article. Pilots ran away. They just went, "The hell with this!" And they kept going, "I don't care about your drums, your guitar. Get the hell out of it." It ran away from the scene.
That is wild.
They had to send a bus to come pick them up, and they got to the show. 8:00 show went off at 2 a.m., and the audience still stayed to see them.
Wow. That's a hell of a story.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is that dynamic that you walk when you have somebody that is a guest and you are, you
guys get it when
all the time. Yeah.
All the time when they walk in, you're like, "That's him."
But Kevin Costner came in recently, and I had like 9 pages of notes, because you want to make sure that, you don't want to, and again, well, let me ask you this. Who's gonna walk in on your podcast one day and prove the most difficult for Adam Ferrara not to fanboy over?
Pope.
The Pope. You're a big Pope fan.
I want to ask about the car. I want to ask about Covet. I think that's number 4.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at the 10 Commandments, I'm good with 4 out of 10. I'm solid.
Yeah.
6 are hit and miss. So I'm batting 400 down here. I mean, that's all star number.
What's the 4 you're nailing?
Thou shalt not kill.
Okay.
All right.
I got that one. The commit adultery, I think I got.
You think you got. You think you have. Yeah.
No, I got that now. I mean, when you're a kid before you're married, you got a girlfriend, you're on the road.
Right. But you're right.
Here's that thing with the wife. I am so guilty. I could never do anything because I would walk home As soon as I got home, she'd be like, "How was the road?" I messed up.
Yeah.
I would crumble.
Yeah.
So I got kill, steal. I think as a kid, younger, but I got.
But now you got.
But currently, you're not stealing, right?
No, currently I'm fine. I got. As soon as I stopped eating the sugar cereal, everything fell.
And that is the third of the commandments: no sugary cereal.
What about honor thy father and mother?
I got that.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
The first one's killing, right? Second one's stealing.
And the third one is right to bear arms.
Are you talking about the
Right to
commandments?
bear arms. Yeah.
No. The first one is there can only be one God. The second
No
one
false.
is remember the first one.
The Titans.
The Titans.
Right.
And then you got to go to church mass on every Sunday and holy day of obligation.
You got it down. You're sort of paraphrasing, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I think one is you never talk about Fight Club.
Yeah.
And then the second one is the same as the first one.
Did you do the whole thing, the communion, the confirmation? Adam, I assume
Here's
you
what
did.
happened. My father sat me down right after my confirmation. He's like, "Oh, look, you've been baptized. You made your first communion. You made your confirmation. All your paperwork's done. If you want to go to church, you can go with your mother. I won't be there because God is everywhere. So come Sunday, God and I are going to be watching football."
Yeah, I remember that. For us, the Sunday Mass ended with my father getting a 17-foot fishing boat. And that was that. Yeah. So the weekends, and he employed that same line of thinking. He's everywhere. He'll be on the boat with us.
Yeah, and that was the thing about this. He goes, "We only get so many weekends, all right?" What worse is when my father, when someone would invite us to a wedding on like a 3-day weekend, "We're not going. We're not going." Go with your son. He should know better. We're not going. Go out of the boat.
We were talking about, Nick just talked about, he's now newly married and had the most incredible, they sort of made it an affair where they just went by themselves to Seattle and Washington, I should say, and Mount Rainier.
Yep.
Most incredible wedding photos you've ever seen. Where do you stand on the notion of that whole thing about big wedding? You just brought up weddings or eloping, quiet, smaller affairs. Just do something for you.
Well, I'm going. Actually, Tanner Faust from Top Gear is getting married. September. We're going to Colorado, going to his farm. We're going to go see him. That's nice because I haven't seen him for a while, so we're making it a vacation. I guess it really depends on if you like the person getting married.
Yeah. Totally.
That is a decider.
My buddy was going to be fun. We'll make it a weekend, honey. But if it's like one of her friends, you're like, how rude are these friggin' people? You kidding me? Wild card weekend, you're going to get married? What's the matter with you?
Oh, that's the most obnoxious when we're getting married over Thanksgiving. It's like, really?
Yeah.
Really? Well, everyone will be together. No, we'd be together to have a meal. That's enough to handle. And you throw that on top. It's presumptuous to think that people will just cash in one of their beloved holidays to watch you get married.
Yeah, I got married in the Redwoods because my wife's from San Francisco.
Wow.
And we were living together. I'll tell you what, we were living together, right? And I had just gotten Top Gear, and I had to get insurance. And to be honest with you, it was cheaper if I die if we're married. The premiums were cheaper. So,
yes.
So I told my wife, "Well, we got to get married." And when I looked at when I looked at the calendar, my dad had passed away 3 years before, and the anniversary of his death was coming up. So I called my wife and I said, "Honey, we're going to get married February next week." Why? I said, because that's the day Pop died. So if we get married on that day, now it's no longer the day Pop died.
Yeah.
It's our anniversary. I'm taking our power back.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. That is beautiful. That is beautiful. Yeah, you mentioned Top Gear, and it was great. Loved it. Loved your iteration. Loved all the stuff that you did. Loved that we can vicariously live through your experiences. But I do know that you had a track record of some getting in some precarious situations. What's the
wrecking things?
Wrecking things. You wrecked a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
How? What was the moment at which you came closest to death on that show?
There was a couple. There was the last one was the Rubicon Trail. I was in a Geo Tracker that we had up on 38, so the balance point of the truck was wonky.
Right.
So that high. And so we're going up in the Rubicon Trail. There's no guardrails. It's a mountain. It's like Indiana Jones thing on a wobbly bridge. That's where I am.
Yeah.
So I'm on the side of the road, and the car starts, the balance point comes over. The car starts tipping over. I'm on 2 wheels.
Wow.
And I'm looking over, and I just see sky out of the passenger window. And I'm in a 5-point harness so I can't. All I could do is shift my weight to the left, and everything got real quiet, and time stopped because it could have gone either way.
Jeez. And you're mic'd up at this. You're recording,
Mic'd
right?
up.
Yeah.
Tanner and Rudder behind me on the radio. They're screaming on the radio. This because they can see it. They're behind me. And everything just stopped. And I'll be honest with you, fellas. In my head, I was like, okay, if this is it, this is it. And I went through the checklist. I go, all right, I got the insurance. Peter, my manager, he'll take care. He'll make sure to take care of everything. My mom will be fine. She'll find the money I stashed in the office that I've been gambling with. So that'll be fine. And I'm going through everything. And all of a sudden, boom, the car came down. And I went, what? Still here.
I mean, that's scary ass stuff. I remember once I hydroplaned on, the Seaford Oyster, the parkway there,
135.
There, exactly. So I hit a patch. It was at night, classic. You couldn't see the water. I went into it. I was driving my mother's. It was a '68 Le Mans, and it's a powerful car. And I went up on the 2 wheels. Car spun around up on the 2 wheels. And you're right, time stands still. It's like, and then you start to teeter back the right way, boom, and then it snaps you out of it. But I can remember every second of that.
Did your life flash before your eyes? Or anything like that?
I was fairly young at that point, so I didn't have much to remember. Yeah. So, but I mean, man, I was watching an interview with you a while ago, and you talked about that. I forget what you were driving, but that. When you start to have the car wobble underneath you when you're going at a certain speed.
Wobble,
yeah.
And that was a Ferrari F12.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, the F12 Berlinette. I did 188.
Whoa. Wow.
Yeah, on a causeway. So it wasn't on a runway where it's a groomed surface. It's a road, right?
Yeah.
So flying down this causeway in Utah, right? And you're talking to the camera, so it's not like a straight speed run. You got to do stuff. And that's a 211-mile-an-hour car. So I'm at 188, and my ass sensed a speed wobble.
Wow.
Now, what a speed wobble is when you're like, hey, what's that? Dead. That's what it is, 180. So I lifted off the accelerator. I lifted off the gas at 188. And like I said, 211-mile-an-hour car. I actually heard the car say,
"Oh, take him away. He bores me."
But yeah, you get that because around 140, a car starts getting light. You can feel it coming up off the suspension. So yeah, it's real scary when you mess around. The other time I almost died, I was in a Jeep that I made an amphibious boat. I put it in a Boston whaler, and we were going across one of the Great Lakes to Canada. And all of a sudden, the waves started coming up, and God said, "I want this." And it just the ocean swallowed it.
Wow.
Thank God I wasn't strapped in because that would have been it. There was like $20,000 worth of camera equipment in that thing. And it just straight down. You can, I think it's on my Facebook page. You can see the helicopter shot.
Dude, I gotta see that.
Yeah.
Listen, Adam, I hate to cut this short. You had mentioned your dad watching football on Sundays. The Eagles are in Brazil. They play tonight. Marisa is actually in Brazil. She's in Sao Paulo right now, and we have to check in with her. She's on hold, waiting for us to go to her.
Check in. Tell her I'm taking the Eagles. I'm laying 2.5.
All right, laying 2.5. Soul Joel's Comedy Club tonight and tomorrow. There are shows at 7 and 9. You will have a great time. It is a guarantee.
He's just one of the best.
Adam is the man and is in charge. We will talk to you soon, my friend, okay?
Love you guys. Be
Love
well,
you
be
too.
happy.
We'll see you. Adam Ferrara, guys. All right, with that, we are going to head to Brazil, and we have to do a little changeover, because it's also via Zoom, which we were just joining Adam on as well.
The old dipsy-do?
Yeah, we're doing a little dipsy-do.
Okay.
And once that's done,
A little dipsy-do.
we will be able to get in touch with Marisa. So there's a little scrambling that's happening as we speak. So I think we might be set to go. Yes, the music says we are ready. We've been talking to her the past few days from Rio de Janeiro, but now in Sao Paulo.
Oh, she looks like she's at a beach or a marina.
Marisa Magnata.
Hey!
What's up, Marisa?
Hi guys, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Yeah, you got Hobie
Fabulous.
cats. You got some Hobie cats behind you there.
Yes, we have relocated to a lakeside resort in Sao Paulo, and it's beautiful here. I mean, look at these. There's like right on the other side of the camera, there are zip lines. Behind me is a huge lake that people are kayaking on and taking these Hobie cats on. It's really cool.
It's a big resort lake area that you're in?
Yeah, exactly. See, so I can best describe it now, guys, as like Super Bowl feeling. Like,
wow,
Philadelphians and Packers have kind of taken over Sao Paulo in like hundreds of miles away. You guys don't, Casey, I don't know where you stayed in Jacksonville, but my dad and I stayed in Gainesville, and that was about 90 minutes away from the stadium.
Oh,
so
wow.
that's what we're doing now. We're about 50 miles from the stadium, and we'll travel in today. So like the NFL experiences and all are around the stadium. We'll get to see all of that today.
Cool.
All right. Well, I thought you were going to.
All right,
Your hand was up first.
So, Marisa, when we went to London 5 or 6 years ago, there were not a lot of Jaguars fans there, and there were a ton of Eagles fans. Do Packers fans travel well? Are you seeing a bunch of Packers fans in Brazil?
So everywhere that we've been, I'd say it's about 80-20 Eagles fans.
Okay.
Every flight we've been on had literally one lone Packers fan who I've talked to all times. And, we're having fun. There's always somebody that rises them a little too much. But from what I'm hearing, Packers fans travel well. And so somebody pointed out to me on our flight from Rio to Sao Paulo yesterday that just because we were leaving out of Miami, maybe Packers fans didn't leave internationally from Miami. So they were flying somewhere else and staying somewhere else. There's kind of this hope that like when we get to Sao Paulo today, there's going to be tons of Packers fans. I'm coming up with all these theories. My other theory is that Eagles fans just made this more of a vacation and traveled earlier.
Yeah.
Maybe the Packers fans came straight to Sao Paulo and didn't leave until earlier this week instead of leaving last Friday like we did.
Well, so maybe like the group that you're with, you're kind of surrounded with the people that made it a vacation, and not that the other people are not, but so it's being reported this morning they had direct flights that left. So people did leave, whether it was yesterday or today, and they took that direct flight there. Also, we're hearing that there's going to be like tailgating that normally happens in South Philly outside of Corinthian Stadium. Do you know about this, and are you going to it?
I mentioned that we're going to head to the city a little early today, right?
That's what you're going to do?
Well, because if you guys remember the Eagles game that we went to in London a bunch of years ago, and they do the same thing for the draft, like the NFL makes experiences. So they kind of make sure the area is covered around the stadium with NFL themed things. And then there's going to be bars and places to go ahead of time. Again, just like we did for the Eagles game, we went to a bar not too far away and tailgated there. I mean, my friends and I were playing flip cup on a table at an Irish pub.
Oh, that's wild.
Pretty funny. Now, so you guys are about an hour and a half away from the stadium. What's funny is, so the Eagles, this is technically a home game for them. So their hotel is like right next to the stadium. The Packers, the away team, they have to commute about an hour and a half to 2 hours to the stadium today because they're the away team. So they might actually be with you guys. They might be in the same resort as you guys.
And what we're learning definitely is the traffic around here is so unpredictable. We got to the airport about an hour and a half early yesterday because our guides were saying it's the only way to do it. There could be no traffic or there could be a 2-hour unexpected commute. It's pretty crazy. But guys, at the airport in Rio, they already had an NFL shop set up. So everybody came duty free. And then suddenly there was this NFL experience with all of these fans just in there. They had a little bit of the Eagles Packers merchandise for the game. It sold out really quickly. And then some other teams. And there were definitely American fans. Part of this trip were buying the Sao Paulo merch, but then there were also some other travelers just buying stuff from other teams.
Think of the juggernaut the NFL is, and then sort of this global effort that they're trying to mount here. I wonder, I don't know if you've heard anything or, from anybody there, but do you think that this first game opener thing is, away is going to become the norm?
So, Steve, it has actually been said by Jeffrey Lurie himself that he is trying to open this gate for the Eagles to play here every couple of years.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
In Brazil in particular.
Yeah, so, yesterday he actually had a roundtable discussion, and he brought the Eagles Autism Organization, the organization he's super passionate about, and he hosted an event here in Sao Paulo with some local autism organizations. So he's bringing all of his forces here, and he says that they're trying to do this every couple of years. I mean, the same way the Jaguars do it in London, and somebody does it in Germany, has been doing it in Germany for the past couple of years. This could be our new home base.
Marisa, there's some people walking behind you. Inform them that earlier you saw a shark.
Yes. In a lake.
In a lake.
There's the freshwater shark.
Yeah.
Marisa, we talked about it before you left, but how's the toilet paper situation?
Oh, yeah.
It is exactly what was expected.
Okay.
Which means, for those who don't know, they don't flush their toilet paper.
Right.
They throw it in a trash can.
Okay.
They use the used toilet paper for decoupage.
Because you brought it up, guys, I have never seen a bidet before. Are they really just like the little spray things from the side of the sink?
Yeah. Well,
sometimes, but usually, you can. So you're not sitting; it's just on the sink.
No, it's like hanging next to the toilet.
Yeah,
and it's just like the little like spray thing that you like.
Yeah, what, a spray bottle? A bottle?
No, I think it's like a hose.
Like a hose.
Okay.
Like a shower. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Mine is built right into the toilet, but I'm not as continental.
Right.
Right. That's pretty wild.
Here's something you guys are going to notice today in the game. It is going to see people in sweatshirts and jackets.
Yeah.
And jeans. It is chilly here. It was definitely warm earlier when we were in Rio, but now that we've come a little south, we're all bundled up. Last night was pretty chilly when we got here. So
yeah, it's the opposite there. Further south you go, the colder it gets. Question: So, would you say it's low 60s or something like that?
Yeah, it's definitely about 63 right now.
Okay.
And we're an hour ahead of you guys. We, had dinner just last night at the resort, and I was like, oh crap, it is going to be cold at this game. So it's going to look like a nice fall game in the stadium.
I think it's like 68, 69 here, sucker.
Do you have the right gear to wear? Did you bring it?
Oh, big deal. I'll figure it out.
Which means no. Of course not.
It means she's stopping at the NFL shop.
She is buying something there, and she's going to look great.
Yeah, you didn't bring that Eagles jacket with you?
I think I told you guys I am choosing to not wear anything green.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So just to explain, because there's been a lot of miscommunication about this. People are literally saying don't wear green in Brazil. And that's just silly because green is one of the national colors. It's the main color in the flag.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Corinthians team does not wear green. So they are black and white. And that are the colors that the Eagles are wearing. The Packers will be wearing green and yellow, which is the color of their opposing team. So pretty much being an Eagles fan and wearing green, or no, I should say being a Corinthians fan and wearing green would be like wearing a Cowboys jersey. Okay. It's just one of the colors that you stay away from. So I'm choosing to uphold the tradition. I know I'm definitely going to be in the minority, and that's okay. There's going to be lots of green in the stadium.
Green underwear? Are you wearing green underwear? Oh.
At this point, it's green from not wiping.
Dude, ew. Ew.
Because you used to.
I think I forgot.
Yeah, because you used to wear the color of the opposing team.
Was that the idea?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
She forgot her
That was my
underwear.
superstition.
Yeah.
I think I did bring a yellow pair. I'm good.
Okay. All right. The yellow will suffice. Okay. All right. So you guys, obviously, game tonight. And then you're flying back tomorrow early or?
So tomorrow we meet at 4:00. We head to the airport.
Oh.
Then we have our 7.5-hour flight to Miami. And then I think that is an overnight flight. We land in Miami sometime in the early hours in the morning. And then we'll land in Philly tomorrow morning.
You're going to raw dog it?
Oh, no, wait, I'm saying that all wrong. We'll land in Philly Sunday morning.
Okay. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, raw dog it.
Yeah, raw
Just
dog
sit there
it. That 7-hour flight.
Stare forward and do nothing. Well, listen, you're doing a great job. We're loving the pictures and videos that you're posting, and obviously it's going to culminate in tonight and hopefully with a victory under the belt for the first game of the season.
So
Yeah,
an
I'm
hour
so
ahead
excited for
there right
this.
now, right?
Correct.
All right. Okay.
Yes, it's an hour ahead. And I mean, I have to imagine like birds fever has hit Philly, right? You guys are all in. It's all everyone's talking about right now.
Yeah, Preston's all over it. All
I mean, it's tough when the Phillies win 5 games in a row and stuff like that for them to be the only thing that we're talking about.
No,
but
yeah.
I mean, it is.
Yeah, I have
there's a lot of
I
excitement.
have the Eagles colors on today, and Casey has blue on.
Absolutely. Kathy's wearing a helmet. I don't know if you can see that, Marissa.
He's wearing a shirt. He's wearing an Eagles shirt.
I know. So it was a little joke to Casey.
Right. Yes.
It's not funny.
As far as Hopper, okay, we haven't been getting full updates down here.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, have a great time tonight, Marissa, and give our love to all the Eagles fans and MMR and Preston and Steve fans. And we will see you in person again on Monday.
Fabulous. Lots of love to you guys from down here. And there'll be lots of stories Monday morning, I'm sure.
And thank you to PhillySportsTrips.com as well for making this all happen. All right, Marissa, we will see you. Take care. Go Birds. All right. That's great. Love it. Love it. She's having so much fun. I did not know it was cooler there. I had no idea.
Yeah, and clearly she didn't either. She doesn't have her jacket.
So down there, it is March.
It's March.
It's March right now.
So,
Yes. Yeah, they are several months ahead of us.
Yeah.
And
when you say chilly, you could be talking about the temperature or the country.
Or the food.
Yeah, or the food.
That too. Yeah. All right, we are going to take a break and come back in a second. We'll talk more sports and stuff outside of that too. Our good friend, Mr. Michael Barkann, will be here, and we'll do some more giveaways with Sweet Lucy's. I want to hang on. I got one left. So I think we have one left, right?
Yeah.
All right, so we'll do that in just a little bit. But Sweet Lucy's are here and serving up fantastic barbecue food for us this morning. Sliced beef brisket, pulled pork, baked mac and cheese, amazing mashed potatoes.
Superior stuff.
SweetLucy's.com, and you will find them at 7500 State Road in Philadelphia. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
That I certainly know that my kids and my grandkids did not experience. We were on the subway at 11 years old. I mean, who would do that now?
Right, right.
you know.
You're saying so much that's true because that is. I actually am. It's been a while since I've been back to the town I was raised in. It's been 20 plus years. And I think I'm at that point where I want to go back because it does mean something. And, those you pick those benchmark moments in your life, and that does mean something. And you need to reconnect. I agree with what Preston was saying about songs that do that. So much of what you write about with this album has a resonance to your experience. Two Stepping in Time is kind of just a real love song, and I assume it's written for your girlfriend, correct?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. And a friend of mine who I was recording with and I was writing a lot of songs. I was being kind of prolific at this moment. And he said, you should really write a waltz. And I started on the guitar, literally sitting around the kitchen island. And I was going through a kind of thing as a writer where I wanted to write about what was in front of me. And I think the very first line of the song is cigarettes in the ashtrays. All in a line, empty glasses of whiskey show the passage of time. And those were the items that were, in fact, right in front of me. I have since quit smoking, the one thing that I can thank the pandemic for. Wow. But yeah, so so the guy was sitting to my right and my girlfriend was sitting a little farther down the kitchen island. I figured I should start writing towards her instead of him if I wanted to have a good evening.
Did you?
And
did you
and
write I'm sorry. Did you write that song quickly? I was reading.
Yes,
like 20 minutes, I think. Right.
Every once in a while, songs kind of write themselves, and this one was certainly that. It was finished because we were actually having a nice evening. And my friend had kind of put this task in front of me, and I wanted to go back to having our nice evening. So the song got written very quickly. But it's a love song. Again, not something that I spend a lot of time kind of doing. I don't write a lot of love songs. So when something like that happens, that's a great kind of song to put in your pocket and take with you.
It was interesting to read that you consider the touring, and you haven't had a chance to do a lot of touring over, obviously, the past couple of years. But I think you run contrary to a lot of people who create music and say that the process of touring is sort of a detriment to creating songs. And you, on the other hand, find it very helpful, and it informs your songwriting. Would that be correct to say that?
Oh my gosh, yeah. In the 3 years that we were doing Designated Survivor, we played over 500 shows. Wow. I remember on the second record writing songs that were specifically designed to enhance our set list. The live thing is something that I just caught me by surprise. I wasn't expecting to enjoy it as much as I have. And I think that there's an amazing moment, or possibility at least, when you explain why you wrote a song. And I wrote a song called Saskatchewan about the passing of my mother. And there were times when I would play that song and I could see someone put their arm around a friend in the audience. And I could realize at that moment that that person's going through something similar.
Wow.
When we can come together and realize that we've got these things in common and that we're going through this thing together, that's a great night. I mean, that's a good evening. And so it's something that's made a deep impression on me, and hopefully for the people that we get to play for.
Kiefer, I want to ask you about your voice work over the years, because you've done some narration, you've done animated movies. I loved you in Monsters vs. Aliens. The warmonger character was terrific. You've done, The Simpsons and narrated a few other things over the years. Does that lend itself to your ability to sing, perform on stage? Do you get training from doing narration or voice work that you can then bring to your music career, or are they entirely separate?
They are pretty separate. The voiceover work started actually for me in a very funny way. My dad was doing commercials back in the early 90s for Volvo. And I think one evening he whispered in my ear what they were paying him. I think the next day I called up Volvo and told them I did a really good Donald Sutherland. I'd do it for half the money.
Undercutting your dad.
Which I don't think he really appreciated. I thought it was a lot funnier than he did. But it's its own thing. I mean, when I think of someone like Mel Blanc, who did all of those cartoon voices, and which, Monsters versus Aliens, I hope I don't get sued for this, but I completely ripped off Yosemite Sam. Bring on the fearless freak. I hate rabbits. But it's an awful lot of fun, and it takes you back to being a kid and just loving cartoons and listening to cartoons, and so it is a lot of fun to do. But they're very, very separate kind of entities.
You have lived a very, very interesting and full life, and obviously voiceover actor, musician, but you're kind of a cowboy too. You've competed in rodeos and have won roping championships. What's that? And do you still do that?
I do not. I think 24 kind of put an end to that. I'd been doing it for a decade, and I had two partners that I would rodeo with. One guy named John English, just an amazing all-around cowboy, and a guy named Mike Wolf, who has since passed. Really loved it. I mean, it was kind of like being in a band. You and about three other cowboys kind of load your horses up onto a trailer and go from town to town, doing rodeo after rodeo. We had more fun than we probably should have. And it was a great experience. And it was so nice to do something kind of different. I did that for about a decade, and I did films at that time. But it was a great kind of refresher, because when I went and started 24, that was going to be a whole very intense decade of just doing that show. So the rodeo actually kind of helped cleanse my palate, if you will, for a lot of work. And I enjoyed it immensely. And I got to see parts of America that I don't think I would normally have seen.
Right. I wanted to go back to the songwriting and having songs kind of just present themselves to you. And, two-stepping in time and having it be so quick and present itself and you write it. Did you get a chance to see the Peter Jackson Beatles documentary?
I sure did.
I mean, for you, that had to be, as it was for us, to see the creation of songs that have become so iconic. What a mind blower.
Yeah, to have Ringo Starr kind of doing an interview saying, I could just listen to Paul play piano for an hour. and in the background, Paul's working out the opening chords for Let It Be. I mean, are you kidding me?
One of the greatest songs ever written coming to life right there. It's insane.
But what's really, really funny is kind of, as iconic as they are, there's always going to be something really personal that you watch in a movie like that, and especially one that's documented 6 hours. My phone rang off the hook somewhere in the third episode when they all started drinking J&B scotch. Now, J&B Scotch is certainly now not considered to be very highbrow on any level, and you'd have to find a pretty dirty bar to find a bottle of it anyway.
Yeah.
That was always kind of my drink of choice for a number of years, and literally the fact that they had all drank it together, kind of sitting on the floor working out, the long and winding road, somehow gave the beverage validity. My friends finally, after 20 years of drinking the swill, have forgiven me.
It's good enough for the Beatles.
I love it. Yeah, I thought, if John Lennon could drink it, and apparently I make the same kind of disgusted face that John Lennon makes when he takes that first pull.
That's great.
We laughed about that.
If you're just tuning in, it's Kiefer Sutherland that we're speaking to. His album is called Bloor Street, and he's going to be performing at Ardmore Music Hall coming up on March 12th. Tickets go on sale, I believe, tomorrow, by the way. And I didn't even realize this is a bizarre coincidence, Kiefer. I right before you came on, I go to Casey. I go, oh, my God. I'm wearing my Castle Rock Maine shirt.
There you are, yeah.
And you were Ace Merrill in Stand By Me, who lived in Castle Rock.
It's my favorite movie of all time.
It's Casey's favorite movie of all time. I wanted to ask you about that character and other characters in your acting career, because that one was earlier on in your career, and he was so nasty and so mean. That as you've gone through and formed other characters, if you've ever gone, I think I'll throw a little Ace in there, or do you do that? Do you mix and match and borrow pieces from characters and maybe put them to construct others together?
No, they kind of, each character is inspired and informed by the script that you have in front of you and the experiences that you've had as a human being up until that point. The thing that I've always been amazed about with films like Stand By Me that I've been so lucky to be a part of was the seemingly unaware I was that it was great, when I look back, I think, man, you have been lucky because, when I first read that script, it was just a job. I didn't think it was going to turn into this amazing thing that Rob Reiner and the other kids turned it into. So I've been very fortunate to be along for the ride on some of these things. And I also remember it's the first and only time that I went on an audition where I was hired in the room. And that was Rob Reiner. And that was like the most incredible feeling to go in for a meeting. And then by the time you're going back to your car in the parking lot, you've actually got the job.
Yeah. No callbacks, no we'll get in touch, none of that.
I think it almost made me cry when I was a kid. I mean, it was just because it was such an important thing to get the first couple jobs down here in the States. And I'll always be grateful for Rob for doing that.
And that movie has hit me in different ways over the years, because I first watched it as a child, and there were things about the movie that I didn't get or understand because I was a kid at the time. And you seeing these four kids going on this amazing journey, and then all of a sudden at the end, like, they're not friends anymore. Like they went to middle school, and then as an adult. Yeah. And I actually have a friend of mine. I was just talking to him about it on Sunday. I went to kindergarten with this guy, and we're still friends to this day, but we were lamenting over the fact that, like, there were people on our last day of 8th grade. That was the last time I ever saw them. And, these are aspects of these child's lives that Stephen King was well aware of as an adult. And so it's my favorite movie, and it has always been, will always be my favorite movie of all time.
Well, it's certainly one of my favorite to have made, because I was so young again. But all of a sudden, I'm in Eugene, Oregon. I've got my own hotel room. I'm being paid. I'm 17 years old. This has nothing to do with my parents. For all of those reasons, again, talking about the firsts that you do in your life. It was an incredibly, incredibly exciting time.
As you moved through your career. And I mean, it's an amazing career, on the screen, because you've played William Burroughs and Jack Bauer, which are, as author of The Naked Lunch and one of the great action guys of all time. And I know you have a very good work ethic, and the mindset early on was to just get the role. But as you were able to have some impact and weight and make the selections, what informed what you chose throughout your career?
Just whatever moves you. It's not more complicated than someone picking up a book and for whatever reason, this book moves them and makes them, inspires them more than the other book. So generally, if I'm reading a script and I can't put it down, it's going to be something I'm interested in doing. And having said that, I've made close to 100 films, so I've made mistakes. There are a couple films I'm sure that I read that I didn't understand, and when I see the movie, I'm like, how did you not get that?
Is that a liability? And you mentioned, you didn't realize what you had with Stand By Me.
Mm-hmm.
I would think it'd be hard for an actor who's doing the job to be in it, surrounded by all of this stuff that's going on, and to be very aware, completely aware of how something is turning out. Is that?
Yes, I mean, that's a very fair statement. I mean, and there's some people that are clearly must be better at it. Like, I think Tom Hanks must have some inner gene that's like, this is going to be a huge hit because he keeps making them. I wasn't given that gene, and having said that, so many things need to go right for a film or a play to work, or for a song or an album to work. And for instance, 24 was a perfect example. It was my first foray into television. And for those out there that don't know, you make a pilot, you make the first episode, and then if it gets picked up, you then go make the first season. But if it doesn't, you still get paid.
Right.
And when, I thought the likelihood of 24 getting picked up was pretty minimal. So I thought, I'll go do the pilot. It won't get picked up. I'll still get paid. No one will know. And, it was the luckiest gift I've ever had as an actor, and did it for a decade. So, wow. So I don't know if any.
That's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Casey wanted me to point out, day before yesterday, back to school A to Z, we spent some time in hell.
Yes.
When we come back from our break in a little bit, we are going to go to jail for a little while.
All right.
We'll spend a few moments in jail. So that's on the way. All right. We just spoke to Marisa. Birds are playing in Brazil. Phils are playing great baseball. It's a wonderful time to bring in our good friend from NBC Sports Philadelphia. Ladies and gentlemen. Wait, we have special music here? Is that what this is? Hang on. There we go. Michael Barkann!
I love that music. Yeah. Special music.
Yes. We have to bring you in and with as much flourish as we can muster up.
I must crush you.
Certainly you're Ivan Drago.
Yes.
It's been about 25 years, hasn't it?
25. 2 months, 4 days.
You were
14 hours.
Coming back from Nam.
I was, man. It was tough, I'll tell you. I love the smell of napalm in the morning.
It sucks that 25 years ago was 1999. It's not, I think of it as like the 70s.
Yeah, you know what sucks more? I was 39. Okay. That's what.
No, Nick was actually recalling the first time you were here. And I think we were firing, what was it, Nick?
We had a
parameters?
pitching machine. It was 2007.
Yeah.
The Phils had not made the playoffs in 14 years, and you and John Brazier, our buddy John Brazier from the Phils, came in and fired baseballs at me, 14 in a row, fastballs, to celebrate the Phillies making it back to the postseason.
I remember feeling so badly because I did not know Nick that well, and I hit him with a shot, but really good, and it was where one of the pads weren't. It wasn't in the cubes, but it was a good, and he was hurt.
I was a little
I stepped over him and came in here.
Well, you're a broadcaster.
Yeah,
that's it.
Come on.
You know what is paramount.
Show must
it is
go on.
getting airtime.
Exactly
over
right.
life, over everything else.
By the way, mental note: I need these fixed for next time. They're just
headphones?
They're floating on. Yes. What?
Your head was fatter last time.
You know what? You're right.
You can make them smaller. Is that what you want?
Let me try.
Yeah, there you go.
Who says that these days? Huh?
Watch this, honey. I'll make this smaller for you. Wow.
Casey, you look beautiful, man. I
so
haven't
do you.
seen you good enough to eat.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what.
I missed your outing, and let's talk briefly about Barkann's Healing Hearts Foundation because I wasn't able to make your outing. It was the first time in a long time, and I'm sorry that I missed it. And you do such a great job with that golf outing. So talk about your foundation.
Thank you. What Preston does is he just has surgery to not make it. You know what I mean? I have surgery. You know, but it's on your ear. I can't swing a club.
It throws off my balance.
Barkann Family Healing Hearts Foundation. It was a great outing. We are moving it to Aronimink, which is host to the 2026 PGA Championship, and that's going to be September 30th. How about that? September. You want to walk a little? Well, now all of a sudden he can play golf. Yeah, it's pretty good.
His ear has magically healed.
It's magically healed.
Right now he's dealing with a leg that is 50-50 for amputation.
I got a knee problem, unfortunately. I had the audacity to go jogging. And apparently, Mike, I can't run anymore.
But you don't jog in wingtips. I told you. You don't.
I didn't know that that's what you did.
That's what I did. I went for a 2-mile jog, and I was fine. My knee was a little tender, and the next day I got up, and I was like, okay, I'm going to go for another run. I did, and I came back, and I'm like, man, my knee hurts a little more. And as the days went on, it got worse and worse. I've strained my MCL, so sucks.
So you saw an orthopedist?
I went to physical therapy. I went to a gynecologist.
I was weird, but
okay.
I don't know. I deal with vaginas, but it's probably this.
I'm not talking about your state of mind.
I have an MRI on Tuesday, so we'll find out for sure.
Okay.
That's probably what the deal
Very,
is.
very nice. Anyway, the first golf outing was great, and this one's going to be awesome as well. The BarkannFoundation.org. There are a couple of spots left. BarkannFoundation.org. And we'd love to see you out there.
Describe what you guys do, because you guys do great work.
We provide funds and gift cards and anything we can to those who are going through life trauma in our community.
It's a broad umbrella.
It's a broad umbrella. Loss of spouse, God forbid. Loss of child, God forbid. Loss of home. We help a lot of police and fire. And, we're just trying to do our part.
It's a wonderful thing, because everybody at some point is sadly, we experience crisis. And sometimes you may not have the support group that, a lot of other people benefit from. And so that's where your organization comes in to help that.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Thank you for that.
Do you help out organizations that start off with a 10-1 record and then crumble and then get completely blown out in the playoffs?
That would be a little beyond our purview of stated mission. But, we could look into that, Casey. That was terrible last year.
But that was last year.
Yeah, that was last year. And I think things are going to be a lot better this year, especially from an offensive standpoint. Kellen Moore is the new offensive coordinator. They have a new offensive line, even though all the offensive line members are the same but one. They switched around a little bit, but left tackle to right tackle. There's just one new face in Mekhi Becton, who's at right guard. And
it's a good new face, though.
It's a great new face.
Yeah.
The only question I have is the dude's 6'7", and a guard. You're taking on a lot of shorter defensive linemen who
that can get around you.
Get around you, get up under. And their big thing's going to be dealing with the blitz, which just crushed them last year. And whether it was from miscommunication between center and quarterback, whether it was miscommunication or bad play calling on the part of the offensive coordinator, who's no longer here, I don't know.
We don't know.
But the blitz, they were victimized by the blitz. And if you don't think that Green Bay is going to dial that up tonight and test them, they will.
Well, but also, so I'm not as, nervous or skeptical about the offense. I think the offense should be fine, right? On paper, everything looks good. The defense is where, I have my questions. Preston and I were just talking about this, how weird it was. The stuff with Isaiah Rodgers and Devin White. Preston was like, that just sounds wonky. Does it seem wonky to you?
It seems a little weird.
Yeah.
And now I don't know who's going to go in there at the other cornerback. I'm assuming Avonte Maddox will come in. Quenyon Mitchell will slide over, and they'll solve it that way. But he didn't make the trip, Isaiah Rodgers.
But Casey, I did say if the pitching holds up.
Yes, you did say that.
That's right. That's a good point.
We don't want to forget
Pierre
that.
Robert method of sports victory. Just stick with make sure your pitching is on point.
Are you excited about them being in Brazil? Like, does that do anything for you? Does it move the needle at all? Or
does it seem like a more stunting?
As a proud member of the NBC sports community, I love it.
Yes.
But as a fan, look, did you see the stadium where they're playing? Stadium's nice. It looks like it's in the middle of the Amazon, honestly. And all around it is like fencing and weeds and.
They didn't bring a weed whacker out there. I hope you are enjoying the weeds.
It's not the Link. Let me put it this way. Right. It's not Arrowhead. It's not MetLife. It's not. It's darn sure not SoFi Stadium. So. Right. Yes, Nick McElwain.
So Casey had this idea. Casey had this idea years ago, and it's a brilliant idea. And it looks like the NFL actually might be moving towards it, where there's 2 bye weeks during the regular season, that they shift one of the preseason games to a regular season game, and that they end the season President's Day weekend, thus allowing a majority of Americans to enjoy the game on Sunday night. Because in theory, hopefully, many Americans would actually have that Monday off for President's Day. Have you heard any rumblings or that actually might happen, and the NFL might move in that direction?
I've heard nothing official, but it would not surprise me if they do that. I think it's ridiculous that the day after the Super Bowl, let's face it, it's akin to a national holiday. Everybody watches it. Even if you don't like football, you're still at a Super Bowl party.
You're absolutely right. Yeah.
You got to go to work the next day. So this would really be a great idea. I don't know about lengthening the schedule. Heck, I like 14 games, okay? Then I remember when it expanded to 16, and I thought, that's too many. Yeah. And now they're adding 17. And by the way, tonight is an Eagles home game.
Yeah,
so
we were talking about that.
Be able to get there?
Well, Marissa's there.
I know.
And we're so, and Casey brought up the point that, so Casey, you said the hotel.
Yeah, the Eagles hotel is like right next to the stadium, but the Packers, since they're the away team, they are far away, and because of the traffic uncertainties, they have to allot for an hour and a half to 2 hour commute.
Yeah.
So,
really?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, I saw a lot of the reporters were in Rio, and I'm thinking, well, I guess Rio it's like going to Wilmington. It's not a big deal. And I checked on the map, and it's 5 hours and 45 minutes.
It was
drive.
A 90-minute flight, which I guess Marisa, they took to get over there. But yeah, it's. My question is, obviously, and I brought this up with Marisa, the NFL is obviously seeing the merit to doing this and cultivating this global perception and fascination with the sport, but. Do we lose something with the potential? Is this going to be the norm from here on in? And will we ever see a back-in-city home game, again? Or is this a master plan here?
I think it is part of a master plan. I think they want to expand football throughout the world. Yeah. And I think I love the idea on its face. They played in Mexico City. They played in Germany. They played, obviously, in England. They do that every weekend with the Jaguars, or at least the first half of the season in London.
Right.
And I think it's a great idea, but the teams don't. The team members don't, because as A.J. Brown said last week, this is not, we're not going sightseeing.
Yeah.
No, we're here to win a football game, and I believe that. And when you hear the biggest cliche in the business, we're on a business trip. And they are. Yeah. They are on a business trip. They're trying to beat the Green Bay Packers.
Jet lag. Yeah. I don't care what you do. Yeah.
Eating right, the plane, all of it.
The weeds.
What's the weeds? What's the end game?
The weeds are brutal, man.
What's the end
I've got
game
some Roundup.
With the NFL trying to expand internationally? Is it to eventually have international teams of NFL?
Well,
it won't be the National Football League. It'll be the International Football League,
That's right. And then it'll be the Interplanetary Football League.
No, I have theories on
taking the field is off tights.
Exactly. Mars, all that stuff with Mars. They found water on Mars.
Yeah.
That's for
you're going to be in your hands.
Make Gatorade.
Are you kidding me?
Look out for this quarterback, because his suction cups are super adhesive.
Yeah, they're unbelievable.
My theory is that they're trying to expand the product to other countries because the numbers of football playing people in this country they're dwindling, and so they need to open their talent pool up to the world.
And that's why. Do you think that's legit?
It makes more money if it's international.
I think it's about the jerseys. It's about all the accessories, all of that. And the colors that you see, it's amazing. Whether it started with the NBA, and you'd see Michael Jordan jerseys and Kobe Bryant jerseys in China and in London and all over the world, and it's the same thing with
but they
the
play
NFL.
basketball in all those countries,
That's a great point by you. But I think the point is not to spread the game so that other people play it. Or that'd be a good byproduct. Is to sell
the merch. They spend money.
The merch,
I tell you what, that game that we saw, we were over there in London. It was terrific. It was fantastic, and to see all of that sort of take place, I get it. I just. you always, it's the fear. It's like we sort of love seeing Wawa expand because it's our brand, here.
Yeah.
We take ownership of it, and it's like, is it going to dilute everything at some point? And are the fans locally going to be robbed of experiences in this ecumenical quest?
Wow, that's deep.
Yes.
Not with Wawa, I don't think. I think Wawa's going to stay strong. If I could just say, I think Wawa is going to stay very strong in the region.
Yes.
And then the tentacles reach out and the global empire.
What about the Eagles, though?
The Eagles are also going to stay in the region, I believe.
Yes.
And I think they're going to be good this year. I have them for at least 8 wins.
At least? Hey, that's not bad.
That's not bad.
Good.
No.
Yeah.
You going to parlay that?
I'm going to parlay it. I think they at least win 12 games. And
Wow.
I think they're going to be be good.
Preston was saying to me today that the defensive front for the Eagles is going to have its work cut out for him, because last year, would you say that the Packers allowed only 30 sacks all last season, and 8 of those were in the last 8 games or something like that. So they have their work cut out for them.
They have their work.
Thank you for that info.
They do. Milton Williams is one of the anchors. When you look at Jalen Carter, another, all the Georgia guys. And I think there's a question about how strong they're going to be in that 3-4 defense along the defensive front, and whether or not they got to rotate guys in and out, how strong they're going to be getting to the quarterback. I really think that's a question. I think linebacker is stronger than it's been in a couple of years, and unfortunately, except for Isaiah Rodgers being out, I think the secondary has improved too.
Yeah.
All right.
Speaking of international sports, the Phillies played in London this year, and post the London trip, they really kind of hit the skids. They were kind of a 500 team for the better part of like 6 weeks, but it seems like they've righted the ship, and baseball's a long season, right? There's going to be ups and downs. They were so up to begin the season, and then they just were kind of average for a long stretch. Do you think they're back? And what's your prediction for September going into October?
I do think they're back. They're on pace for 97 wins, which is pretty good. They were on pace earlier in the season for about 110 wins, but it's not about that. It's about the playoff wins. But I think in baseball, you go through these ebbs and flows, and every time you think, well, yeah, but not this long. I mean, this is really bad. And then they come back from it. So I don't know what to tell you, because I don't think the team knows. I think when you fail to hit a baseball, which is one of the hardest, if not the hardest things to do in sport, when you fail to do that, you go back to the drawing board, you watch video, you get in the cage, and you try to figure out why you're not hitting it. And then all of a sudden, it clicks. It's about 2 things, the pitching and the hitting. And if the pitching falls off, which it did, they had the best bullpen and the best starting rotation in baseball, and guys got injured. Some of the starters got injured. Certainly Ranger Suarez did. Taijuan Walker fell off big time, and the bullpen was taxed, and they did not do what they had been doing earlier in the season, and then the bats just went away. So you're thinking, well, maybe we were wrong about this thing.
I don't know if I've ever seen a player like Kyle Schwarber, and what he did the other night with the 3 home runs and 5 hits, and the Phils were down in that game, and they left like 16 or 17 guys on base or whatever. What he did in the 9th inning, he fouled off 7 or 8 pitches.
9 pitch at bat.
Yeah, and then he hit the 3-run home run to win the game. He's such a streaky hitter, but when he is on, he is so dialed in and so on. It's really impressive.
He's a streaky hitter, but 32 home runs right now. He started with 28, and he hit 4 in like 3 games. Boom.
It's crazy.
It is crazy, and it's exciting to see, but his batting average has been up throughout a lot of the season. And before that little barrage, he had been through a mini slump, and you think, well, this is again, you just don't know with baseball. You ever play pachinko? It's kind of, you have, I know.
I hate it. I hate board games.
I hate pachinko.
I've never played pachinko.
Pachinko, it's in Japan. I don't know about...
It involves a geisha girl.
Well, let's come on.
No, that's part cheesy.
Yeah,
that's right.
He's like the Matt Cord and Pierre of TV.
But
it just jumps.
Thank you. I think no. The point about pachinko is you fire the ball like a pinball machine, and it goes to the top, and it kind of goes
pings around,
and then it goes, and you might win $100, and you might win nothing.
It's the ultimate gamble,
and it is. Yeah. And I think it's a lot like baseball, man. Sometimes you can be stacked, and you just don't know.
What you're saying is that there's no 100% guaranteed way to ensure a World Series victory.
There's not.
Okay.
Or a playoff victory or any other kind of victory, and we saw it last year with the Phillies. That's why I don't want them to fall out of the top 3 spots in the National League? Because if they do, they'll likely play the Braves in the first round. Because the Braves will be a wild card team. And if that happens, wouldn't it be, a turnabout if the Braves beat the Phillies like the Phillies did the last 2 years to the Braves when the Braves had the best team in baseball?
Right.
Don't get me started on that.
It's too much.
I have questions for you guys. I don't want to pose them now. I want to get, but I
can absolutely do that.
But I think just one. No,
okay.
Now let's dive into it. Do you
as I said to Nick, they're not that deep, for goodness sake.
And now an evening with Michael Barkann.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
First question. Last movie that made you cry.
Last movie.
No, it's a joke.
Hang on,
I can do that.
I was like, hold on.
We need proper music, Steve.
What did you say? I couldn't hear you. Oh, okay.
Yeah. We have a piece of music that'll play with that intro that Steve will do, and
this
then
is exciting. You've planned for this.
We'll get right to it.
Beautiful.
All right, hang on, and here we go.
Okay.
And now from the Library of Congress, another in the list of episodes known Michael Barkann interviews the Preston and Steve Show. Michael Barkann, celebrated sports journalist and a weed aficionado.
Quite right.
Addresses questions that have always perplexed him about the morning show here at WMMR. And now, Michael Bocephus Barkann.
Thank you. I have several questions assembled.
Okay.
Somehow his voice changed.
Yeah, triggered that
Okay.
for you. Yeah.
The first one's for Marisa.
Okay.
No, she's not here. Okay. All right. Now you can all answer these. I'm just
Okay.
General. Yeah,
you just want to get closer
to
to us.
General. You can call me Major if you want. General's too much. Okay, you can call me
When you stick your hand into a pile of goo that a minute before was your best friend's face, then you feel like Michael Barkann before a broadcast.
By the way, can you name the movie? You know the movie, obviously.
Gladiator.
No,
Patton.
Oh, Patton.
General.
Right?
Yes.
General Patton.
George C. Scott.
Yes.
How about what he did? He was forced to apologize. He smacked that soldier around.
Right.
And Eisenhower made him apologize.
Well, yeah.
Let's get to the question.
Okay. Hey, let me tell you something, Mr. Newly married guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a suggestion before we start, and it's just a suggestion.
Yeah.
I think you should ask each of us a question instead of asking the room. But
Okay.
that's just my thought.
Okay, fine. So, number one.
Preston, what does Nick think about
Greatest in-studio guest ever. Preston.
Wow.
Now think about this. Not necessarily the biggest name, but one
The
that
ones
you,
that
the
we-
one
that
you
rocked
just
our
thought
world.
that
Yeah,
was
yeah.
bleeping awesome.
I think we may all agree that
Yeah.
he is a big name. Was John,
Besides me.
John Travolta.
Yeah.
John Travolta.
He was
Come on.
awesome.
He was
He's great.
awesome.
Yeah. He was something
He was
else.
great.
Yeah,
That would be
Travolta.
my answer.
He's as nice as you want him to be. The guy's been in so many great movies throughout the years, and we had a ball. He was very complimentary of the program, and we all got hugs from
Yeah.
him. He initiated that.
How long ago was this?
a couple of years?
Yeah, 3 years ago.
Nice.
We just
John
had
Travolta.
Costner, and Costner turned out to be.
I saw that.
Yeah,
that was
he
awesome.
turned out to be great as well. There's a lot of times the perception of that of a great guest or favorite, your expectation to the realization, and then if they also they enjoy the whole experience, because you prepare a lot for people like that. Travolta was especially warm and cool and fun and just had a great time.
That's great.
I have a different answer, everybody,
Okay,
because
go ahead,
my
Case.
favorite musician of the last 30 years was in our studio. So Trey Anastasio.
From Fish.
From Fish. It was, we had him here, and it was magical. So.
Now, you had told me Barry Manilow. You going to Trey
Yeah,
now?
no. Barry,
Okay.
he's a close second, but
He
Trey-
writes the songs for everybody.
He do.
And
Okay.
he doesn't even do that all that much.
You're right. This is from a Luke Combs song. Do you like Luke Combs? It's not really the demographic of the station, but he does a song called "Doing This." What would you do if you weren't doing this, Kathy? If you weren't doing this,
It's a good question.
Yeah. Well, there'd be a lot of things, but I would combine it all into one, and it would have to do with jewelry, flowers, and coffee.
Jewelry, flowers, and coffee.
Yeah, that's actually my. Yeah, that I want to open up a coffee shop where there's a space where we can do crafts, we can create flower arrangements, and obviously my jewelry will be sold at the coffee shop.
And her jewelry line is doing quite well. It was mentioned in the in Mainland, I think it was. I got a little.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Congratulations on that.
Oh, thank you.
Nick, do you have a thought on that?
I would probably be a teacher. It's what my mom did for a living, and I think that I would be good at it. So I would have pursued a career, I think, in teaching.
Math teacher.
Not math.
Okay.
No, probably like French or something like that.
Oh, mon Dieu. Okay.
Yeah.
What is, Preston, the secret to the show's success? Would you say, what is the magic sauce of the Preston and Steve show that makes it numero uno?
He can actually go.
Kathy Romano, yes. I know it. That's what I was going to say, but I want to hear from Preston.
Do you want to go to the bathroom and make some of that secret sauce?
Yeah, I could whip up some secret sauce here. What are we playing? What is this?
Just thinking.
We're waiting for your
thinking music.
answer.
I think it's a combination of things. Number one, we were when the show started, we were given enough time by our initial employers to create a program. They gave us enough time to be organic and learn how the show would work together. Sometimes they don't give you enough time. When they say, hey, let's get these 2 or 3 people together, let's do a show. They've never worked together before, and in 2 months, they're gone if it doesn't work. They gave us a few years to work out what we wanted to do. So that was one, the fact that we organically grew together. And it was initially the only people in this room that were together at the time were me, Steve, and Casey. And then we picked up Nick and Kathy and Marisa along the way throughout the years. But there's a number of things. You've got lightning fast humor from Steve. You've got our relationships. You have Casey's ability to say the most embarrassing things about himself, and it does not matter. He does not care. He opens up, and he's actually taught me how to be able to open up about things that I should be embarrassed about. His openness. Kathy's counter to the rest of what we have to say a lot of times.
She's a foil.
She lets us get away with murder by condemning us constantly.
It's beautiful. Brings you down to earth.
But she's got two sides as well, where she can be repulsive and dirty and disgusting, even though she pretends like that type of stuff that bothers her.
And it always surprises us. Like, she was like, yeah, I had my nipple pierced. We're like, wait,
what?
Yeah.
What? Nick is a host of knowledge, and he's got a great laugh, and he fills in all these great areas that need to be filled in. And I don't know, man. I guess the main thing is that we all get along really, really well.
So important.
That really is so rare. That is so rare.
We're legitimate friends with each other. So you can find people that have worked together for ages. They just can't stand each other.
Yeah. And you know this, Michael, that there have been shows that people are completely unaware of, that they're like entirely different markets. Oh, yeah. They don't even want to be in the same studio with each other.
Right. That's
like you and Ricky Bo. Like, you guys hate each other.
I can't stand that guy. Are you kidding me? G.I. Bo? Have you seen his haircut? Oh my.
But I put it to this, Michael, and I've said it before about, and I have to use musicians as an example. Like when the Eagles got together, when that group of people, the right people met each other.
Yeah.
That's what happened. That's all that happened. The right people met each other. Same thing with the Beatles. Same thing with these ensemble groups just happened to, for whatever chance, encountered each other, and the right people met each other. I think that's it.
And then perfect example, with musicians, and the Beatles there was proximity for some of them that they frequent in the same places. And by the way, we consider ourselves the Beatles.
I was going to say, you're using the Beatles and the Eagles in the same
I think they would be
as Preston and Steve, which I am fine with, by the way.
And I think both of those supergroups would be flattered by that comparison.
Yeah, I think they would. Yes, I think I only have 15 more questions.
Okay, all right.
I just had a short half-hour segment planned from here, if you wouldn't mind. How about this? Where do you go on vacation? What do you do? And how do you handle that? Because I think one of the secrets to your success, strong secret, is you rarely take vacation. Yeah. You are here for your listeners, and that's important. That is the Rock of Gibraltar about this. So what do you do about that?
I think Casey's a good one. Casey, I think, really, I'm assigning you the answer on this, because Casey is, well, and Nick as well, are very much about Zen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Would I be correct in saying that?
Yes.
Yeah, I think a perfect mixture of adventure and relaxation is great for the mind, the body, and the soul. Nick I just went down the shore this past summer, so it was nothing like really exciting, but Nick is always out on adventures.
I think we get points for consistency on the show, and I think that the fact that we're here most of the time, we take some vacation in the summer, but I believe personally that I work better when we've had a break. So if there's some time off and you go and have an adventure or a really cool vacation where you can disconnect from work, not only does it inform what you talk about when you get back, it just allows you to recenter and be a better person overall, I think. So
I'm going to speak for me and Kathy when we just need a good bottle in front of us.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
I'd rather have a bottle in front of me than a frontal lobotomy.
That's right.
You know that. Absolutely. And then last question, you think about what you would do after the show. Have you thought about retirement? Not so much, Kathy, because you're a young pup.
I'm so young. I
You're
know.
so young.
Thank you, Michael. How
But,
did you know?
I'm going to be like 45 soon, and I think about
That's
it.
amazing, yeah.
All right, 50 soon, and I think about it. But do you think about that at all? About how my boss asked me, how much longer you want to do this, and now he's
Was that
gone.
how it was posed?
He's gone.
Was it posed that way, or when are you leaving?
When are you leaving? Right. Here's the door. Here's your hat. What's your hurry?
Listen. As long as, for me, on my side of things, as long as I can form a sentient thought with a certain degree of speed, I will keep at this.
Well, what is your question? Is when are we going to retire, or what are we going to do when we retire?
Well, no, when are you going to retire? Have you thought about that?
The
Because
question
I
is,
think about
why
it.
are we ignoring the popular desire to see us retire?
Yeah. No, but I think primarily because of COVID, a lot of people are like, you know what? My life's not about just doing the 9 to 5. You guys don't do the 9 to 5. My guys, my life's not about doing that and putting the grind in. And we only live once, and I want to experience some of what Casey and Nick experience all the time.
To be honest, if we're talking about COVID, we were in the studio all the way throughout all of that. We made sure that we were able to do that and just stayed with it. But Casey, your hand is up.
Yeah, I just the answer to this question has changed over the years, and so now my answer is: listen, if I can just have this job for another 6 years, then I'm good. That gets my daughter, my youngest, through college, and then I can live in a box after that. I don't really care. You know what I mean? But but ultimately, right now, I just need to make sure that that we can cover tuition and give her a place to, and then after that, not that my job as a parent is done. But that stuff is done.
F them.
And I've given them enough to all be on their own.
Yeah, I think. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kathy.
No, well, what I was going to say is it's tricky because for us, our future relies on those two.
Mm-hmm.
So it depends on what they do,
right?
And then we can decide our future.
Great point. So. Huh?
So what's my future?
I'm of a mind to keep on going. And honestly, I'll paraphrase the cold dead hands. Pry this microphone from.
We have a contract to 2030. That's a nice, good, long while ways away, and then we'll figure it out then.
You guys are good. 2030.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Give
I'll
me
tell
your
you what,
agent
man.
after we get off.
I might hold the world record for the longest coattail ride in history. I've been riding coattails since 1998.
This is a mixture. It is every part is very essential to this. I can tell you the hunt for for Kathy, to finally find Kathy.
Yep.
For Nick, you talk about the laugh. I remember we all like Nick, but I noticed in conversations Nick would laugh at things that the others would not. And I'm like, that would round out the room.
Yeah.
That would do that.
Yeah.
And so everyone has their ingredient that they add to it.
I think even on bad days, Michael, we all realize how lucky we are,
Yeah.
and we're grateful to have one another. And I think chemistry really does play a part. And, not to use a sports analogy, but if the teams are talented and stocked with great players, if they don't gel well, they're not going to win championships, I don't think.
And you know something else? We were, so every time you go out, for coming up on the camp out and Christmas Miracle and things that'll be coming up and rolling out the rest of the season, every time you're out, you meet people. Everyone that comes up, we love going out and doing that and saying hi to people because you, listening right now, you have given us all that we have, and we would never take that for granted, and we love that interaction. And I mean, it's an amazing thing to experience. You know this.
Yeah.
You're beloved.
Well, you know what? By my family.
You'd be liked.
No,
you know that 900-foot bar statue.
I feel the same way as you. But what I love about this show is when I first heard about Preston and Steve, I just thought, oh, it's got to be one of those shock jocks. They trash everybody all the time. And then I got in here and listened to the show and the warmth and the love between all of you and also for your listeners and just in general. You're not out to screw anybody over. You're out to just make everybody's mornings a lot more pleasant.
It
and
really
you do
is.
that.
Isn't that weird that works in a city like Philadelphia?
Yeah. No, but still,
that has a rough
real.
and tumble reputation.
They do, but you know what? We're all a bunch of softies. I mean, honest to God, like this, the same dude who might sucker you in a bar, is dancing in feathers on New Year's Day. You know what I mean? Like, I don't ever forget walking into, and I've told the story on the show before, but like I went to this bar in South Philly. I didn't like know how I ended up there, but I was with my brother and friend, and like we walk into this bar, we didn't belong there, right? And it was like deep South Philly, and there were these guys over in the corner of the bar. And
Kathy's up on stage dancing.
She's dancing, man. Tassels
and everything.
Tassels
and piercings.
But the dude walks over to us, and I'm thinking, okay, here comes trouble, and he freaking offers us the pizza that they were eating over there. He's like, oh, hey, welcome to the bar. Come on in. And like that's honestly, that is the side of Philadelphia that I like to identify with.
It's the best.
Yeah.
It's the best.
It is the best.
It really is. It is. Again, I contend again you're dealing with a large city, large suburban area with a small town feel.
Biggest small town in the world.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's a beautiful thing. I have off tonight, by the way.
What?
Yeah, you know what?
How did that happen?
It's not a big deal.
No, you don't.
I'm joking around.
Oh, okay.
Well, you have that puppet show that you do.
Yes.
Wait.
It's all right. It's all right.
Are you doing double duty? Or you doing Phillies and
No,
Eagles
I'm just doing Eagles. Amy
Okay.
Fadul's got Phillies with Ricky Bowe and Ben Davis.
Ricky Bowe. I know Ricky
Yes.
Bowe.
You ought to hear him say, "Lock her up, lock her up." Oh my God! And this ear is still bleeding, just a little bit. So, and then we've got at 7:00 is Eagles pregame live, and that's preceded by Birds Huddle Game Day, and that's preceded by the Birds Huddle Game Day.
And then you're selling your jewelry on QVC.
Exactly. You see right here.
It's called Barkann Up the Wrong Tree.
Yes, it's a beautiful. I've got a beautiful brooch right here that
It's actually my jewelry. He's my host. He sells for me.
I'll do it, man.
I got a question for you as an anchor. Like being an anchor who
Chips use those.
who also has to have an opinion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like generally speaking, anchors just disseminate or deliver the news, and then that's that. And you have to wear a couple of different caps.
Well, that's a great question, and I think about the whole journalism piece and whether or not I guess. And I'm not trying to besmirch myself, but journalist is I want each Philadelphia team to win every single game. So in that way, I'm a fan.
And you're unabashedly so.
You're right.
And,
But
we,
if they
and we
don't,
love that.
Thank you.
Yes.
But if they don't, you gotta say why.
I remember
and,
getting a little bit of trouble.
Yeah.
You know the reaction you had.
I'm trying to remember. There were so many times.
Just recently.
Yes.
Yeah.
After the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
Yes. I don't work there anymore. Joke's on you. I'm just Michael B.
It was
Shouldn't
awesome.
even be here.
It was awesome.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, when they don't do what they can, and that's the thing about Philadelphia.
Yeah.
That's when you hear John Kruk say upon his induction to the Phillies Wall of Fame, I feel sorry for athletes who didn't want to play here because they don't have what it takes to come in and try to win here. And that is the bottom line about Philadelphia. And when we boo, it's because we love. When we boo, it's because we know what your potential is.
Yeah.
We might even know it better than you. And if you fail to do that, if you fall lower than the bar, you're getting it. Right? Exactly. Face. Yeah, you absolutely are. But hey, still love you, want you to do well.
Absolutely.
And I would say that about any player. Bryce Harper is one of the most, if not the most awesome athletes. And you think about some of the athletes we've had in this town, Bobby Clark and Dr. J and Mike Schmidt. This guy, if he gets a couple of world championships under his belt, has a chance to be right up there on Mount Olympus with them as maybe the greatest it's ever. But if he goes into a slump like Bryson Stott's been in, and I'm not comparing Stott to Harper, but if that befalls him, then we're gonna be like, hey man, it's great having the headband and the matching cleats, but let's go.
Right, yeah.
So
you're loved, you're encouraged, you're supported, but you are asked to deliver.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if you can't, we will allow it.
We will kill you.
We will kill you.
Kill you.
Now entering the ring.
How hard You tried.
You do know at the end of this, we will kill you.
In front of your children.
Dead man.
That's
One of
right.
your children.
Do not mess with us here. No. We'll get. Look at the Trey Turner thing. A lot of people were disgusted. A lot of Philadelphia fans were disgusted that we gave Trey Turner a standing ovation. I thought it was one of the most beautiful things I ever saw because we are so tough, and we poured out our heart on that guy, and everybody stood, and he came through.
You love to see stuff like that.
Love to see it. That's all that's what he needed, and he got it and delivered. It was a beautiful thing.
It is a beautiful thing.
Okay, I'll work tonight.
All right.
I'll do it.
I've been
What
so
the heck?
inspired.
By the way, I do want to say to Nick publicly, congratulations, you and Andrea. It's just,
thanks, man.
It's a beautiful thing. I love the
Can we
photos.
reveal now that you were the photographer?
I was the photographer.
Your head?
I was the
Steve.
Yeah. I had pitons and a rope, and it was unbelievable. I also had oxygen.
I don't feel so good. I don't feel so good.
All right, we got to wrap it up. We got to pay the bills.
Move a little to your left. Okay.
All right. So tonight,
Yes,
NBC
7
10.
o'clock.
Games at 10. You're on at 7.
Yep.
And
we're on at 7.
Games at 8.
All right,
Games at 8. Right.
Games at
We're-
8.
Yeah, games at 8. Actually, 8:15.
8:15.
We're
yeah,
on
they're an hour
from
ahead.
7 until 8 with Eagles pregame live. Eagles pregame Birds Huddle game day is on preceding that. And we're talking about a big Eagles win tonight.
And I would like to pose that the next time you come by here, we do this, you ask us questions again.
You
sometime.
got, 25 years?
Yeah.
I'm
All
I'm
right.
good. You
In
know?
25 years, we'll do it. All right. Michael Barkann, everybody.
Love you.
Love you, buddy. We do have to take a break. We will come back in a moment. When we return, we go to jail in the Back to School A to Z. Stay with us.
Preston and
I get into film. Probably the best bet is to not send me the script and ask me what I think.
Two real quick things, Kiefer. My mom drinks J&B, so you're not alone. You, my mom, and the Beatles. And you do play a great dick because in A Few Good Men, you were really not likable at all. And you pulled it off successfully. I think you're a really likable person. I'm loving this conversation with you. But that movie, was it fun to be kind of a villain in that movie?
Well, it's those characters, and especially by design, like Ace Merrill and Lieutenant Kendrick in A Few Good Men, they're just designed to be that. There's no real depth to them. There's kind of a black and white character that this is who you're against.
Yeah.
And so the fact that they are so pointed as characters makes them very fun because all your energy goes into that. There's no complex layering. He's just, as you said on your radio station, he's a dick. So lean into it.
Yeah, that makes total
And so
sense.
that's fun.
Yeah. It's got to be. All right. Well, listen, Kiefer, we know you got to run. This has been so much fun to talk to you. We really appreciate it and excited about the fact that you're coming into Philadelphia. Kiefer's show is going to be at the Ardmore Music Hall. It's on March 12th. Tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. at ardmoremusic.com. The album is called Bloor Street. Some great music. It's got a country vibe to it. If that's your thing, then you're definitely on board.
Yeah,
So-
it's very, very solid.
Yeah. So thanks so much, man.
Man, thank you guys so much. And Steve, I believe it's your happy birthday. So
No, it's
happy
Preston.
birthday.
It's Preston, but thank
Oh, is
you.
it Preston's
Yeah, yeah,
birthday
yeah.
today?
Yeah.
But I get
Oh,
one.
man, I'm so sorry, but happy birthday.
Oh, there you go.
Dude,
Come
you wish
on.
me-
Very
thank you. I
nice.
appreciate it, Kiefer. Good luck with everything.
Cheers.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Okay.
Kiefer Sutherland. Wow. And there's
my
so much
God.
more that we could have covered. Even
we could have
gone another hour.
Yeah.
Just talking to him about all his movies, TV shows.
It's still an interesting thing though because you have a guy who's of the vast movie career, but he is passionate about the music and he really is sinking a lot into it. And if you do give it a listen, I mean, you did mention a little bit of Springsteen-esque. There's even a bit I think of Warren Zevon, and there's and it's personal and he does a good job relaying that through the music.
I meant to and wanted to ask him about. He performed at the company's Christmas party. We weren't at that, but it was for national sales and.
No, you didn't want to bring.
Yeah,
that
were
up.
you in here when we were talking?
Well,
to
no.
Justin
So
about
I wanted to ask about Matt. So Matt Capper was the
Organizer?
He was the master of ceremosons, and he wore a
that's right.
bright red
I
fitted.
saw you in Stand By Me. That was sick. Was that dead body real?
Played eighth.
You played eighth. That was sick.
Oh my God!
Are there really a few good men, or is there just one good man? Sick. Were the boys really lost?
Wait, he was wearing a red outfit,
A red
suit?
blazer, like
Yeah,
almost like a
blazer.
Santa Claus, but it was fitted perfectly to or imperfectly to his body.
I had a tailor-made. So can show my V. Sick.
Your feet.
Casey, I was glad you got to bring up Stand By Me because I think now you've been able to ask Rob Reiner, Will Wheaton, Jerry O'Connell.
Yep.
Now Kiefer,
Corey Feldman at some point because we've had him on. We had him in studio back in.
I bet you could have asked River Phoenix if he was still alive.
By the way,
covered everybody
on. I think it's Hulu. Hulu has a series. It's a Vice series, and they touch on there's a whole episode on River Phoenix, the Viper Room.
Heard about, I heard it's really good.
It's really, really good.
I'll tell you the thing about Stand By Me, and there are other movies like that you watch it and you dread almost the end of Stand By Me and it's a wonderful thing and it's the way life works, but the sadness of what you had and
the Sandlot, things like that.
It's the way things are.
Yeah,
And
it's what's important to you as a kid at that time. I mean,
it means everything.
They're sitting around the fire, and he goes, "We talked about things that are important to kids at that time. What's your favorite flavor Pez? Or candy and stuff like that. And it's just a simpler time that's great to reminisce about, and that's done so lovingly well." In that movie. So it's cool. I'm glad he had noticed. I said, I'm wearing my Castle Rock shirt. He's like, I noticed. Very cool, man.
Yeah, awesome. Great guy. Great guest. I'd love to get him on again.
Our next guests are here to promote a movie of which the trailer is one that has made me laugh out loud. This morning, I kept watching this part over and over, absolutely cracking up. And we're going to ask these guys about it because I was just dying. And we welcome back a Philly boy to our studios. He's been here before. We love him. He's so great to this city. Kevin Hart is here, and Ice Cube is here as well. Hey, guys.
What's your man?
How you feeling? Doing great, man. Thank you guys for coming in.
Thanks for having us.
Kevin,
hey, that's my line, homie.
You didn't work this out ahead of time?
No, man. See the problem I had to deal with?
There you go. Something tells me this was a lot of fun to work on the movie Right Along.
Yo, it was a lot of fun to work with. As soon as we can get Kevin, into the set, what I'm saying, to work, he did a pretty good job, you know what I mean?
You have no problems.
Getting him out them strip clubs is murder, you know what I'm saying? Picking glitter out his face, it's just not cool.
Not a regular at the Purple Orchid, are you, man?
Yeah,
Purple Orchid.
Don't listen to this nonsense Cube is talking about. Dude, let me tell you something. Right now, we couldn't be more excited about a movie in our life, man. Me and Cube got the opportunity right now to have a film jump in the same conversations as these other buddy cop movies that have done so much. When you think buddy cop movies, you think 48 Hours, Rush Hours, 48 Hours.
I love them. There's a great dynamic, but the key with any movie like this to work is the chemistry, and it seems like you guys hit the ground running with it.
Instant chemistry, and that's kind of weird because with the other comedians that I've worked with over the years, we've had to build to a cool place, but it was instant with Kevin.
The plot conceit here is that you're an actual detective.
Yeah.
Kevin, you're a pain in the ass. School cop, which you're going to marry your sister, who's your life. You're one connection through to the real world.
Yes, my character has taken care of my sister. Our parents are out the picture, and so she's almost like a daughter. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And you're very protective.
Overprotective, and I'm on a big case. I'm trying to track down the biggest drug dealer in Atlanta. So the last thing I need is this fly in my ear by the name of Ben bugging me trying to marry my sister. And he's just not what I think he should be.
So you decided to take him on a ride along, which might kind of scare him out of this whole thing.
That's the plan, man. Just scare the hell out of him.
Right.
You're Denzel to his Ethan Hawke.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Training day upside down.
Yeah,
upside down on his ear.
You know what's funny though? There's an aspect to it. I'm a gamer, so and you, Kevin, your character believes sort of in a way that because you're accomplished at video gaming, that would translate into the real world.
Yes, I solely believe that this is a real thing.
And I guarantee you, there are a lot of dudes, because you'll hear it when you're playing.
I can promise you there are.
There are a lot of dudes that think they could be dropped down in Fallujah and have no problem.
I can assure you that I've met these guys. I was doing a press junket, and one of the guys, this guy, the blacknerds.com guy. He has a website called blacknerds.com.
Right.
And he was serious. He was like, I'm basically here for all black nerds. give us a place to come, and we basically reside here, and we talk about things, you know. But as a gamer, he was talking about himself as a gamer. As a gamer, I'm a different type of person. This world that I'm in, you know, Kevin, I respect you for going there because it's me. You know, I'm above a platinum level. I'm actually on the game that I play. There's a diamond level, and there's only and we didn't know what the hell he was talking about. We're like, what are you? Hey man, ask me about the movie, man. I don't know what you talking about, man.
The scene I was referring to when I introduced you guys is you're both interrogating this guy, and Cube, you're saying, you know, you better tell me what I need to know. And Kevin's scared to decides to act like he's the crazy cop and just starts wigging out on the guy and accidentally shoots him. Your reaction, Kevin, your face, just the immediate switch it went off to, oh my God, I just shot this guy. And then Cube, you pick it up. He just shot you. That's right, how serious we are. When you did that scene, were you the one who pulled the trigger on the gun, or did they surprise you with that bang? Or
no? Well, on the day, actually, you know, we were trying to figure it out because first of all, they don't like me with guns on the set. I'm the last person they want with a gun just because I just don't know how to handle them in real life. So Cube's like, Kev, hey, make sure somebody check Kev's gun, show me that it's blank. His thing is me shooting him by accident. So on the day, of course, it's empty and we just sound affected.
Okay,
so we just it's just physical, and then after that you sound affected at the end.
Damn, that was funny.
And the director is
Tim Story.
Tim Story, who did
Barbershop, Fantastic Four,
and
Think Like a Man.
Great movie. Now, Barbershop, I assume there was an improvisational atmosphere. Did you get to do a lot of improving on a movie like this?
Oh, yeah, no doubt. You know, I think when you get it right, you know, you start off with a funny script that you're laughing at out loud when you're reading it, and you make sure that script is tight, but you do leave room for the actors to play. And Tim says, you know, get it off the script once, and then y'all can have fun with it. And then, you know, this dude, he don't stop. You know what I mean? He don't stop.
I improv because I can't read. So I basically, I have problems with my T's, H's, and R's. So I'd rather just wing it sometimes.
You
when
got
I
the
don't
Danny
recognize
Glover
the
thing
word.
going on. Yeah.
If I don't recognize the word, I just go off book. That's my motto.
Kevin, I have to indicate how proud Philadelphia is of your success.
Thank you, man.
I mean, because you've been here in our studio before, and I remember last time you were here was back in 2009. You were playing the Tower Theater. That's a big room, and we were all impressed at how you were, you know, continuing in your success on the way up. And then the next thing, you're selling out the Wells Fargo Center, man.
Yeah.
Dude,
it's
amazing.
It's unheard of, man. I try not to think about it because I don't want to go crazy.
Well, you know what? To me, you're doing it the right way because it seems like you keep you enjoy your work and you enjoy your personal life and you keep them both. Yeah. Because you don't, you know, you're not. They don't get blurred. I think guys who let that get blurred end up, you know,
I like Steve. I like Steve, man. Steve gets me. I like Steve, man. I don't know where Steve got his research from, but he ain't been wrong yet. Steve is all right, man.
You know, y'all should do the sequel together.
Me and Steve chemistry is great, man.
While you guys are riding along and ride along too, maybe you're listening to the radio while driving through Philly.
I think so.
I'll take that. Or Steve is the gamer. I don't know, something, man. We go to Steve's house. He's got all types of weird gaming artifacts.
You and I are drinking milk together.
Something. I like it.
I did want to say, though, on behalf of the city and everything, your generosity has been fantastic.
Thank you, man.
A whole bunch of computers. And there was that little incident where some of them were clipped.
Yeah, they stole them.
Stole computers. You're trying to do something good for the city.
Oh, son of a...
Steve, I mean, Kevin, you didn't donate the computers and then steal them back.
No, listen.
That ain't cool.
I didn't steal
Kevin,
them back.
that ain't cool.
Here's the thing. Let me tell you something about old Kevin Hart. See, here's the thing. You can't keep old Kevin Hart down. At the end of the day, I bleed Philadelphia. So at the end of the day, I step up for my city. And I understand where our public school system is, and I understand the problems that we're going through. So rather than being a talker, I took it upon myself to take my own money, $250,000 I did. I took it out of my account, and I bought the computers. I didn't want any help. I didn't go after sponsors. So being that somebody came in and stole them, all you do is motivate me to do more.
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, we have Bizarre File stories right here.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we'll start with this. I told you about this guy earlier this week, the porch pooper who has repeatedly targeted a Louisville, Kentucky home, struck twice more over Labor Day weekend. After initially going number 2 on the porch 4 times the previous week, The trespasser returned on Sunday and Monday.
I have every confidence that if someone were to do this a couple of times, I would be able to catch them.
Yeah, I would think so,
I mean,
too.
at a certain point. What, I mean, they have that one security camera, which is not good.
Yeah.
Or just stay awake one night.
Well, or buy a ghillie suit.
Buy a ghillie suit.
And be a shrub on your front, front lawn. And maybe he'll take a dump on you.
Dump on me, dude.
Grab him right away.
I pissed that push off.
All right. So the homeowner tried to scare off the offender, apparently, Steve, by placing cat litter and loud sonic speakers on his porch.
It's nothing.
It seemed effective as the intruder appeared frightened and fled during the latest
all right,
encounter.
all right.
But, I mean,
there's like
someone caught him.
6-7 times of taking a dump on your front porch?
Yeah.
I only allow 3.
All right, here's the story.
Oh, man, I had a clip for it.
Okay, go ahead.
Poop again!
What's that from?
It's from Billy Madison. They were leaving a flaming bag of poop on this guy's doorstep.
All right, they got him again.
Mm-hmm.
All right, one more time.
Poop again!
Okay. Speaking of all that, in Clementon, Camden County, they posted on social media that a foul odor has been reported in areas of Clementon and the surrounding communities.
Poop again!
Yeah, it is confirmed that they wrote that the odor is traveling from Hamilton, Atlantic County. A short time ago, officials conducted mosquito spraying. They said on social media, like we do in our areas as well. Please know that although the odor is foul, it is deemed safe at this time. Atlantic County officials said that...
So you have nothing to worry about.
Aerial spraying was conducted in Hamilton from 6 to 9 p.m. using Phyphanon as part of an ongoing effort to control the area's mosquito population, but there was nothing unusual about the flight.
How did they dump it over the area?
Phyphanon in an airplane, I guess they like...
Not a helicopter?
Phyphanon, no.
in that helicopter.
Phyphanon's trade name for malathion, an artificial insecticide with a low odor, apparently.
Okay.
So if it stunk in Clementon recently, that's what it was. And I think that was worth mentioning here.
Pacino likes it.
A 40-year-old Japanese father and bodybuilder claims that he has doubled his life expectancy by only sleeping a half an hour per night for the past 12 years.
I saw this. There's got to be something to this.
Daisuke Hori from Osaka, Japan.
It's correct.
Has trained his body and his mind.
Trained my body. It is a temper.
To function normally and not feel tired. He relies on staying active and drinking caffeine to remain alert throughout his 23-and-a-half-hour day.
I only sleep for 23, what is it, a half hour?
Half hour every day.
And I take 220-minute naps.
He believes that people benefit more from high-quality sleep than long sleep. He founded the Japan Short Sleepers Training Association.
I am the only member.
In 2016, and claims to have taught over 2,100 people to become ultra short sleepers, with one student reporting positive effects on her skin and mental health.
So there are people, Dr. Mike has said this, that do not require a lot of sleep. I think I'm probably one of them. There are legendary people throughout history who don't, but I mean, for the most part, it's got to work against you a half hour a day.
Hori recently competed in the Best Body Japan competition and was featured in the reality show Will You Go With Me, showing his daily routine. The typical day includes only sleeping for 26 minutes, waking up naturally, refreshed and full of energy. Dr. Thomas Kilkenny from the Institute of Sleep Medicine doubts the claims. He said not getting enough sleep for a long time can seriously harm your mind and body. He says adults should try to get 7 to 9 hours every single night. So some people don't believe this guy is actually doing that and that he's just saying that he's doing it. But, he's in amazing shape. He's a bodybuilder. So who knows? Who knows? Listen to this story. It's out of Canada. A black bear cub survived a 10-hour drive to Windsor while being fed Taco Bell after being found in the middle of a road near Cochrane, Ontario. The Pet Wildlife Rescue had the unusual animal in its care for part of the Labor Day long weekend. Officials say that they had to retrieve the young black bear from inside a van after receiving a call for assistance on Saturday evening. A spokesperson said, "We've never had an actual bear call before that turned out to be a bear." Apparently, two fellows were driving up north to Cochrane and found this bear in the middle of the road, and they decided to pick him up and drive him 10 hours down to Windsor.
Sure. You like Taco Bell, buddy?
Somehow, somebody heard about it, and the police got involved. He said, we talked to the police just to offer our services if they needed a place to temporarily keep the animal.
What the hell is happening?
Because not everybody has a good spot to keep a bear, and our animal controls are 24/7 for emergencies.
So the bear was it was a cub or just a young bear?
It says the cub.
Okay.
The bear was frightened and listless when it arrived, and the bear was quite lethargic. He said, very scared. I should also mention that it was fed Taco Bell, so I'm sure his innards weren't feeling so great neither.
So we're led to believe that bears in the wild do not eat Taco Bell.
I guess not. And that guy, it sounds a little like Rocky there.
Yeah.
I'm sure his innards weren't feeling so great neither.
And neither am I.
Yeah, and
I know you all wonder what would be appropriate to feed a black bear, and I don't not know none good either.
So Taco Bell.
I would go with Taco Bell. The bears like to run, and make the run for the border, and that's what I would do. I would probably do something like a taco salad, which we know is very high in calories.
You have to have the Russian translation there. Yeah. All right, so he said they weren't feeling so great neither. And he was
not feeling none good, no neither.
He was just really stressed. So we were able to remove him from the vehicle, put him in our crates, and drive him to the shelter and put him in a safe enclosure where he got to spend the night. The Ministry of Natural Resources was notified.
Did you hear about the bear that jumped over the barbed wire fence?
No.
It was an utter catastrophe.
Wait a minute.
I don't know animals none good either.
No.
Cow joke, Rock.
That's that would be a cow,
right?
Rock, not a not a bear. So
Banana.
Still one of my favorite moments ever on the show was Rocky doing a knock knock joke. Knock knock. Who's there? Orange. Orange who? Banana.
Not a good joke teller.
He's not.
Anyhow, the bear's okay.
Yeah, good.
So we're happy about that. All right, and that is all we have time for in the Bizarre File. We have a last-second call-in.
What?
Box 29 in Penn Medicine. This is the second time he's called in this morning.
He was mentioned often on the show.
First time on the air this morning, Dr. Mike Sirigliano. Hey, Dr. Mike.
I love you guys. Now, look, all right, so the sushi, very important. You got to pick a good sushi chef. It's just like a good doctor or a good mechanic or a good whatever.
Right.
Got to find one. That way you don't get parasites.
So let me ask you. What is the place you are planning? You had a specific place in mind, Dr.
By the way, this is a conversation from earlier this morning.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Cuckoo is a wonderful place. There's a bunch of places.
All right.
But we're going to go, and we're going to have wonderful sushi, and that's that. Now, this knucklehead that sleeps half an hour a day will end up psychotic. All right? I mean, that's the biggest bunch of baloney that I've ever heard in my life. We're a sleep-deprived nation. And if you don't get enough sleep, you get obesity. You don't go into REM sleep. I mean, this guy's going to die.
So, wouldn't you? You will die if you don't get sleep, correct? I mean,
humans need it.
think. Look, you know what I think? I think he's eating sushi and sleeping in the back of the sushi restaurant.
Yeah,
that's what I think. Getting half an hour of sleep for a prolonged period of time is insane.
Dr. Mike, I'm sure that there are a million answers to the question, but if you could give just one or two or three, what is the best way to get a good night's sleep other than a sleep number bed?
Well, you need to have good sleep hygiene. Oh, and by the way, congratulations.
Oh, thanks, Mike.
It's about time. She's a wonderful person, and I love you and her. Anyway, so look, what you need to do is not have electronics at night. Good luck with that. All right, you want to try to have the room dark. You don't want any noise, things like that. You don't want to eat too late. And if you do those things and try to stick with a schedule that's called good sleep hygiene, and you'll sleep better without sleeping pills and all that nonsense. And if you do that, in general, and this goes for kids too, they're sleep deprived. And you need about, and people always say, well, how many hours? 6, 7, 8, it depends on your age. But if you're snoozing during the day, you're yawning, you're tired, you're not alert, you're not getting enough sleep.
Yes, we thought it was absurd that somebody is existing on a half-hour sleep a day.
Yeah,
I think he's I don't think he gets half an hour. You won't live long.
Yeah, I think
You'll
he's
get
faking
psychotic
it
and
too.
you'll-
And to be a competitive bodybuilder while that's going on?
Oh,
No.
give me a break.
Right,
please.
exactly.
All right, I love you. I will not call anymore. It's only every time I come into a room after a patient, I hear you talking about something.
We love you, Dr. Mike.
Love you.
All right, we'll
Mike
see.
is a
There he goes.
P1.
Yep, absolutely. All right. Great advice from the doctor.
As always.
All right, so Sweet Lucy's is here. Great restaurant with wonderful barbecue that they brought in today, and we have our final $50 gift card to give to you. We'll take call number 16-215-263-WMMR. You can choose Sweet Lucy's Smokehouse for your next event with full-service, off-premise catering, or in their rustic, one-of-a-kind bar and event space off of the Cottman Avenue exit of I-95. You can visit sweetlucy's.com for more information. Caller 16 will set you up, but we have garlic mashed potatoes and gravy.
I gotta try some.
Tangy cucumber tomato salad. They have the baked mac and cheese, wings, sliced beef brisket, and pulled pork. Wonderful food. We're loving it. You will too. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Bigger. And at the end of the day, my job is to just give kids hope that are in the same position that I was in, that are coming up in the same community that I was in, to show them that, hey, look, you know what, guys care. People do come back. These guys don't make it out the city and just go on to do whatever. The fact that they still physically see me and they can still talk to me and reach me, that's all I need. I know that I'm reaching somebody and giving them that motivation. Cube, I'm such a good dude.
Yeah, what part of
You are a good dude. You are a good dude.
All right, well, listen, the movie is opening up on the 17th. Like I said, it looks hilarious. And as Steve said, we're looking at a franchise, I think. I mean,
It looks that way,
question.
yeah.
It looks great. It's called Ride Along. Make sure you go check it out. Thank you, Kevin Hart and Ice Cube. Good luck with everything.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it, man.
You
This
bet.
was
Let's hear
fun.
it, man. Ice Cube. We got a couple of guests that are in our studio.
Yep.
Fresh from our Acme Lounge.
Yeah.
Finally, we're getting to use it.
Yeah, exactly. They have arrived in our studio via the UK, and we actually hung out with them in London. They came by our live broadcast when the Eagles were playing, and we did a few days in London, and they are in town filming for their YouTube series, and they're great people. We love them. Give some love to Joel and Leah. Who are here.
Thanks for having us.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Yeah. We're good. We're even happier you've used that music.
Of course.
Very royal.
Iconic. As soon as it came on, I was like, this is incredible.
Any American show, whenever, and this has been for decades, whenever they go to London or England, there is a stock shot of Big Ben, and that's the music that plays to show the transition. It is almost guaranteed.
They'll show a car going across Tower Bridge, and
and that's it.
The music
every
gets
time.
played.
Oh, I know where we are.
Mhm. Yeah.
And of course, you'll hear like the Paris. You get the Eiffel Tower.
Oh, yeah.
All the stand. Oh, here's where we are.
Yep. Every time. So listen, you guys, when did you get to the States?
Tuesday.
On Tuesday.
Yeah.
And flew into Philadelphia or New York, or where'd you go?
Yeah, Philadelphia. We got
Philadelphia.
detained. That was
You got
fun.
detained?
I told Casey about it. It was, we were terrified. US border control. So scary.
So detained, what did they...
Well, detained might be a bit dramatic, but they took us aside. They took our passports away, took us into secondary questioning.
Oh.
They separated us. They went through all our luggage. They were asking us all these probing
Joel,
questions.
my palms are sweating as we read
I know,
it.
same.
I get it. And we're so innocent. That's
And
the problem.
they don't smile at you, right? Like there's no like, don't worry, we're just gonna. It's like you think you're, something.
The thing to do,
Yeah.
and the way to deflect immediately, if you ever get in that situation, is say, we don't have any bombs.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then,
I've heard
and then
that.
they'll react. No, it is a weird thing, and I think a lot of people go through. I know I do. I'm always like, I know that I'm completely. There's nothing. It's clean, but
Yeah,
you're
but
like,
you're
you
nervous.
can't help it when they start pointing their attention at you. You're going to start getting nervous.
Oh, yeah. I
And
was like, Joel, we need to get our story straight. He was like, what story? we just tell the truth.
If you're not familiar with Joel and Leah, they have this YouTube series, and they do a lot of comparisons to American culture and British culture, and that's where they jumped on our radar because they'll do fun things like sampling food. I watched a video this morning of you, Joel, driving in the United States for the first time.
Yeah.
And that was in Orlando,
gosh,
I
it's
think.
playing.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Listen, when we went to London, after spending a couple days, in advance, I'm like, I'm wondering if I could be able to drive here or not. And after spending a couple days, actually 5 minutes, I'm like, no way would I be able to. And London is a major metropolitan area. So being able to drive in, maybe I could pull it off in the country, but in a city, forget it, man.
Really? You think you could do country roads? They are terrifying. They're
Are
so
they?
small and narrow, and you feel like everyone's going to hit you, and it's really scary.
Okay, I'll just write off the whole country.
Anytime. So years ago, we'd gone over when Guinness was giving away. They used to have a promotion where they give away pubs in Ireland. Like you'd get the pub, you'd get the whole business. And so we went over, and I don't think we even drove then, Preston. I think Marilyn's friend drove around.
Yeah.
Like, I'm always thinking of that story years ago when, remember, Matthew Broderick was over, and he was driving with, I think, Aaron, from Jennifer Grey.
Yeah.
And they were on the wrong side of the road, and they collided with the family, and it was a horrible story. I'm like, nah, because it's such a you've been driving so long here.
Yeah, you've trained your whole life.
My fear is I would just lapse back into the wrong side.
Did you like driving on the right side of the road?
It was scary, and I did start driving with one foot on each pedal because I drive a manual, so an automatic. And Leah was like, "Why is it so jerky?" And she's like, "Have you got a foot on each pedal?" I was like, "Yeah."
We
so
sound like so intelligent on this show.
But it was easy in the end because your roads are wider. I feel like, especially in Florida, people don't get angry. There's so much road rage in the UK, and in Florida, they were just like, "Nah, you cut me up, it's fine."
It's really funny because Brits are quite polite. Well, we're kind of polite-ish. But then on
Not
the
in a car.
road, we have this alter ego where we feel like we can say anything behind the car.
And there probably is road rage here, but just where we were in Florida, they were just...
No, there is. But I'm surprised to hear that there's a lot in England. Everyone does seem... I mean, obviously, you always make these sweeping generalities. Everyone's so pleasant. But you're saying that that's out on the road, behind the wheel, it's a different story.
Totally different story.
But you know what? It's probably not scary to you guys because you're just like, oh, you idiot.
Right.
Yeah.
So while you're in the area, how much time are you spending in Philadelphia and filming here?
So, yeah, we have 6 days in total.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Which is kind of short, but we're hoping to just do all the touristy stuff. And obviously, we're going to try Philly cheesesteak as well. So we haven't
First
done that yet.
time.
First time, yeah. So
A
excited.
Philly cheesesteak, you got to try several of them.
Yeah,
Several.
all of them.
You can't. I mean, they're all over the place. And so,
Oh, wow.
But we can point you guys in the right direction if you need some places to go to. Yeah.
When you travel, because when we came over to London, you sort of feel compelled to do the touristy
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
But you don't necessarily get a taste of the city or the country when you do that. When you guys travel, do you bang out the touristy stuff and then dive a little deeper, or what's your approach?
It's really funny. Tell them about the love thing.
Well, yeah, so everyone was banging on about the love sculpture here, and I'm like, you need to see it. And then we got there, and it was just like this tiny little love
Yeah,
sign.
right.
we looked at it and we went, no, surely not.
Surely not.
Surely
but we do try to hit all of the touristy stuff.
Wait, so you didn't like the love statue?
We just
I
went,
thought it'd
no,
be
we've
huge.
not come halfway across the world for that. No, come on.
Like,
Make
it's all
it make
very
sense.
cute. Like, it's nice. Love's great. We love love.
Oh, we
But
love love.
It's just a very small sculpture.
You're right. It's not.
It's unimpressive.
Yeah, it's not like an art masterpiece. As in, wow, how did they make
It's the
that,
word love.
Yeah.
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 But
It's
it's
like-
a nice positive message. It's,
Yeah. We thought, no wonder they detained us at the airport. They don't believe we're tourists. There's nothing to see.
Right. They're just bored. But it's like the Liberty Bell, which whenever somebody comes here, I never say go see the Liberty Bell. It's underwhelming. It's a crack bell. I get it, but there's a lot of stuff down there that And we did a thing years ago about people have lived here all their lives and have not seen it. It's just So you will leave, I'm sure, seeing more than a lot of Philadelphians have seen in your 6 days here.
Okay. Do you guys do all the planning of what you want to do while you're here, or do you? Yeah, you do it.
So loose planning, don't we? And then most of it's just like make it up as we go along. But we will have a few.
And we get recommendations from our viewers as well. We rely heavily on that because we want to make videos for them. So we're like, well, what do you want to see?
Yeah.
So most of the times it will be all the touristy stuff. And we would like to go off the beaten track, but we don't often have the time to do that.
Well, I think that's the charm, is that you're doing the stuff that everyone says initially would say, I'd like to check that out. So these recon trips where you're going and you come here, and obviously most of what you do is predicated on the differences and similarities. How many times a year, outside of a COVID scenario, would you make the trip to the States?
Yeah, we used to do quite a few, didn't we?
Yeah.
And then COVID just sort of meant that couldn't happen. So,
Maybe
what we're
3
aiming
trips
for.
a year?
At least 3?
3 or 4.
Yeah, 3 or 4. That's cool.
I feel like 6 days, you can get like everything done and then some in 6 days here.
Yeah.
Like, no doubt. I don't even know what you've done so far and what you have planned for today.
So, what have we done so far, Joel? You're the map.
far-
Joel's the map.
We-
I'm just the wandering follower.
We went to Reading Terminal Market for
Okay.
breakfast.
Good cause.
Loved it.
That was nice.
Well,
and
did
then
you go to Denick's? Because there's a one of the shops in there has what has been labeled the greatest sandwich in the United States is
Wow.
at Reading Terminal Market.
Really? Did they just write that on the poster,
Yeah,
or did they actually?
They didn't write it. It was I can't remember which foodie or which but it was like
Yeah.
it wasn't a Philadelphian who said it. It was
Okay.
somebody who has toured the whole country and said this is
That
the
is the
greatest
best sandwich.
You will bet. I mean, there's a lot of great food here. That's one thing. I mean, Philly, over the course of the time that we've been doing the show, has become a real foodie city.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of great stuff to check out. And as Preston was right, you can't do one cheesesteak. You're going to have to do a
Okay.
couple.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
that's fine with
That's
us.
interesting. Yeah, I can see the title now of that video. We tried the best sandwich in America.
Yes,
That'd be
right.
quite good.
That'd be
Yeah.
good. We also talking about soft pretzels. Apparently that's a
Apparently
Philly
that's a
thing.
thing.
Someone
It
said
is.
tomato pie. And then I
Yes.
told that to someone and they were like, "What is
Yes.
that?"
That's
Is
what we
that-
call
what
it
is
too.
that?
Tomato
Oh,
pie.
tomato.
Tomato pie.
Tomato pie. Yeah. So yes, it's kind of like pizza.
Okay.
But
Without the cheese.
Without the cheese,
Oh, and it's
and it's
cold.
usually
It's
served
cold.
cold.
Yeah. So it's
and
really
it has a
nothing like
sweetness to
pizza.
it too.
It's sweet.
It's
yeah.
sweet.
really
Yeah.
selling it, guys.
Yeah, it's unique and it's good, but
Corporalese.
Corporalese.
We
Yeah,
got to send you to
Corporalese.
Corporalese to get there.
Okay.
They're our favorite tomato pie for sure.
And the sweetness, I think, is what will surprise you. Is that it definitely has that taste to it. And it took a while for me to acclimate to it. You probably also have to do crab fries, right?
Ooh.
Yeah, chickens and Pete's.
Oh,
Yeah.
So
those
crab
are
fries.
good.
Why do you call us? We will give you a whole list.
There's
Listen,
so much food
I
choice,
put
yeah.
I put Leah in touch with Marisa. I said she is Philadelphia, like
Right.
and anything and everything that you need to know. And actually, because you're Greek as well.
Yeah.
One of her best friends owns a Greek restaurant, and it's what's it called? Hopa.
Oppa.
Yeah.
Oppa.
Oppa.
Yeah,
Yeah, I love
and
that.
so she owns a nice restaurant in the city of Philadelphia. But like,
That's
if you
awesome.
really needed to consult anybody about anything you needed to see and do in the city, Marissa's your person.
Is there a Sixers game while they're here?
There's the Sixers, and LeBron James
Yeah.
is in town.
Is
LeBron,
that,
James.
wow, you're joking.
Yeah.
Wow, I thought I pretended to be a fangirl then.
And we are not done going to jail as of yet. We're going to spend one more episode behind bars and a short one clocking in at only 2 minutes and 22 seconds. That will be the next song that we play in the Back to School A to Z. We got other things on the way this morning, including giving away our Word of the Week prize. Right now, we have something totally different to give away. We're going to do our lesson question, and we're going to give away a pair of tickets as MMR rocks Cagey Elephant, the Neon Pill Tour, special guest Young the Giant tonight at the Man. And here's the question that I posed to you. It's from early this morning. I have to ask this. What side character on Dora the Explorer was also an expert marksman? 215-263-WMMR. All right, from earlier this morning. It was like 6:40 when we were doing the birthdays this morning. What side character on Dora the Explorer was also an expert marksman? 215-263-WMMR. If you heard us talking about that, call now. While you're calling in, we will do the Hollywood Trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll get some stories. Steve Morrison, what is happening today, Sal?
Well, the Commanders have suspended Vice President of Content Rail Onteen after an undercover video showed him describing the team's fans as, quote, very low income, uneducated mouth breathers. Amazingly, Onteen is defending himself, saying it's on you if you took that as an insult. Hey! TV star Judge Greg Mathis telling TMZ that he plans on winning his estranged wife, Linda, back and stopping her divorce proceedings against him. Mathis says that Linda is the light of his 50% of everything he owns.
Oh, my God.
And finally, 1,000-pound sister star Amy Slatton claiming she was bitten by a camel during a visit to a drive-through safari attraction. Slatton says she could not roll up the window because she was riding on the back of a flatbed truck. That's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we will see if you were listening and you know the answer to this. What side character on Dora the Explorer was also an expert marksman? 215-263-WMMR. We'll go to Julie, see if she knows. Hi, Julie. Good morning.
Yes.
Hi, Julie. Do you know the answer?
Yes. Is it the map?
It is not the map. No. Sorry, had to have been listening. All right, let me go to Dan next. Hi, Dan. Morning, bud.
Morning.
All right, Dan, what side character on Dora the Explorer was an expert marksman?
Shooter?
No, it's not Shooter. Sorry. We'll go next to Drew. Maybe Drew knows. Hey, Drew.
Hi, good morning. Sniper, no
Sniper, no sniping. That's what we were looking for. Thank you, Drew. Hang on. And we are going to give you a pair of tickets for the show tonight. Cage the Elephant, the Neon Pill Tour. Special guest, Young the Giant. It's at the Man, and tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, so this is the big thing that happened yesterday. After a 7-year-long absence, Linkin Park has returned. And there's a new lineup for the band. All right, the regulars, Mike Shinoda, Brad Delson, Phoenix, and Joe Hahn, they're going to be joined by a new member of the band, Emily Armstrong, who is from the band Dead Sarah, and she will be a co-vocalist, as was Chester Bennington.
That's interesting.
Along with Mike Shinoda, yes.
Have they been floating around like Lizzie Hale and other women as potentials?
Not Lizzie Hale. A few years ago, remember we had talked about Amy from Evanescence was... There was like someone had floated a rumor that blah, blah, blah. She said, yeah, if they want me to, I'd be glad to do it. So that was out there. But they didn't just announce a new lineup. They also announced 6 upcoming arena shows in Los Angeles, New York, Hamburg, London, Seoul, and Bogota as part of a From Zero World tour, which will support Linkin Park's first album since 2017 on November 15th. And they also surprised everybody with a brand new single and video. It's called The Emptiness Machine. We listened off air to just a little bit of it. Can we play some of it, Casey?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead. So this is a new sound for Linkin Park. Let's check a little bit of it out.
Flashing your favorite point of view. I know you're waiting in the distance, just like you always do, just like you always do. Already pulling me in, already under my skin, and I know exactly how this ends. I let you cut me open just to watch me bleed. Gave up who I am for who you wanted me to be.
So I haven't had a chance to hear the whole thing yet, just all that we've listened to so far.
She sounds good.
Yeah. No, that's not her. I don't think it's Emily. I don't even know if she's on maybe singing some harmonies.
I don't know. No. Yeah.
But I know that...
it's a full sound.
Yeah. Brent Porsche played it yesterday in its entirety because obviously we're doing the back to school A to Z. But wait here.
Yeah.
She's got a powerful voice. Yeah. That'll meld nicely with the sound of the band and with Mike's vocals. Yeah.
I think if you're a Linkin Park fan, you'd be happy with this.
Yeah. Oh, I like this.
Yeah.
So we have added this song to the Back to School A to Z. So when the T's come around, the Emptiness Machine, we will have that for you.
T's.
In the lineup when the T's. Okay.
T's. Boobs.
No, not boobs. All right, what else we have here for you? Motley Crue is set to release a Dr. Feelgood 35th anniversary box set. The band said in an announcement, 35 years after its release, Dr. Feelgood stands as the last great rock record of the 1980s and one of the greatest rock records of all time. Well, they're not shy to
No.
throw that out there. It will be.
I will say it is the greatest achievement by mankind.
I mean, I compared us to the Beatles earlier this morning, so I guess, it will be available on CD and vinyl, and it will feature a newly remastered version of the album, as well as rare demos and live tracks. Also include behind-the-scenes photos, a replica poster, backstage pass, press kit, and more.
The most amazing thing to ever happen on Earth!
The deluxe album will also be available digitally, and the whole thing comes out on November 22nd. And then one more thing, get ready for a slasher album for Halloween. Slash has released music of Universal Studios Hollywood Halloween Horror Nights, an 11-song vinyl-only album made up of his original compositions for the Halloween Horror Nights Universal Monsters Haunted House.
I never knew that Slash provided the soundtrack for that experience.
Yeah, it's a Universal
We've been
Studios.
invited to go do that, and broadcast, but it just wouldn't work out.
300 alternate color vinyls will be placed in stores at Universal Studios Hollywood that were hand-signed by the guitarist. And the album itself is only available there, with one limited exception. 100 copies were available online through Deco Entertainment, but they're already listed as sold out. If you want a copy, you got to head out to Universal Studios Hollywood to get that. Oh, yes, and absolutely. Pearl Jam in town this weekend. Nick McElwain on board, obviously, for the whole thing. Nice article in the Philly Voice.
Yeah, thanks to Kristen Hunt.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, Preston.
Features you and Matt Cord of our sister station, MGK.
Yeah, Kristen is new to Philadelphia. She's lived in New York for a long time, but she reached out to Matt and to me. And so if you're a fan of Pearl Jam, it's a really nice article in Philly Voice. I put it up on my social media as well. But yeah, tomorrow night, Wells Fargo Center. And then on Monday night, also the Wells Fargo Center. And then tomorrow night from about 5 p.m. to 7 p.m., Pierre and Brent Porsche and I will be doing concert coverage on the way in. And then we'll do, we're actually going to suspend the A to Z after the show on the way out for more Pearl Jam as you're leaving.
There'll be like a concert.
Yeah, some concert recap stuff. And so I'm sure that two shows are going to be very different. They've been doing a lot of new stuff on their shows. They just did 2 shows in Madison Square Garden. Actually, Steven Van Zandt came out and played Rockin' on the Free World with him the other night at MSG. Yeah,
I know that they allow all of their shows to be purchased afterwards, the live shows and stuff like that. Do you know how long that takes?
Not long at all.
Right? It's crazy.
Yeah.
I remember seeing Fish in Atlantic City. I dropped my friend off in Brigantine, and by the time he got out of the car, that concert we were just at was already available to listen.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yep.
So you're buying a
concert that you were just at,
right? They send you the file.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's tomorrow night, 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. on the way in, and then we'll do post-concert coverage on the way out. Me and Pierre and Brent. I'm not sure exactly where we're going to be. Hopefully somewhere within the concourse of the Wells Fargo Center. But if you see us, come over, say hi, and we'd love to chat with you.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right, that's it in music news. We'll take a break, come back in a second. One more visitation behind bars and the Jays with a jail song. Be right back.
Yeah.
Is that at the Wells Fargo?
Yeah. Look at you.
Yeah. Well, I did do a little bit of research.
Where are you guys staying in the city, downtown? Okay, cool.
So we won't say where.
No,
exactly.
You know.
Last time we said where we were in a hotel, we just got so much food sent to the hotel, so maybe we should say it.
Honestly,
We got
they
Cuban
kept calling
sandwiches, we got cheese, deliveries of just cheese, because we said on a live stream how we
We
wanted
said we were hungry.
cheese.
They
and
started
then-
sending food.
Yeah,
Oh,
it was
so
amazing.
That's very cool that your viewers are that nice and that look out for you.
Yeah,
We got to send them to Italian Market. Take a
Yes.
look at that down that way because you mentioned cheese. DeBruno Bros is down there, right?
Yeah, DeBruno's actually all over the place.
Are you guys museum people?
We've got a cool one. We've
There's
got
one
a
called
super cool one.
The Muter Museum. It's
Yeah.
written like mutter, but it's pronounced Muter Museum, and it's oddities, and it's weird like medical anomalies and stuff like that. And it's a really cool building on top of it. So if you want to go see some weird, gross stuff, Philly's your place.
They have like a gigantic colon.
Yeah.
I mean,
As a
literally,
matter of
I mean,
fact-
like the
wow.
weird. They have the skeleton of what was the one time the tallest man in the world? Yes, right.
Yeah, I was at the Casey Musgraves concert last night at
Oh,
the
wow.
Wells
Yeah,
at
I
the
saw
Wells
she was
Fargo
on.
Center, and she has been in town for the last couple of days. She went to the Muter Museum.
Oh,
and
that's awesome.
If
Yeah.
it's good enough for Casey, it's good enough
Of
for
course,
us.
yeah.
you
We
know?
were reading all about her in Nashville at that Country Music Museum, weren't we?
Yeah, we did.
So I say we don't like museums, we actually do.
Yeah, it depends. Just not modern art. I don't like modern art museums.
All right, we will.
We'll steer you that way. Well, I see that our callers are getting on the line, and I think I want to take this out for a spin because one of the things that always surprises us here is when we'll be watching a show, a movie, something like that, and you get to know a character, even sometimes over a few seasons, and then we'll hear an interview with them, and it turns out this person who we thought was from America is a Brit, and they have mastered the accent. And in fact, Kate Winslet, a show called Mayor of Easttown, which took place in this area, had to master not only just the American accent, but specifically She took it from where Casey is from, Delaware County. We call it Delco.
Yeah.
So it's got a very specific accent, and she said it was the most difficult accent she ever tried to master. And she nailed it. She nailed it spot on.
I mean, she's
Amazing.
winning awards right and left for it. Yeah.
That's incredible.
So we wanted to do a game with you guys called Brit or Not a Brit.
Ooh, gosh, okay.
We have a series of callers
Okay.
that are going to speak. We've given them something to say.
Oh, gosh.
Some of them are British and some of them are American, but they're all going to be attempting a British accent.
Okay.
Or
And
just
you
talking.
have to determine whether they are legitimately British or not.
100% Joel's going to be really good at this.
Oh,
I
I'll
think,
try.
yeah.
I did a degree in
He did
linguistics,
Yeah.
so
Well, there you go. That's
I love
good.
accents, but I say that I probably, I'll be terrible.
Okay.
Well, the funny
we'll
thing
find
is
out.
that, as you know, because as you know, you're obviously spent a lot of time in the States. Obviously, there are different dialects throughout the United States. For England, for the size that it is, there are a tremendous amount of different dialects.
Yeah,
it's pretty wild.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Do you have a particular accent? If someone would somebody be able to pick out what region you're from?
I think they would say generic sort of south of the UK accent for both of us. Leah's got a
probably
slight
Midlands
twang.
yeah, I'd say I'm Midlands RP.
Yeah, so you're sort of in the middle of the
Yeah.
UK. So yeah, people could place us, but not so specifically. I think.
It's so funny when some of our American viewers are like, Leah, you sound like Adele. I'm like, I
Like
really
Adele.
don't. I really
She's from a
don't.
completely different area.
But she's a bit sharper, right?
Yeah.
Do you guys have a favorite or least favorite British accent?
Oh, I love Welsh. Oh, I love a bit of Welsh. I do. And I heard that Philadelphia's got a Welsh bit of history here.
Well, in fact,
Sure.
yes, where you're at, Balakinwood is it's a Welsh name.
Yeah.
It's spelled Balacynyd. That's how you spell Balakinwood. So that's clearly a Welsh derivation. So.
When you mock, when you are trying to make like a classic stereotypical goofy British accent, which do you target for it? What region do you target?
You probably end up being Birmingham, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you like Birmingham.
Yeah.
And Birmingham has been voted as like the ugliest UK accent for years and years, which is so sad because it's a quirky accent.
Yeah, it's nice.
But no, I think
love
we
them
just go
all.
for a posh, like us, but
Right.
times 10.
Of course, I'm always doing when we do the royal family. We do
That's
the-
how he speaks.
Yes.
Pretty good, Steve.
Right, but I mean, so and everything that I do is a very over exaggerated thing because that's how it resonates with people. But I love the subtleties, so we'll see how you guys do with this.
You kind of do a little Cockney thing sometimes.
Yeah,
too,
now
so-
and then.
Yeah. It goes,
It's funny though. What is amazing, we learned about Cockney, and I was just watching To Sir with Love, again when Sidney Poitier passed away. That Cockney speak, that jumbled
That
word,
rhyming?
yeah.
Can you follow it, or do you need to be from the neighborhood to know what some of that stuff is?
It's almost like speaking in metaphors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Things would ping out, wouldn't they? Like
Yeah.
apple and stairs, we know apple and pears mean stairs,
Yes.
things like that. But we can, if someone was actually speaking it, which I don't think I've ever met
It's
anyone.
kind
who
of
speaks
dying
to me
out
in it.
now.
Yeah.
So, like parents' generations that are from that area, then it kind of has now dissolved.
I
the
assume when you
Cockney
speak
rhymes
that way and you're calling for an ambulance and they can't figure out where you are, that's
Yeah.
why you're dying out. 'cause
Pretty much.
you
That's it.
can't get medical assistance.
All right, so we are going to play Brit or Not a Brit. All right, and we've got callers on the line, and here's the story. We have given them.
We had to play that.
We've given them lines from movies that are based in Philadelphia
Okay.
to say to you. So if whatever they're saying makes no sense to you at all, don't worry about it. It's from a Philly movie.
Preston,
so,
by happenstance, I watched both Rocky and the second half of Philadelphia last
oh,
night.
perfect.
Yes, I'm all prepped.
You're up to speed
Yeah.
on this. All right, so let's get our first caller on the line. Is this the order that we're going in? Yes.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go to Jen. Jen, good morning.
Morning to you.
All right, Jen, you are going to read a movie line for Joel and Leah, and let's see if we can figure out if you're a Brit or not a Brit. So go ahead, please.
You know what crazy is? Crazy is majority rules. Take germs, for example. In the 18th century, no such thing. Nada. Nothing. No one ever imagined such a thing. No sane person, anyway. Hey, look at this doctor.
Can't give a straight face.
No, she was good.
Okay, all right. Let's
She was
find
quite good.
let's find out officially.
So
Leah,
tragic.
Leah, what do you think? Brit or not a Brit?
I think not a Brit.
All right, and Joel, Brit or not a Brit?
Not a Brit.
All right, Jen, what are you? Where are you from, Jen? Where are you from, Jen?
I am from Newark, Delaware.
Newark, Delaware. Not a Brit. All right, so somebody keep score, by the way.
They knew immediately. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was a bit over the top.
Wasn't bad though.
No, it was decent. She was just it was just a bit augmented.
Right. It's like the way I do it.
What movie was that, by the way?
Yeah, what
Do we
movie?
even know?
Anybody? Do you know what movie those lines were from, Jen? Because I couldn't pick up
Yeah,
on
that was from 12 Monkeys.
12 Monkeys.
That was pretty hard, actually.
Yes. All
No,
right.
you did a good job.
All right. Is Jen are we giving prizes away? Or
Only
what are
if
we
they
doing?
stump them.
Only if they stump
Yeah,
them. Okay.
That's the way we do it here in the States.
Yeah.
Sorry,
You gotta
Jen.
really- You got to really do it.
Thanks
Yeah.
for playing, though. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. All right, these guys are they're good on one. All right, let's get our next caller on the line.
It's quite a fun game.
And we're going to go to Duke. Good morning, Duke.
Hi.
All right, Duke, could you please give us the line that you're going to be reading for Joel and Leah?
Okay.
Be nice if you had it ready to go.
Give him a minute.
He's doing
Look, it's a name, man. The Italian stallion. The media will eat it up. Now, who discovered America? It's an Italian, right? What would be better than to get it on with one of its descendants?
The actor prepares.
Duke, I want to thank you for Jailhouse Rock, and we are done with our time visiting the felons, coming back from jail, leaving the Jays, moving on to other things. I haven't looked further down the list because Pierre's going to be coming in and taking over.
Moving into the K's.
Let's see. Jays are going to last a little while. I think it's one of the shorter, it's not like Q or X or a few of the other more esoteric letters, if you will. But J is a lighter category.
Is the first K song Kale House Rock?
No, there's not. There's no Kale, but there's some good stuff in the Jays. I mean, there's, we fly on some jets. And we take some journeys and we'll jump a little bit. And there's some good stuff. There's some names that start with J. So there are always great songs around the corner in the back to school A to Z. By the way, real quick, Drew, who called in for the lesson question, Drew just hung up.
He hung up?
Yeah, and he didn't get his prize.
Drew,
you got to call back in order to get your tickets. So
when you call up, have your license with you so you can hold it up to the phone?
Want to let you know. Yeah. By the way, I wanted to mention something. We met a guy named Drew. Steve and I did an appearance at the Campbell's headquarters in Camden, New Jersey. It's the national headquarters, by the way. Just like Subaru right across the street is the national headquarters there. And we met this guy named Drew. And you guys know, I think there's a sticker. It might still be on the studio door. It's kind of a silhouette of me and Steve, and my face is open like that, and it says Gadzooks.
Yeah.
He's the guy who did that.
Oh, yeah. Been a while.
Yeah, he was like, I have a connection to you guys. And we like made shirts and stuff out of that.
Yeah. We ran with that one,
And
certainly, because we had no budget for graphics.
Had no idea. Yeah, we had
nothing
going on at the time. But Drew and a lot of great people yesterday at Campbell's, and we were there in preparation for Camp Out for Hunger because they're one of our partners for the event. And we had a really nice day, beautiful facilities.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Special thanks to Bree, who I think was the one who spearheaded the whole thing. She's awesome.
Yep.
And all the other people there are terrific as well. And they're and we got to go to the Campbell's, the store right there, Preston, on the premises.
Yep.
Awesome.
I picked up some, blueberry and lemon swirl bread.
Why?
Really good, yeah.
Is
Because
it
they have
here?
Pepperidge Farm as well. That's under their umbrella. And we were meeting like the higher ups in the company, the presidents of various portions of the
Muckety
company.
Mucks.
Yeah, it was really cool.
It was great.
A lot of big fans, so we were happy to be there. I would like to thank the following guests. We had Adam Ferrara. Yay! He is performing Soul Joel's tonight and tomorrow, 7 to 9 p.m. each night. Adam is one of the best. We love having him. Michael Barkann. Hey! Speaking of one of the best, NBC Sports Philadelphia, Eagles and Packers tonight, Sao Paulo, and 8:15 is when you want to check that out on NBC 10. Phillies and Marlins in Miami, 7:10 for that. And we also have Marisa, who is in Sao Paulo. We checked in with her one last time, and she's fired up and ready to go.
Oh, my God, yeah.
Go to PrestonandSteve.com and click on her travel log. She's written Great blurbs about what's been happening there so far with phillysportstrips.com, and also lots of great photos as well. And thank you to Sweet Lucy's Barbecue.
Oh, my God. Oh, my
For
God.
coming by this morning, and they dropped off some fantastic food, and we had some giveaways as well. So we thank Sweet Lucy's, 7500 State Road in Philadelphia. You can go to sweetlucy's.com. Hello there, Sweet Pierre. Oh, your mic's not on.
Hi.
There we go.
Hi then.
Hey, man.
Hey, how are you? You guys have had a great show. Was Michael Barkann was he filming you doing an interview?
No, he reached
I
out.
stepped out of the room for a moment and I came back. And it was interesting hearing your
He got in touch with me a
responses.
week or so ago, and he asked if the guys would be up for it, and I was like, "That's a cool idea. We've had him on for a long, long time." And he said there were some questions. He wanted to get to know us better, and he wanted the audience to hear some of those questions. And so he pitched it, and then I told the guys, and they were into it. So that's kind of how the interview
cool.
went. Yeah, it was nice.
He's one of my favorite guests of yours. I mean, he's never at a loss for words, but he always has something to say.
Yeah.
And so I really enjoy when he's on.
Definitely fun guy.
And
yeah.
it's definitely fun. The other thing is, I didn't know Kathy had a nipple piercing, so I learned something. And the other thing is, you're playing, there's one more Jail song, I think, to go. Was that the end?
No, it was the end. That was it.
Let's rock. So it was Jailbreak from AC/DC, right?
And then Jailbreak from Thin Lizzy, and then Jailhouse Rock.
So the Jailbreak from AC/DC, I'm hearing it, I'm going, it's Gloria. Ding, 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 ding. If you bring it up, I mean, and it's Gloria. Even when they go into Jailbreak, it's almost Gloria.
Ding, ding, ding.
And I'm listening to it, wandering around house, getting stuff together, and I'm going, that is Gloria.
That was a friend of mine on
G-L-O-R-I-A.
Jury found him guilty.
G-L-O-R-I-A.
16 years in hell.
It'll come around. You have to do it. You have to do the whole thing again. When he hits whatever the chorus of Jailbreak is, there's a great similarity to Gloria.
Okay.
I hear songs in other songs all the time at this point in my life. I think we all do, but I just go, this is striking. I mean, I don't think it was a ripoff or anything like that. It's just interesting how music can cross paths.
Yeah, there's like R.O.C.K. in the USA from John Mellencamp. There's like 3 or 4 other songs that you can sing the melody of well-known songs through that. I just don't remember what they are. But yeah, there are some songs that have this similar chord progression, but they'll put a different melody to it to make it a unique song.
Well, you love Genesis, I believe.
Steve's a bigger fan, but yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I love Genesis too.
Okay, I didn't. So I was at the 40th anniversary at MSG, Madison Square Garden of Atlantic Records. And Genesis, each band had a 25-minute set. Led Zeppelin reunited for that. And Genesis came out and did their set, and it was one song. It was all their hits done in a medley. For about 20 to 25 minutes. We were talking about 25-minute songs yesterday at this time. But their whole thing was all the big hits.
They did that?
Really done it well. But, I mean, it wasn't a quick medley. It was a 20-something minute medley.
One of the highlights of their concerts for a long time was they would do the In the Cage cinema show medley, and these are long things to begin with. And it was just one of my favorite. They just brought it together. It was just a crowd killer.
Yeah. Good stuff. I mean, but the A to Z brings out stuff like that, whether it's the covers side by side or it was someone's birthday yesterday. It was Beyonce's birthday, and I was looking for a song from A to Z, but I couldn't find one. So you can't get them all.
Can't get them all.
You can't get them all.
Try, but you can't get them all.
We got Gloria Gaynor, and I'll rest my case on that.
All right.
And so, and just keep track of your favorite moments during the A to Z.
The A to DC.
The A to DC to Z, because they're cool moments. I still contend, and every year, this is the best moment in terms of segues from drowning pool, BOD bodies into boat drinks from Jimmy Buffett.
Right.
It's It's as priceless a segue.
Casey had
as you
one.
can
No,
get.
no. It was, I told you about In My Life.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah,
yes,
last night.
Nick, it was you.
It was preceded by Dokken. So it was Dokken, what was it, In My Dreams?
In My Dreams, yeah.
And then right into
You know what?
In My Life by the Beatles.
Oh, wow. Here's what you need to do. When you have those coming up, Casey, do we have a train horn sound effect or
Yeah,
something like that?
of course.
Because it's typically called a train wreck.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
When songs like that hit, and, you should play, the Bodies song,
cool.
and then that, and then right into the Jimmy Buffett song. There you go. Perfect.
It happened this time during a Bam Bam show, but you just never know when those kinds of things are going to happen or what weird covers will come up. It's just great fun. All these, not only the overall thing, but these little subcategories that you'll notice.
Yeah, I agree. All right, shall we do the letter?
Please.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
K as in kiss.
All right, caller number 8 at 215-263 WMMR. We will find out if you happen to know the word of the week prize, and if you do, guess what? You win. So caller number 8, 215-263 WMMR. With that, what's going on today?
We will have one more pair of tickets for the Killers. Tomorrow is an abundance of riches, 2 great bands in 2 big venues. Killers at the FM Center in Camden, obviously Pearl Jam over at the Center in South Philly with Nick and me. And I think we're going to suspend the A to Z going in, too,
cool.
right?
Okay.
I think at 5 o'clock we'll stop the A to Z and play 2 hours of Pearl Jam going in, if I understand correctly, and then 2 plus hours at the end of the Pearl Jam show of Pearl Jam. Then we'll resume the A to Z's, and I guess we'll do that on Monday as well.
So, do you think when you're leading up to the suspension of the A to Z that you'll do some sort of a countdown?
3, 1, 2, 3. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Could you do that again?
3,
1, 2, 3.
1.
One more time. I just need to hear it.
3,
1, 2, 3.
1.
When did that happen?
It was St. Patty's Day, yeah. And I may have had beers, I don't even remember, but even if we tried to recreate that, we couldn't.
I think that was the same day as the Fruits of Life. It might have
was
been. It might have been.
1, 2, 3.
1.
Fruits of Life
it
was
Irish
at the
pub?
Irish Pub on
Yeah.
Walnut Street, the close
The Fruits of Life. Yeah.
the 21st Street one.
Feeling the Fruits of Life. I think it was at the Wall Street or on Walnut.
Yeah, well, they were both on Walnut. There were 2 Irish pubs. One was around 12th and Walnut. One was a little further up, about 20th and Walnut.
Feeling the Fruits of Life. It would have been the 20th and Walnut, kind of near.
Because that was on my show, wasn't it?
It was Rittenhouse Square.
Yeah. So that was that. Okay.
Feeling the Fruits of Life.
2, 1, 3,
2,
5,
and
7.
3.
1, 2, 3.
4.
These are the things, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
Yeah, so we'll see you at Pearl Jam.
We love them. Yeah. All right. Let's go to caller number 8. I have Joe, who's on the phone. Hi, Joe. Good morning to you, bud.
Hey, good morning, guys.
We need a word of the week. What is it?
Book.
Great day in the morning.
That is correct, Joe. All right, you're in luck, buddy. We got this for you, and you're set for next July because you're going to get 4 tickets and 4 front stretch access passes to the NASCAR Cup Series race July 20th of next year. Next summer is going to be a monster when NASCAR returns to the Monster Mile, Dover Speedway. July 18th to the 20th. For tickets and information, you can go to DoverMotorspeedway.com. I would like to very much thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also, Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. And Trinity Rehab, locations all over. That's trinity-rehab.com. Next week on our program, we'll chat with our good buddy Robert Irvine. We'll talk to another couple of good buddies. David Wissikinen and Adam Weiner.
Nice.
Have recorded together, and they will both be in our studio, which is really cool.
There's an In the Pocket next weekend.
And comedian Rodman will be on as well. So we got some good stuff coming up next week. All right, that is it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a fantastic weekend, friend, and we will see you later. Bye-bye.